Yu Zhongfeng stood proudly before the gate of Nine Swords Mountain, confidently declaring himself a genuine. Although this Nine Swords Mountain sect was merely a small fry, thanks to protecting a few neighboring villages, he held the herb in his hand, wailing miserably, as if his parents had died, fearing that if Master Jian sat cross-legged, his soul gradually fading, bitterly admitting that the old man handed over the position of sect master to Yu Zhongfeng, hoping he would revive this dilapidated sect. While the disciple looked dumbfounded, Yu Zhongfeng flashed a cunning smile, imagining himself as sect master, bullying commoners, stealing chickens, and teasing girls throughout the villages, without anyone daring to object. Seeing his master truly about to ascend, he widened his eyes and mouth, screaming desperately to hold the old man back for a little longer. He flailed his arms and legs wildly, putting on an act of extreme sorrow, wailing that he couldn't live without his beloved master. His true colors showed when he strained his neck, shouting the most important question at his master. Where was the sect's treasure hidden, and why hadn't he coughed it up yet? Just as he was about to slip away to the other world, his wrist was suddenly seized by a glowing hand with a crisp snap. Yu Zhongfeng's face drained of color, sweat pouring off him as he stammered, asking if the old master had truly ascended or was still lingering in the mortal world to torment him. Jian Tiexin coughed violently, clarifying that he was only in shock from a little blood loss, and not completely dead yet, still having the strength to impart one more shocking piece of news before passing on. It turned out the shocking news was an invitation for tea from the bald-headed wild tiger leader of the Wild Tiger Gang, setting a date 3 days later to bring his forces and flatten this dilapidated sect. The old man Jian Tiexin dumped all the heavy responsibility onto the disciple, ordering him to preserve the reputation of Nine Swords Mountain even if it cost him his life, his tone full of imposition. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongfeng's face twisted, and he let out a desperate scream, realizing he had just become sect master only to be a punching bag for a bunch of thugs. Jian Tiexin smiled contentedly, and then vanished into thin air, leaving Yu Zhongfeng to wail in despair, about to be beaten to a pulp right after taking office. Yu Zhongfeng's shouts of protest echoed throughout the deserted courtyard. He adamantly refused to stay in this god-forsaken place to await death. He quickly gathered all his valuables into a satchel, a sweet potato in his mouth, then stealthily slipped away, knowing full well he couldn't take on the entire Wild Tiger Gang, which was as numerous as ants. Just as he was about to make a quick escape, a green screen unexpectedly appeared, blocking his path and announcing the activation of the Disciple Return System, making him fall backward onto the floor in utter surprise. A status panel appeared, confirming Yu Zhongfeng as the host with pathetic cultivation, accompanied by the system fox chattering away, explaining the rules. By gifting items to a disciple, he would receive a multiplied return, up to 10,000 times. Yu Zhongfeng was overjoyed when the system fox confirmed this was his golden finger, even promising a 10,000-fold critical hit for the first gift. He stroked his chin with a sly smile, calculating that he only needed to find any disciple to give a gift to, and he would instantly soar to success thanks to this reliable system. Yu Zhongfeng lurked behind the wooden door, his shifty eyes scrutinizing the only remaining target in this impoverished sect. It was Jiang Yahello, the gluttonous chore girl, who was sweeping the courtyard while grumbling about her master, planting flowers instead of sweet potatoes to roast and stave off hunger. He stepped out, letting out a fake cough to appear solemn, startling the girl, who nearly dropped the broom in her hand. Yu Zhongfeng clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the posture of an enlightened master, then enticed Jiang Yueyao to immediately acknowledge him as her master. Jiang Yueyao's round eyes widened in confusion, her mouth agape, unable to believe her ears at this unexpected offer. The girl suddenly blushed crimson, shyly asking if he was trying to play a forbidden master-disciple romance game, leaving Yu Zhongfeng utterly speechless. After a moment of internal monologue, Jiang Yueyao gripped the broom handle with a spirited expression, thinking that becoming a cultivator disciple sounded quite majestic and impressive. Before they could celebrate, both of them widened their eyes and mouths, breaking out in a cold sweat as the roar demanding old Jian Tiexin's life echoed from just outside the sect gate. Wang Hu appeared, leading the Wild Tiger disciples with an arrogant expression, blocking the sect gate to demand blood. Yu Zhongfeng and Jiang Yueyao flinched, their faces draining of color, seeing their enemies arrive at their doorstep so quickly. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, wishing for just a few more minutes to complete the task of accepting a disciple. Wang Hu sneered contemptuously, declaring he would send this brat to his grave since old man Jian Tiexin was nowhere to be found. Yu Zhongfeng hastily raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Wait!" to buy time before the combat erupted. He turned to play his trump card with Jiang Yueyao, promising to provide 3 meals and sweet potatoes every day if she immediately acknowledged him as her master. At the mention of food, her eyes lit up, and Jiang Yueyao immediately prostrated herself in apprenticeship at light speed, making Yu Zhangfeng secretly smirk, knowing he had found her weakness. He quickly helped his new disciple up to finalize the deal before the others lost patience. Yu Zhangfeng went all out, immediately handing his personal sword to Jiang Yueyao as an initiation gift, accepting to fight bare-handed. Wang Hu and his subordinates burst into laughter, mocking his act of discarding his weapon as if he were tired of living and wanted to log out early. Yu Zhangfeng stood smiling mysteriously, letting Wang Hu and his subordinates laugh hysterically as if it were harvest season, thinking he was insane. The system fox immediately appeared, announcing a 10,000-fold critical hit activation, transforming the shabby sword he had just given into a scorching heaven-grade 7-star sword. Yu Zhangfeng drew out the brand-new item, laughing heartily, knowing he had victory firmly in his grasp. He pointed the sword directly at the Wild Tiger Gang members, arrogantly declaring that they should step forward quickly to receive their exit tickets. Wang Hu, enraged, let out an arrogant roar and charged forward like a moth to a flame, intending to teach his opponent a lesson. Yu Zhangfeng sneered contemptuously, lightly swinging his sword to parry the enemy's attack, with an expression that couldn't be more disdainful. Wang Hu's face turned pale with horror as he realized his weapon shattered into pieces the moment it touched his opponent's sword. After just one light clash, Wang Hu lay on the ground with a thud, while Yu Zhangfeng stood tall, completely dominant. Seeing their boss defeated in an instant, the disciples quickly knelt down, begging for their lives, mercilessly betraying their leader. Yu Zhangfeng held his sword to the neck of a trembling henchman, pressing him for the reason they dared to come 3 days early and the whereabouts of their gang leader. The henchman's face drained of color, sweat pouring off him as he hastily confessed that his master had sent people to investigate after hearing that Senior Jian Tiexin was injured. Yu Zhangfeng sneered contemptuously, realizing these vultures only dared to cause trouble when they thought Nine Swords Mountain was past its prime and easy to bully. He swung his sword, creating a terrifying wave of pressure that made the henchmen cower, then directly yelled at the cowards who dared to bully his sect. Yu Zhangfeng sheathed his sword with an arrogant flourish, ordering the defeated soldiers to go tell their master to prepare. For tonight he would personally visit the Wild Tiger Gang to settle accounts. His gaze was as sharp as a razor, and he roared a powerful "Get lost," making the subordinates so terrified they didn't dare to linger for another second. Watching the remnants of the army flee for their lives, Yu Zhangfeng pondered the mastermind behind his master's death and decided he must flatten the Wild Tiger Gang to uncover the truth. Jiang Yueyao stood dazed, gazing at her master's domineering back, her eyes sparkling with unconcealed admiration for his overwhelmingly powerful display. Yu Zhangfeng turned back to instruct his disciple, worried that with her current meager cultivation level, staying home alone while he was away would be too dangerous. Without hesitation, he decided to rapidly boost her strength by imparting the sect's ultimate technique, the 100 Swords art, so she could defend herself. Yu Zhangfeng gently pressed his finger to Jiang Yueyao's forehead, directly pouring a massive stream of martial arts knowledge into her mind to help her transform instantly. Jiang Yueyao gasped in delight as she felt the supreme martial arts knowledge flood her mind, never expecting to comprehend such a peak technique in an instant. Yu Zhangfeng placed his hand on his disciple's head, generously bestowing 100 days of cultivation directly into her, so she would have enough mana to unleash techniques without arduous training. Pop! A fierce surge of qi exploded around Jiang Yueyao. The girl was both startled and overjoyed, realizing her master was sacrificing his own cultivation to elevate her to a new level. Yu Zhangfeng's eyes widened in surprise, seeing this seemingly useless individual actually break through directly to the qi-gathering realm. Indeed, with the system's protection, even trash aptitude could transform into a dragon. He flashed a cunning, ambitious smile, confident that with this game-hacking system in his hands, recruiting thousands of disciples to dominate the cultivation world was only a matter of time. Seeing his disciple successfully level up, Yu Zhangfeng waved his hand, signaling her to retreat and stabilize her realm, his demeanor that of a flawless, enlightened master. Jiang Yueyao's eyes welled up with tears of emotion, her loyalty and adoration skyrocketing. She vowed to dedicate her life to bringing glory to Nine Swords Mountain, repaying her master's boundless kindness. Yu Zhangfeng coughed a few times to hide his smugness, then feigned a serious expression as he praised his good disciple's filial devotion, preparing to withdraw. He turned his back and walked into the room with a solitary and cold demeanor, leaving his young disciple to gaze at his retreating figure with unwavering, utmost adoration. The moment his disciple was out of sight, Yu Zhongfeng immediately revealed his true opportunistic nature, clenching his fists and cackling wildly, because his plan to cultivate his first disciple had succeeded beyond all expectations. Yu Zhongfeng excitedly opened the control panel to check what kind of hot returns the system had given him after his all-out investment in his disciple. The little system fox threw flowers in celebration, announcing that Yu Zhongfeng had hit the jackpot with a 300-fold critical bonus, receiving 82 years of cultivation and the awesome 3-yang sword art manual. He laughed heartily as a terrifying surge of power coursed through him, helping him ascend to the core formation realm in a single leap. Now, the Wild Tiger Gang was nothing but trash in his eyes. Yu Zhongfeng clenched his fist with immense power, grandly declaring that the glory of Nine Swords Mountain had been restored by him, and tonight's battle would be his stage to showcase his prowess. The scene shifted to the Wild Tiger Gang's headquarters, where gang leader Zhang Feng was enjoying an emperor's life surrounded by beautiful women, arrogantly stepping on a tiger skin rug. He chewed on grapes fed to him by a beauty, a sneer of disdain on his lips, thinking that Yu Zhongfeng was just a naive calf who dared to challenge him without knowing his place. Zhang Feng embraced his concubines, boasting that unless the old monster, Jian Tiexin, came back to life, no one else was worthy enough to catch his eye. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He sensed a terrifying surge of killing intent, accompanied by a whistling sound, approaching at rocket speed. Crash! The main hall doors shattered under immense pressure. Yu Zhongfeng appeared, incredibly cool, amidst the dust and smoke, causing the guards and beauties to scream in terror and collapse to the ground. Yu Zhongfeng stepped in, spiritual energy gathering in his hand, and boldly declared himself the Sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, calling out Zhongfeng by name to settle a blood debt. Zhongfeng's jaw dropped in horror as he realized the enemy had reached the core formation realm, while the beauties beside him turned pale with fear under the immense pressure. The Wild Tiger disciples rushed forward like moths to a flame, screaming shrilly, demanding to protect their gang leader and eliminate the arrogant intruder who dared to invade their sacred territory. Yu Zhongfeng sneered arrogantly, his sharp, cold eyes radiating a turquoise aura, viewing the charging crowd as nothing more than insignificant ants overestimating themselves. With a single burst of spiritual energy, Yu Zhongfeng created an energy storm that sent all the henchmen flying to the ceiling, clearing the hall in an instant. A desperate disciple threw a sneak punch, but Yu Zhongfeng blocked it with one hand as easily as flipping a palm, accompanied by a crisp chwack. The chubby disciple was sent flying straight towards the throne with a crash, slamming down right next to Zhang Feng, making the old man jump in fright. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he saw his subordinate being beaten to a pulp. He roared, asking what the hell that brat was doing. Amidst the chaotic pile of corpses, Zhang Feng still tried to maintain his superior demeanor, declaring that besides the old man Jian Tixin, Yu Zhongfeng was nothing but a useless piece of trash waiting to die. Zhang Feng's eyes became extremely suspicious. He stared intently at the person before him, and firmly asserted that this couldn't be the useless Yu Zhongfeng he once knew. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. His pride was wounded by the harsh comment, and he wondered if his past self had truly been that useless. Yu Zhongfeng held his sword arrogantly, bluntly declaring that Zhang Feng should stop spouting nonsense because his fate was already sealed. Zhang Feng glared, veins bulging on his face as he heard the provocation. He growled back, asking if this brat was truly capable. Without another word, Zhang Feng kicked the throne to smithereens, using the momentum to charge forward and test his opponent's true strength. Debris flew everywhere, accompanied by the force of the Arhat fist technique. But Yu Zhongfeng's eyes remained cold and unwavering. Yu Zhongfeng threw a simple yet terrifyingly powerful punch, shattering the incoming wooden plank into hundreds of splinters. The shattered wood fragments whizzed past Zhang Feng's face at terrifying speed, making him jump in shock as he couldn't react in time. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Feng's face. He panicked, realizing this person's speed was even greater than his own, and began to doubt his true cultivation level. Yu Zhongfeng seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a fiery fist, sneering as he warned that carelessness in battle would only lead to death. A crash shook the entire hall as Yu Zhongfeng's fist collided directly with Zhang Feng's defensive stance, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. Zhang Feng had absolute confidence in his 20-year cultivated profound grade, low-tier golden bell shield, challenging Yu Zhongfeng to break through this formidable defense. Yu Zhongfeng summoned the 7-star sword, a dazzling stream of sharp spiritual energy radiating outwards, making the surrounding space feel as if it would tear apart. The gang leader's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat pouring down his face like a stream as he perceived the terrifying aura emanating from the genuine, high-grade spirit artifact in his opponent's hand. Yu Zhongfeng pointed his sword directly at his opponent's face, arrogantly declaring that with this hot item in hand, sending him to his death would be as easy as pie. He sneered, offering to spare the bald man's dog life if he would reveal the identity of the one who had assassinated his master, Jian Tiexin. The sword tip was already at his throat, but the gang leader still chuckled mockingly, holding a glittering golden pill in his hand and threatening with the terrifying backing force behind him. He brought the pill to his mouth with a savage, defiant expression, asserting that a mere core formation realm, nobody wasn't old enough to touch him. Yu Zhongfeng's expression changed, cold sweat breaking out as he realized it was a divine origin pill, a forbidden medicine that could instantly boost one's power by 5 minor realms. With a gulp, the gang leader swallowed the pill. His aura exploded like an atomic bomb, instantly boosting his cultivation straight to the domineering 6th layer of the core formation realm. Electrical currents surged around his muscular body. He grumbled regretfully, lamenting having to waste his trump card, originally meant for the old man Jian Tiexin. On this brat, he unleashed a destructive lightning strike, forcing Yu Zhongfeng to pour all his strength into his sword to block it. Yu Zhongfeng secretly thanked the system for granting him such a powerful item, or he would have been wiped out. The gang leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, when he saw Yu Zhongfeng still perfectly fine after that destructive blow. Yu Zhongfeng sneered arrogantly, mocking the borrowed power from the pill as worthless, then began to gather his chi for a counterattack. He unleashed the 3-yang sword art, sun-shattering style, summoning fiery sword chi streams from above that descended like a heavenly punishment. The bald man activated his golden bell shield in a panic to block the attack, never expecting that dilapidated sect to possess such a domineering sword art. The shimmering golden shield was pierced through like paper by the sword chi, emitting a crisp crack that signaled the end for the weak. Splat. Fresh blood splattered as the gang leader's body took the full damage. His bulging muscles were now just useless meat before the sharp sword. Yu Zhongfeng withdrew his sword, clicking his tongue in annoyance for accidentally killing his opponent too quickly before he could extract any valuable clues. 2 strangers entered the Wild Tiger Gang's hall, freezing in their tracks at the sight of the devastation and corpses strewn everywhere. They stared at the motionless corpse of the gang leader, unable to believe that the overlord of an entire region had been defeated so easily. The 2 exchanged worried glances, realizing that the bald man's death would make the mission assigned by Elder Wang many times more difficult. The spiky-haired disciple of the Profound Sword Sect rushed into the scene, shouting for his senior brother when he saw Yu Zhongfeng busying himself, mistakenly thinking he was a lucky survivor. He grabbed Yu Zhongfeng's collar and shook him violently, yelling questions about what the hell had happened and who dared to use a sword to kill their people. Faced with the barrage of questions about the enemy's identity, Yu Zhongfeng switched into actor mode, feigning a trembling, clueless headshake, claiming he knew absolutely nothing. Having acted enough, Yu Zhongfeng flung the man's hand away and let out a cold, disdainful snort, leaving the disciple stunned that his prey dared to talk back. The calmer senior brother quickly intervened, ordering an immediate retreat, fearing that the Profound Sword Sect's reputation would be affected if anyone knew they were loitering in this troublesome place. Yu Zhongfeng watched the retreating figures of the 2 disciples, his eyes sharp and calculating as he confirmed their identities as members of the Profound Sword Sect. He pondered, never expecting the death of his old man Jian Tiexin to be so intricately linked to a terrifying force like the Profound Sword Sect. Yu Zhongfeng assessed his own strength, realizing that 9 Swords Mountain was currently just an ant compared to those 3 major powers, so it was best to bide his time and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Pushing aside the important matters, he glanced down at the bald man's corpse curled up in the corner, telling himself that a large gang like this must surely have a hidden stash of illicit funds somewhere. Yu Zhongfeng didn't hesitate to bend down and search the gang leader's corpse, beginning his looting spree after clearing the map. Yu Zhongfeng held up the bunch of golden keys he had just looted to eye level, confidently asserting that this was the ticket to the Wild Tiger Gang's treasury. He stood amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, his eyes scanning the room to find the location of the secret door. Yu Zhongfeng's sharp gaze stopped at the wall behind the tiger-skin chair, realizing something was amiss. He reached out and lightly tapped the wall. A hollow sound echoed, immediately revealing the hidden underground vault. Without further ado, Yu Zhongfeng swung his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike that blew away the elaborate camouflage. As the dust settled, he stood tall with his sword amidst the rubble, revealing a sturdy iron door hidden behind the false wall. He inserted the key he had just found into the lock. A click echoed, signaling that his luck had arrived. The heavy door swung open, light spilling from within to reveal a dark passage leading deep underground. Yu Zhongfeng smirked triumphantly, groaning with satisfaction that his judgment was spot on. Torch in hand, he leisurely descended the stairs, mentally preparing to claim the entire treasure trove. The sound of muffled sobs echoing in the silent space made Yu Zhongfeng pause, realizing this place held more than just inanimate treasures. He raised the torch high, illuminating the darkness. The flickering flame revealed cold prison bars holding living people captive. Two young girls huddled in the dark corner, trembling all over as they pleaded for their lives with expressions of extreme fear. Yu Zhongfeng looked through the bars with a compassionate gaze, silently cursing the cruelty of those beasts from the wild tiger hall. He flashed a radiant smile, waved his hand to reassure them, and firmly stated that he was not a member of that trashy gang. Yu Zhongfeng boldly declared that all enemies had been wiped out by his master and announced that they were free. The two girls exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with disbelief that their nightmare had truly ended. The crowd of imprisoned women erupted in joy, cheering loudly as they mistakenly believed the immortals of the profound sword sect had come to save the world. Yu Zhongfeng quickly corrected them, denying any association with that showy sect to avoid misunderstandings. The brown-haired girl approached with sparkling eyes full of admiration, gently asking for the great benefactor's identity so she could repay him later. Yu Zhongfeng proudly declared himself the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, frankly admitting he destroyed the Wild Tiger Hall because it was an eyesore, not because he was some hero. He put on a serious expression, instructing the young ladies not to breathe a word, fearing retaliation from the profound sword sect. Inwardly, Yu Zhongfeng was smirking triumphantly, knowing full well this reverse psychology trick would spread the fame of Nine Swords Mountain far and wide, making it easier to recruit disciples. The women believed him wholeheartedly, shocked by the indifference of the major sect, and eagerly swearing to keep the secret until their dying breath. Yu Zhongfeng waved his hand, telling everyone to go home soon, but as the crowd dispersed, a small figure remained rooted to the spot. He turned back, surprised to see a dirty little girl who still hadn't left like the others. Yu Zhongfeng kindly asked why the little girl wasn't hurrying home to reunite with her family. The little girl lowered her head, her voice trembling with sorrow, as she confessed that she had nowhere left to go. When asked about her relatives, the little girl painfully recounted how her entire family had been slaughtered by those beasts from the Wild Tiger Hall, leaving no one behind. Yu Zhongfeng's expression softened, his eyes revealing clear pity and sorrow at the tragic plight of this poor child. The child's small hand clutched his robe like a last straw, determined not to let go of this sole opportunity. The little girl looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, begging to learn immortal arts so she could personally slaughter all the scum in this world. Yu Zhongfeng frowned, explaining that cultivating immortality was no joke, but still extended his hand to check if the little one possessed any talent. His hand emitted a gentle light as he placed it on the little girl's head, beginning to probe her inner foundation to see if she was worth investing in. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes flashed with astonishment when he discovered that this ragged child possessed cultivation talent of the highest caliber. He withdrew his hand, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a dignified manner, and then asked again if the little girl truly wished to acknowledge him as her master, to learn the Tao. Yu Zhongfeng crossed his arms, looking stern, and bluntly declared that he couldn't promise to help the little girl kill all evildoers, causing the child to ask why in confusion. He began to eloquently expound on the principles of cultivators. One must strive for peace in the world, and their heart must be pure, not harboring blind hatred. The little girl listened, understanding nothing, but because they were the golden words of an immortal, she still nodded in absolute trust. Yu Zhongfeng burst into hearty laughter, tapping his forehead triumphantly, and officially declared that he was taking this bargain as a disciple of Nine Swords Mountain. Yu Zhongfeng patted his new disciple's head to reassure her, instructing the little girl to wait a moment while he finished some important personal business before leaving. He concentrated his power into his palm, then unleashed a devastating palm strike that shattered the stone wall before him, opening the way to the secret treasure vault. The Wild Tiger Hall's treasury was revealed, with piles of chests, precious stones, and weapons scattered everywhere, waiting for someone to claim them all. Yu Zhongfeng picked up a sword to examine it, then curled his lip in disdain, complaining that this impoverished gang only had low-grade trash not worth his time. He casually tossed the low-grade spiritual sword he had just picked up to the little girl, acting generous as if it were a welcome gift for a new disciple. The little girl held the glowing sword in her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief, trembling as she couldn't believe she now possessed such a precious item. The system immediately registered the host's gift-giving action, and the system fox appeared to begin activating the divine return process. Faced with a 10,000-fold critical strike opportunity, Yu Zhongfeng was extremely excited, shouting loudly to open the reward immediately to test his luck. The system fox threw flowers, congratulating the host for landing on the 10 times multiplier and receiving the supreme-grade Dragon Spring Sword instead of the grand prize. Yu Zhongfeng held the new sword in his hand, sweating profusely, forcing a regretful smile because his luck today only amounted to a paltry 10 times multiplier. Yu Zhongfeng soared high on his sword, carrying the little girl away from the den of thieves that was the Wild Tiger Hall in a cool manner. He held the little girl in his arms with a debauching demeanor that made the child blush crimson with admiration. Both stood proudly on the giant sword, tearing through the wind and soaring past layers of white clouds. The little girl opened her sparkling eyes wide, asking about the world of cultivation, while gazing at the magnificent scenery beneath her feet. Yu Zhongfeng secretly praised the child's steady composure, as her face showed no change while flying at such a deadly height. Just as they arrived at the Sect gate, Jiang Yuyao, who was busy munching on food, hurriedly ran out to welcome her master home. In the main hall, Yu Zhongfeng stood with his arms crossed, solemnly announcing the official acceptance of Nine Swords Mountain's third-generation disciple. The little girl kowtowed heavily to the floor, boldly stating her name as Jiang Lan to perform the important master-disciple ceremony. He smiled kindly, like an enlightened sage, then gently told his beloved disciple to rise. Yu Zhongfeng suddenly panicked intensely, sweating profusely as he saw Jiang Lan's lifeless, fish-like eyes. Jiang Yuyao, who was busy stuffing her face with food, froze, a surge of jealousy rising as she saw her master bring back a rival for the spotlight. The immense psychological shock caused the little girl to choke, her face turning purple as she nearly logged out of the server over a piece of cake. Yu Zhongfeng seized the opportunity to assert his authority, scolding his senior disciple for being useless and demanding she set an example for the newcomer. Though she verbally admitted her mistake to get it over with, Jiang Yuyao was screaming internally, feeling discriminated against by her master just because the other girl looked cuter. He ignored his disciple's sulky attitude, proudly introducing Jiang Yuyao as the authoritative senior sister of the sect. Jiang Yuyao forced out a professional smile to greet her junior sister, but in her mind, she had already planned out how to teach this little vixen a lesson she'd never forget. Before she could finish plotting, Yu Zhongfeng doused her with cold water, ordering her to practice swordplay 100 times and forbidding dinner if she didn't meet the quota. He narrowed his eyes, unleashing an intense gaze that crushed any lazy intentions or attempts at bargaining from the little girl in their infancy. Under the absolute might of her creditor and master, Jiang Yuyao reluctantly obeyed with a resigned expression, as if she'd lost her food ration book. Watching his disciple's lonely figure depart, Yu Zhongfeng secretly calculated how to exploit his disciple's labor to circumvent the system's EXP limit. Having subtly sent off his old burden, Yu Zhongfeng turned his scrutinizing gaze to the newcomer, Jiang Lan, with the eyes of a merchant appraising potential merchandise. Without another word, he pointed his finger and shot a beam of light directly into the girl's forehead, activating the super-speed cultivation transfer mode. He began to ramble on about imparting the high-grade 3-yang sword art, acting like a master, but in reality, he was testing his disciple's character. Jiang Lan froze completely as illusions of two masters fighting, unleashing palms that shattered the universe, appeared directly in her mind. Taking advantage of his disciple's lagging state, Yu Zhongfeng continued stuffing her head with theories about clearing her meridians to embark on the path of professional cultivation. He placed his hand on her head to reassure the girl, deciding to use a hands-on approach to forcibly open her meridians instead of letting her fumble around on her own. A dazzling aura radiated, and Yu Zhongfeng smugly thought he had invested a full 100 days of cultivation to buff his disciple, mentally preparing to rake in money from the system. The system fox appeared with its familiar lottery interface, inviting the debtor to activate the risky critical return feature. Yu Zhongfeng confidently shouted, "Open!" But his smile vanished when the screen displayed a paltry double multiplier, only returning exactly 200 days of cultivation. He clutched his head and screamed over the investment that went belly up, so annoyed he didn't even notice the system's red alert about Jiang Lan's newly awakened, hidden, domineering physique. Yu Zhongfeng, still annoyed, suddenly froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he saw a new notification panel appear before Jiang Lan. It turned out the System Fox was pitching a VIP upgrade package, requiring him to burn 100 years of cultivation power to activate his disciple's innate Dao body. His gambling blood boiled again. He quickly calculated how domineering a physique the system's return would buff him with if he invested in this, then immediately sealed the deal. The transaction was successful, and a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping both master and disciple. The exaggerated skill effect formed a giant pillar of light piercing through the clouds, like a signpost for the whole world to see that there was something good here. At the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, a young man cultivating under a waterfall also had his attention drawn by this strange phenomenon. He looked at the distant pillar of light, his eyes gleaming brightly, convinced that this anomaly signaled the emergence of a rare treasure. Xiao Xinghe, the senior brother of Heavenly Martial Pavilion and a top 10 genius, immediately donned his robes, preparing to snatch this hot item. In another development, Qing Tianhan stood on a rooftop, laughing maniacally and savagely as he saw a life-changing opportunity falling from the sky. He carried his glowing red great saber, leading his subordinates as they rushed off like an arrow, determined to definitely seize the treasure he was fantasizing about. At the profound mystery dark gate, two figures stood on a high floor, intently observing the earth-shattering anomaly that had just appeared in the direction of Nine Swords Mountain. Elder Wang and Kang Qianyi began to analyze the situation. The old man in the nascent soul realm asserted that Nine Swords Mountain surely had good stuff left behind after its old master passed away. Whoosh! A flying sword tore through the air, then braked sharply right in front of the old man, carrying hot intelligence news like an express delivery courier. Elder Wang held the secret letter he had just received, curling his lips into a cunning smile as he learned that other factions were stirring, deciding to take advantage of the situation to reclaim what he believed was his. The old man leaned close to his female disciple's ear, his tone becoming cold and vicious as he discussed the worst-case scenario if others contended for it. A deadly glint shone in his eyes as he made a chilling, villainous declaration. If his faction couldn't have it, he would destroy it, so no one else could get anything. Kang Qianyi placed her hand on her chest and bowed in obedience, completely submissive to her master's ambition and ruthlessness. Back at Nine Swords Mountain, the quiet space after the power buffing session was broken by a tired-sounding cough echoing from the training ground. Yu Zhongfeng, sweating profusely, sighed that he had burned 100 years of cultivation to help his disciple, but his inner chibi face was groaning with pleasure, knowing he was about to receive a massive return from the system. Jianglan naively believed him completely, kneeling on the ground with eyes burning with determination, swearing to cultivate diligently to not let down her great master. Yu Zhongfeng continued his peak acting performance, pretending to be weak and leaning on his disciple's shoulder, while reassuring her that burning cultivation was just a small matter. Jianglan naively believed him completely, her eyes wide and welling up with tears, never expecting her master to make such a great sacrifice for an unknown child. As soon as the door closed and his disciple's figure disappeared, Yu Zhongfeng immediately stood upright, discarding that fake sickly appearance into the trash. He grinned widely with a cunning face, urging the system to quickly release the rewards after his recent risky investment. The system fox appeared with an intense jackpot notification, activating a 10,000x return mechanism that made this deal sweeter than jackfruit. Without a second's hesitation, Yu Zhongfeng shouted loudly, ordering the rewards to be opened immediately with extreme excitement and greed. A burst of green light enveloped him. The system announced that a 1000x critical hit had brought him the immaculate body, helping him defy heaven and change his fate. The stats panel appeared like a dream, although his realm dropped to True Essence Realm Stage 9. In return, he gained a pure body and infinite mana recovery ability. Like a cheat, Yu Zhongfeng laughed maniacally amidst the surging power, asserting that even though he lost levels, his current strength was twice as domineering as when he was in the core formation realm. The System Fox continued to introduce the Heavenly Dao Breakthrough feature, outlining a cultivation path from novice all the way to the immortal realm for the protagonist to freely cultivate and dominate the whole world. Yu Zhongfeng intently studied the guide panel, realizing that to break through to Heavenly Dao core formation, he absolutely had to gather enough 5 elements spiritual energy. He stroked his chin, plotting cunning schemes with a cunning expression, and decided on the dangerous Thunder Marsh area as his next leveling spot. Before he could implement his plan, dog barking sounds echoed from outside. Someone dared to come right to his door and call him the trash of Nine Swords Mountain. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes nearly popped out in anger. He roared, complaining about his bad luck, as he was in high spirits wanting to upgrade his strength, only to be bothered by these flies and mosquitoes. Ignoring everything, he turned to order the System Fox to open the remaining return rewards from imparting the 3 Yang sword art to his disciple. The thirsty gambler Yu Zhongfeng clasped his hands sincerely, closing his eyes and praying for the god of luck to grant him a high-quality item, something to show off with. The System Fox cheered, announcing a 200x jackpot, helping him comprehend the 3 Yang sword intent, a domineering skill far exceeding his current level. He clenched his fists excitedly, laughing gleefully as he realized he now possessed sword intent, a power that only nascent soul masters dared to dream of. The dirty buffs were loaded. Yu Zhongfeng walked out filled with killing intent towards the main gate to see whoever dared to cause trouble on his territory. Outside the gate, Leng Hongsheng, relying on his early-stage core formation realm cultivation, stood with arms crossed, chin raised, bullying 2 children, demanding that the master of Nine Swords Mountain drag his ass out to meet him. Jiang Yuyao trembled, warning her opponent not to be too arrogant, while little Jiang Lan clutched the hot item in her hand, determined to protect the sect to the end. Leng Hongsheng laughed disgustingly, mocking that this dilapidated Nine Swords Mountain had no one capable left after old man Jian Tixin passed away. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing as he saw Jiang Lan straining to grip a sword that seemed too large for her tiny frame. Leng Hongsheng's eyes lit up like headlights when he realized the item in the girl's hand was a low-grade spirit sword. His greed began to surge. Just at this critical moment, Yu Zhongfeng appeared with an authoritative back, making his 2 disciples as happy as if they'd found gold, loudly calling out for their master. He looked at the enemy with half an eye, coldly uttering a chilling sentence, telling the man to kneel, and perhaps he might spare his dog's life. Insulted by a mere true essence realm brat, Leng Hongsheng flew into a rage, brandishing his saber and charging to attack, shouting that he would teach this junior a lesson he'd never forget. Jiang Yueyao's face drained of all color, worried sick, thinking her master was still recovering from injuries. How could he withstand the killing blow of a core formation master? Contrary to his disciples' worry, Yu Zhongfeng displayed a bored expression, as if looking at a buzzing fly in front of him, not bothering to care. That Leng Hongsheng, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, aggressively charged forward to kill, determined to steal the item and send this eyesore to his death for daring to hide a good sword. Yu Zhongfeng merely used one finger to unleash a sharp stream of sword qi, scornfully declaring that his opponent's level wasn't high enough for him to draw his weapon. The unfortunate minion mumbled inarticulately as the beam of light sliced across his throat, officially logging out of the server in astonishment. The corpse crashed to the ground like a sack of trash, while Yu Zhongfeng stood there, coldly dusting his hands, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Leng Hongsheng's mouth hung open, sweat pouring down like rain as he witnessed the absurdly domineering power of the young man before him. Realizing he had encountered a fierce beast, Leng Hongsheng quickly changed his tune, trying to entice Yu Zhongfeng to join his gang in a desperate bid for a safe escape. In response to the cheap invitation, Yu Zhongfeng offered a deathly smile and a cold ultimatum: either kneel or perish. Shame turning into rage, Leng Hongsheng roared as he plunged down from above, pouring all his mana into a decisive, life-or-death slash against his enemy. Yu Zhongfeng drew his 7-star sword, seizing the critical moment to teach Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lan about the instant kill technique. He swung his sword lightly, yet with terrifying power, creating a dazzling golden streak of light that tore through the air, causing the entire area to shake violently. Leng Hongsheng stared wide-eyed as death descended upon him, his face contorted with regret, but it was all too late against such absolute power. The aftershock from the terrifying blow sent Leng Hongsheng sliding across the ground. He had to plunge his sword into the stone pavement to barely halt his momentum and save his life. Yu Zhongfeng stood with his arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face, casually mocking his opponent for kneeling in surrender before even fighting. The foolish henchman clamored to charge forward and settle scores, while Leng Hongsheng was drenched in sweat, realizing that the legendary sword intent he had just witnessed was only wielded by nascent soul stage grand experts. Fearing his foolish subordinates would provoke death, Leng Hongsheng spun around and let out a desperate cry. Immediately shutting up his troublesome henchman, he immediately abandoned all shame, prostrating himself on the ground, clasping his hands, and begging Yu Zhongfeng to spare this ignorant wretch. Yu Zhongfeng looked down at the ant beneath his feet, giving a sarcastic half-smile, remarking that he preferred Leng Hongsheng's arrogant demeanor from earlier to this current cowardly appearance. Leng Hongsheng laughed desperately, trying to curry favor, comparing himself to a worthless piece of trash and begging the esteemed expert before him to let him go and lighten his burden. Seeing their boss had lost all dignity, the henchmen were scared out of their wits, quickly using their light body technique to flee in disarray into the deep forest to save their lives. Elsewhere, Qing Tianhan and his subordinates stared in shock at the sky-piercing pillar of sword intent, suspecting that the elders of the Xuanjian sect had personally descended. Qing Tianhan's face hardened with calculation. He feared that the Xuanjian sect had arrived a step ahead to contend for the treasure. Qing Tianhan's underlings broke out in a cold sweat, warning their boss that the opponent exuded the pressure of a nascent soul stage monster. Though they still believed their boss could handle anything, Qing Tianhan gave a savage smile, made a provocative throat-slitting gesture, and ordered everyone to charge, regardless of who the enemy was. The entire gang roared like madmen, drew their weapons, and charged forward with a rumble, vowing to hack to pieces anyone who dared to block their path, as per their leader's command. High above, Xiao Xinghe was gliding through the wind, his sharp gaze locked onto the area where the anomaly occurred, like a predator that had just smelled blood. He frowned as he looked at the dazzling golden pillar of light piercing the blue sky, suspecting that those hypocrites from the Xuanjian sect had arrived first. Realizing this sword intent was more akin to Nine Swords Mountains, Xiao Xinghe sneered, then shot down like an arrow, viewing the person below as nothing more than juicy prey. In another direction, Kang Qianyi rushed through the forest at full speed, her pink skirt fluttering as she tried to reach the scene as quickly as possible. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror as she recognized the realm of sword follows the heart. Fearing that the old monster Jian Tianxin wasn't completely dead, Kang Qianyi quickly shook her head to dispel her fear, reassuring herself that her master never miscalculated, and her face hardened with the resolve to eliminate any enemy of the sect. Yu Zhangfeng stood unperturbed before the sect gate, expressionlessly watching the three terrifying power surges that had just landed right before him like uninvited guests. Xiao Xinghe, Qing Tianhan, and Kang Qianyi appeared simultaneously with grim expressions, their sharp gazes fixed on the juicy prey before them. Yu Zhangfeng calmly stood, holding his sword, waiting, and gave a half-smile, welcoming the uninvited guests who coveted his territory. Qing Tianhan stepped forward arrogantly, chin raised, spreading his hand to order his opponent to immediately hand over the treasure if he wanted to keep his pathetic life. Yu Zhangfeng raised his sword and examined it, treating the bandits' threats as mere whispers in the wind, which made Qing Tianhan furious. Looking at his two anxious disciples behind him, Yu Zhangfeng fully understood that these vultures thought Nine Swords Mountain was in decline, which was why they dared to come and plunder. Without further ado, Yu Zhangfeng activated his spiritual energy, covering his entire body, and pointed his sword straight forward, challenging anyone who dared to step up and test him. Although he was only at the 9th level of the True Essence stage, with his infinite mana pool, Yu Zhangfeng was confident he was skilled enough to defeat those in the late core formation stage. A colossal pillar of spiritual energy erupted from Yu Zhangfeng, making Qing Tianhan gasp in horror as its domineering power far exceeded his initial expectations. Elder Wang hid in the shadows, observing the events, his aged face twitching with a mad smile full of ambition and calculation. Kang Qianyi secretly assessed the situation, certain that this person had comprehended such terrifying sword intent, thanks to the sect's inherited legacy. Qing Tianhan realized this situation was too difficult, so he loudly called for the surrounding experts to join forces to deal with Yu Zhangfeng before dividing the treasure. Xiao Xinghe openly displayed disdain. He charged straight down to attack, completely disregarding the bandits' cheap offer of cooperation. Kang Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat when she saw that madman Xiao Xinghe intended to snatch the martial arts secret manual, so she decided she had to intervene immediately. Not allowing that person to monopolize the delicious prize, Kang Qianyi rushed forward and unleashed a move to block Xiao Xinghe's sword strike in midair. Changing direction sharply, Kang Qianyi landed next to Yu Zhangfeng and sweetly asked to join his side to deal with the others. Yu Zhangfeng fully knew this woman was a venomous snake, but he still sneered, deciding to turn her own scheme against her and use her as a temporary shield. Looking at Leng Hongsheng, kneeling and trembling on the ground, Yu Zhangfeng realized that although he was useless, his strength was decent enough to be a pawn. Yu Zhangfeng posed a psychologically devastating question that left Leng Hongsheng dumbfounded. Whether he wanted to learn true sword Dao. Leng Hongsheng was like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He stammered, asking if the esteemed expert before him would accept him as a disciple. Memories flooded back, making Leng Hongsheng realize that his 100 years of cultivation had only been about fawning and bullying the weak, completely forgetting his original intention for the sword Dao. Yu Zhangfeng stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp, scrutinizing the heart of the trembling person at his feet. Leng Hongsheng cried like a child, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging to learn the true sword Dao. Yu Zhangfeng sneered, secretly assessing that this guy was indeed the easiest to manipulate. He pointed towards the approaching henchmen, making a deal. If Leng Hongsheng could block them, he would be accepted as a disciple. Qing Tianhan and Elder Wang led the disciples, charging in like moths to a flame, their mouths roaring with a mad desire to kill. Qing Tianhan swung his blazing red saber down in a heaven-shattering strike, his murderous aura erupting, intending to cleave in half any opponent who dared to block his path. Yu Zhangfeng was not flustered in the slightest. He lightly glided forward with his movement technique, blocking the leader's attack in mid-air. With the demeanor of an emperor, Yu Zhangfeng boldly declared that he was the true worthy opponent for Qing Tianhan. A fierce blue sword qi erupted, easily sending Qing Tianhan's force flying several feet away in an instant. Qing Tianhan broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color, as he saw his full power blow neutralized as lightly as a feather. Yu Zongfeng realized that although his cultivation realm had regressed, his power had been unfairly boosted to new heights. He provocatively beckoned his opponent to come and fight. The two figures clashed, creating streaks of light. Yu Zongfeng wielded his sword as lightly as a feather, while Qing Tianhan had to strain himself to block the blows. Qing Tianhan broke out in a cold sweat, wondering about his opponent's bizarre cultivation, but Yu Zongfeng only sneered and told him to stop asking nonsense. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Yu Zongfeng unleashed the three Yang sword art, sending out a blazing stream of fire sword chi, accompanied by a death sentence. Qing Tianhan's eyes were wide and his mouth agape, his face drained of all color, as he saw the fiery hell rushing straight at his face at an incredible speed. Yu Zongfeng plunged down from above like a meteor, his sword tip aimed directly at the crown of his enemy's head, who was huddled in defense on the ground. Qing Tianhan tensed every muscle in his body to block the blow, the ground beneath his feet cracking due to the terrifying pressure from Yu Zongfeng's sword. The bandit leader gritted his teeth, screaming in panic as he realized Yu Zongfeng's power was too mystical compared to the laws of cultivation. Unwilling to be annihilated, Qing Tianhan let out a loud roar of defiance, erupting with all his purple force to repel the suppressive blow. Realizing this fight was too difficult, Qing Tianhan abandoned all shame and turned to flee for his life, hoping to preserve his pathetic life before perishing. Jiang Yueyao looked up, marveling at the formidable skill of the core formation realm cultivator descending like a celestial being. Qing Tianhan's subordinates turned pale, mouths agape, calling out to their boss in vain as they saw their leader had already fled far away. The three small fry stood frozen, enduring the battle, hearing mocking laughter because they had been sold out by their own leader to be cannon fodder. Cornered like a dog, the leading minion roared frantically, inciting his comrades to charge in a desperate fight to the death, killing as many as they could. Yu Zongfeng didn't bother with words. He raised his blazing sword to the sky, accumulating energy to finish off the trash once and for all. He swung his sword down with an overbearing strike, accompanied by a murderous roar. The blazing sword energy tore through space, heading straight for the enemies. A sea of flames instantly engulfed the minions. They shrieked miserably, not wanting to die, but it was already too late. Kang Qianyi stared in astonishment, realizing that Yu Zongfeng's incredible power was definitely genuine, inherited from Nine Swords Mountain, which made Xiao Xinghe behind her flush with anger. Xiao Xinghe was furious that his opponent dared to lose focus while dueling him. He channeled his energy and launched a resentful sneak attack with his palm. Kang Qianyi hastily executed a movement technique, narrowly dodging the attack, yet still managed to sneer at Heavenly Martial Pavilion's ultimate skill, Cloud Shift. Xiao Xinghe sneered arrogantly, disparaging his opponent's sword technique as trash, then unleashed a blue claw energy that tore through the wind. Kang Qianyi turned deathly pale, fleeing desperately towards Yu Zongfeng, screaming for help like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Yu Zongfeng smirked mockingly, cruelly refusing and declaring that he only enjoyed watching a good show or dogs fighting dogs. Seeing that she couldn't win, Kang Qianyi fled while yelling, trying to draw hatred towards Nine Swords Mountain, warning that the sect was about to be destroyed. Leng Hongsheng was about to rush forward to show his loyalty but was immediately stopped by Yu Zongfeng, who told him to calm down and not act rashly. Yu Zongfeng narrowed his eyes, calculating. Realizing he wasn't strong enough to contend with both forces behind them, he decided to sit back and watch the tigers fight. He turned and whispered an order to Leng Hongsheng to secretly take the two disciples away first and wait in Shaoshuan City to preserve their strength. When Leng Hongsheng heard that the next rendezvous point was Leza, his face turned ashen. He exclaimed in panic, for it was a realm of death, easy to enter, but hard to leave. Though terrified and thinking his master was playing with death, Leng Hongsheng gritted his teeth and obeyed the order to retreat, leaving the battlefield to his boss. Yu Zongfeng stood alone, sighing helplessly, knowing he had caused too much trouble, and was forced to abandon the sect to escape. Yu Zongfeng's eyes were sharp and resolute. He set himself a 3-year deadline to return for revenge and reclaim everything, principle and interest. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly changed his tune, shouting to help his fellow cultivator, but his hands unleashed a rain of fiery swords upon Kang Qianyi's head. Kang Qianyi was terrified, dodging the attacks while screaming miserably, unable to understand what this madman was doing, turning on an ally in such a critical moment. Yu Zongfeng smirked cunningly, his face full of amusement, as if watching a good play he himself had directed to manipulate the situation. Xiao Xinghe was no slouch either. He swung his arm, unleashing a powerful surge of energy, bluntly declaring with a bloodthirsty smile that today he would send everyone to their graves. Kang Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat, her mind racing, fearing that the secret of her master harming Jian Tiexin had been exposed to the world. The battlefield was chaotic. While Yu Zongfeng used his moves to hold back the experts, Leng Hongsheng seized the opportunity, grabbing Jiang Lan and fleeing desperately to escape. Yu Zongfeng stood guard at the rear with a relaxed demeanor, crossing his arms and signaling Leng Hongsheng to retreat without worry, as he would handle everything. Leng Hongsheng and Jiang Lan looked back in bewilderment, not understanding why this esteemed expert would so kindly sacrifice himself to unconditionally save small fries like them. Yu Zongfeng feigned ignorance, waving his hand dismissively, telling them he wasn't interested and to quickly get out of his sight so he could act freely. Leng Hongsheng grabbed Jiang Lan and fled desperately, while Yu Zongfeng stood coolly guarding the rear, ignoring Chang Qianyi, who was charging to attack from behind. Yu Zongfeng stood with crossed arms, deep in thought, recalling his original plan to use a treasure to survive the nascent soul tribulation. But now life was not as he dreamed. A massive energy explosion occurred when Yu Zongfeng unleashed a move to block Kang Qianyi, making the enemy realize in horror that this young man had comprehended sword intent. Xiao Xinghe smirked smugly, realizing that as long as he grasped martial intent, he wouldn't need any treasures to live well. Kang Qianyi frantically yelled for Xiao Xinghe, proposing that they team up to gang up on that monster and then split the spoils later. Xiao Xinghe coldly and cruelly retorted, telling that woman to shut up, as he wasn't foolish enough to be used. Yu Zongfeng observed Xiao Xinghe's attitude, concluding that this person had immense pride and would certainly not stoop to cowardly sneak attacks. Having grasped his opponent's psychology, Yu Zongfeng flashed a cunning smile, then turned to invite Xiao Xinghe to team up, leaving everyone stunned. Kang Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat, remembering that the two sects originally had a grudge, and at the same time realized that Yu Zongfeng was hiding his true cultivation, which was at least mid-stage core formation. Without giving her a chance to react, Yu Zongfeng charged forward, unleashing a powerful sword strike that forced Kang Qianyi to struggle defensively in a completely passive position. Kang Qianyi was sent flying high into the sky by the overbearing energy. Yu Zongfeng coldly watched her become a tiny speck in the sky before disappearing. After clearing the trash, Yu Zongfeng stood proudly with his sword, his sharp eyes contemplating the shocking secrets that had just been revealed after the skirmish. Xiao Xinghe laughed heartily, seeing that the obstacles were gone. He charged forward with surging momentum, declaring that it was now a playground for two true men. Seeing his opponent about to charge in for a bloody fight, Yu Zongfeng suddenly changed his expression faster than flipping a book. He feigned panic, raised his hand and shouted, "Wait!" He played the poor man card, complaining to Xiao Xinghe that both of them had expended too much energy. Fighting now wouldn't be gentlemanly at all, but merely a cat-and-mouse game. The big, foolish Xiao Xinghe immediately took the bait. He closed his eyes and nodded in agreement, as his immense pride wouldn't allow him to bully someone at a disadvantage. Yu Zongfeng wiped away fake sweat, pretending to be relieved, but inwardly he was smugly laughing, having tricked this fool to buy time to recover mana and avoid unnecessary risks. He clenched his fist, putting on a show, and declared boldly, with a resolute expression, that if they were to fight, they should do so in their peak condition, befitting true experts. Xiao Xinghe generously threw out a bottle of mid-grade yellow-tier medicinal pills, acting like a magnate bestowing a gift upon his opponent to recover their cultivation for a fair and square fight. Yu Zongfeng caught the bottle, profusely thanking him aloud, but inwardly cursing the rich kids from big sects as truly simple-minded and easy to trick, getting a free high-grade health potion out of nowhere. Yu Zongfeng secretly activated his system to fully absorb the pills behind his back to recover mana, while Xiao Xinghe stood dumbfounded, waiting like a complete novice. He sat cross-legged, cultivating, a blue light enveloping his entire body, signaling his health was recovering at an astonishing speed right before his enemy's eyes. Yu Zongfeng's eyes snapped open, sharp and cold. He turned the tables, unleashing a rain of swords from above, making Xiao Xinghe roar in fury at being so painfully tricked. Yu Zongfeng descended with a cunning smile, not forgetting to add a sarcastic remark to his opponent's face. "If you're stupid, you die. It's not an illness." Xiao Xinghe gritted his teeth and strained, activating his protective aura to withstand the torrent of light projectiles raining down like a waterfall. His defense shattered. Xiao Xinghe coughed up fresh blood, taking a fatal blow straight to the heart for being too trusting. After striking, Yu Zongfeng executed a swift movement technique to escape, waving goodbye and leaving his opponent staring blankly at his receding figure. Xiao Xinghe's eyes blazed with fury. He roared frantically and swore to personally hack that deceiver into 100 pieces, no matter where he hid. In Tianquan town, Leng Hongsheng was restless, muttering worriedly about his boss's fate at this moment. The surrounding disciples wondered about the plan, but Leng Hongsheng maintained a pensive expression, calculating his next move. Leng Hongsheng turned back and glared at his subordinates with sharp eyes, clearly annoyed at being lectured by mere small fries about how to do his job. The subordinates turned deathly pale, trembling as they wondered why their boss made them abandon their belongings and flee just because of a vague order. Recalling Yu Zongfeng's overwhelming power, Leng Hongsheng flashed a triumphant smile, confidently asserting that following a great tree was the only way to prosper in life. A subordinate who carelessly disparaged Yu Zongfeng's cultivation was immediately smacked on the head by Leng Hongsheng, leaving a huge bump for his ignorance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a streak of golden light tore through the wind. Leng Hongsheng cheered excitedly, seeing that his boss had successfully escaped. Yu Zongfeng landed as lightly as a feather with the demeanor of an immortal, causing Leng Hongsheng to rush out to greet him like a puppy meeting its master. Facing his subordinates' anxiety, Yu Zongfeng calmly informed them that everything was fine and the others had been properly settled. Yu Zongfeng immediately switched to strategist mode, sharply asking about the assembly time for the troops and receiving the answer, half a day. He coldly ordered Leng Hongsheng to gather his most trusted confidants in the west of town to prepare for a grand plan, leaving his subordinate to simply bow in obedience. Standing alone in the courtyard, Yu Zongfeng frowned in thought, realizing that activating his disciple's physique had stirred up a hornet's nest, drawing numerous major powers into the game. Yu Zongfeng gripped the sword in his hand, muttering the philosophy that the strong rule, and asserted that, if he was skilled enough, no one would dare touch a hair on his head. A falling leaf in the twilight signaled the arrival of Ankai, who had just joined Yu Zongfeng and Leng Hongsheng. Ankai, the second boss of Supreme Treasure, at the late True Essence realm, stood with her arms crossed, her expression full of doubt and an extremely arrogant attitude. Seeing his colleague's disrespectful attitude, Leng Hongsheng panicked and shouted, reminding her not to be rude to big brother Yu Zongfeng. Yu Zongfeng didn't bother to say much, directly unleashing a blazing aura and surging killing intent that instantly froze Ankai. Amidst the raging inferno, Yu Zongfeng smirked with authority and asked if the stubborn woman had finally seen the light. Ankai broke out in a cold sweat, her face drained of color as she realized that the terrifying pressure was the legendary sword intent, something difficult for those in the True Essence realm to achieve. Withdrawing his aura, Yu Zongfeng seriously discussed official matters and proposed that the group move to Thunder Marsh to seek refuge and new opportunities. While Ankai pondered, Leng Hongsheng appeared extremely anxious, fearing that entering Thunder Marsh now would be no different from suicide. After weighing the pros and cons, Ankai decisively concluded with fiery eyes that going to Thunder Marsh was the wisest move at this moment. Yu Zongfeng coldly crossed his arms, asking Ankai to frankly state her thoughts on the current predicament. Ansai painted a grim picture, with major forces like Heavenly Martial Pavilion and Profound Sword Sect preparing to encircle them, asserting that staying in Yongning Prefecture now would only lead to death. She pointed out that although Thunder Marsh was teeming with bloodthirsty monsters, that very chaotic and lawless environment was their only chance of survival to escape. However, Ansai still frowned with concern about the most crucial issue, fearing that the group's weak strength would lead to their demise as soon as they stepped into that death zone. Yu Zongfeng immediately reassured her with a weighty promise, stating that, as long as they joined Nine Swords Mountain, increasing everyone's strength would be a minor issue. Ansai was not entirely convinced by the empty promise, pressing him to confirm how confident the sect master was in boosting their strength. Yu Zongfeng smiled meaningfully and concisely, stated 10%, leaving the listener utterly bewildered by the reliability. Without giving her time to question, he immediately summoned a dazzling, glowing pill bottle to prove his true capabilities. Just by smelling the fragrance of the peak-grade Earth-tier pill, Ankai's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt her cultivation bottleneck begin to shake violently. Faced with such a high-quality item, Ansai immediately cast aside her dignity, knelt down, and begged to lead her troops to join Nine Swords Mountain right away to partake in the benefits. Yu Zongfeng sighed, lamenting that even though he had brought these people onto the same boat, his financial potential was still too meager to support the entire team long-term. After finalizing the deal and distributing the pills, Yu Zongfeng ordered Ankai and Leng Hongsheng to rest for the night to depart early the next morning. As soon as he was free, he immediately turned to ask the System Fox if the reward mechanism for these newly recruited disciples would trigger the return system. The System Fox smiled brightly and nodded immediately, making its master inwardly delighted. Without a second's hesitation, Yu Zongfeng clenched his fist excitedly and urged the system to release the items immediately. The system interface displayed a notification of a random critical hit, 1,000 times multiplier, as the master had just rewarded a qualifying pill. Yu Zongfeng's face stretched into a wide grin of delight. He laughed loudly and shouted to activate the item hack process right away. A dazzling light burst forth, bringing with it a low-grade core-strengthening pill, the result of a 100-fold critical hit from the system. Holding the golden pill in his hand, he realized that even non-direct disciples would receive returns, though the system slightly reduced the sharing ratio compared to direct disciples. Yu Zongfeng turned and walked away with confidence, asserting that as long as this system's goldmine existed, the upcoming trip to Thundermarsh would surely be a huge success. Yu Zongfeng, with fiery determination in his eyes, swore that in 3 years, he would definitely return to reclaim all his capital and profits. The scene shifted to a picturesque immortal mountain, where two superiors leisurely played chess and enjoyed tea, as if worldly affairs had nothing to do with them. Kang Qianyi stood subserviently beside them, flattering the blue-robed master's divine clone technique to ease the tension. The old master made a chess move, exuding an invisible pressure, and coldly questioned why she had allowed herself to be injured in that remote place. 9 Swords Mountain. Before her master's authority, Kang Qianyi could only bow her head and admit her mistake, sweating profusely and acknowledging her carelessness. The old man inquired about Jian Tiexin's disciple, and upon hearing the name Yu Zongfeng, he asked her to evaluate what kind of monstrous talent that brat was. Kang Qianyi recalled Yu Zongfeng's dazzling aura, bitterly admitting that he was only in the true essence realm, yet had somehow manifested a tyrannical sword intent. The old man's eyes flashed with extreme doubt. He wondered if that young man was a nascent soul realm monster, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Kang Qianyi sadly shook her head, firmly stating that if he were truly at the nascent soul level, she wouldn't have made it back alive to report. The old man concluded the discussion by asserting that it was the secret inheritance of 9 Swords Mountain, while his disciple also nodded in agreement with this hypothesis. The blue-robed master meditated, keeping track of Yu Zongfeng's movements. He knew full well that the 9 Swords Mountain group was heading to Thundermarsh via Tianquan Town. He showed a disdainful expression, shouting that the dilapidated 9 Swords Mountain was not worthy of his esteemed Profound Sword Sect directly dealing with them. He ordered Kang Qianyi to focus on monitoring Heavenly Martial Pavilion and True Essence Palace for the upcoming 3-year tournament. But his disciple remained anxious about the immediate threat. Suddenly remembering something, the old man stroked his beard, contemplating a vassal sect stationed near the Thundermarsh area that could be used as cannon fodder. Kang Qianyi's eyes lit up as she mentioned the Earth Summoning Sect, and the old master immediately finalized the order to send word and use them to kill with a borrowed knife. In Yongning Prefecture, under the cold moonlight, the main stronghold of the Earth Summoning Sect appeared gloomy and fortified on a precarious cliff. Sect Master Gong Yue sat grandly on a high chair, his peak core formation realm aura surging as he confirmed receiving the decree from his superiors. Tuzhao Elder 1, a younger elder, showed a disrespectful attitude, shouting and questioning why they had to expend so much effort for a minor sect like 9 Swords Mountain. Elder Shanggong stroked his beard with a cunning expression, asserting that the Profound Sword Sect's command was absolute, and they had no right to refuse or retreat. In response to the sect master's question about the battle plan, Elder Shanggong suggested that the young master take action, which would both resolve the matter cleanly and curry favor with their superiors. Gong Yue concluded the meeting and issued instructions to deploy the formation according to the predetermined battle plan. However, he was still uneasy, so he turned to ask the cunning old man Shang Gong if he had any brilliant ideas. Shang Gong stroked his beard and analyzed that a trashy sect like 9 Swords Mountain was not worth their concern unless there was a hidden agenda. The old man suspected that the Profound Sword Sect was plotting something shady at that mountain, unknown to anyone. Shanggong leaned in and whispered a suggestion to the sect master. Why don't they seize this opportunity to loot and get rich? Gong Yue broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that such a deceptive act would anger their superiors and lead to punishment for everyone. Shanggong indignantly recalled their status as vassals for 200 years and how they were always pushed into death traps in Thundermarsh like cannon fodder. Gong Yue was stunned and speechless as the old elder exposed the harsh truth about their sect's tragic fate. Shanggong asserted that if the younger generation all died, the sect would also perish, so he requested to personally arrange this operation to preserve their forces. The old man shouted with determination, swearing to bear all consequences if the Profound Sword Sect investigated, to find a way for his brothers to survive. Gong Yue broke out in a cold sweat, his face tense as he asked the old man how confident he was in winning this life-or-death gamble. Shanggong narrowed his eyes confidently, firmly assuring his superior that he held 70% certainty of success. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yue slammed his hand on his knee, his eyes resolute as he ordered the immediate execution of the rebellion plan. 3 days later, in a dense forest, Leng Hongsheng reported to Yu Zongfeng that they were approaching the forbidden zone and could not force their way in. Yu Zongfeng stroked his chin in thought, his genius brain beginning to calculate a way to overcome this difficult obstacle. He turned to ask his companions for their opinions, and Ankai hesitantly suggested that they would have to rely on the underworld forces to guide them. Leng Hongsheng quickly raised his hand to volunteer, chuckling as he boasted that he knew a friend who worked in this industry in the underworld. Yu Zongfeng immediately approved, pointing to entrust all contact and negotiation matters to the capable duo, Ansai and Leng Hongsheng. And Kaye broke out in a worried sweat, warning that the underworld was extremely greedy for money, and the price for such a large group would be exorbitant. Yu Zongfeng smiled arrogantly, crossing his arms, and boldly declaring that any problem that could be solved with spirit stones was no problem for him. Yu Zongfeng turned to look at Leng Hongsheng with a friendly yet chilling smile that sent shivers down the disciple's spine. He squinted, a sly smile on his face, reminding Leng Hongsheng that since they were family, he should quickly declare his personal assets for his master to safeguard. Leng Hongsheng's jaw dropped, and he broke out in a cold sweat, begging his master not to openly extort him at such a critical moment. Leng Hongsheng's money pouch was swiftly in Yu Zongfeng's hand, like a gust of wind, leaving the owner no time to react. The new disciple burst into tears, whimpering that this was his entire life savings, accumulated through years of blood, sweat, and tears. Yu Zongfeng pouted in disdain, criticizing his disciple for being stingy, and boldly declared that he would return double the amount to reassure him. He shook the money pouch confidently, overjoyed in his mind because he was about to activate the system's asset duplication bug from the return system. Yu Zongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw 2,000 spirit stones inside. Nodding in praise that this haul was quite decent, he heartlessly turned his back and led the 2 female disciples ahead, leaving Leng Hongsheng standing dumbfounded, feeling as if he had just been scammed by a multi-level marketing scheme. Yu Zongfeng gallantly gave Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lan 10 spirit stones each for their pockets, instructing them that if anything happened, their priority was to escape and save their lives. Yu Zongfeng put on a benevolent expression like an old father, instructing his disciples to use these spirit stones for self-preservation during times of hardship. Jiang Yueyao cried profusely, whimpering that she wanted to live and die together with him and absolutely refused to take the money and run alone. He sternly used psychological tactics, reminding them that they were the only seeds to restore the 9 Swords Mountain Sect and were obligated to survive. Jiang Lan obediently knelt to receive the money pouch, her eyes resolute as she promised not to disappoint her master's expectations. As soon as the money changed hands, Yu Zongfeng immediately activated the system's return feature with a powerful demeanor. The system fox appeared amidst a burst of fireworks, announcing a critical jackpot of 10,000 times, bringing in 20 million spirit stones. Yu Zongfeng moaned with pleasure, covering his mouth and laughing like a madman at the sudden wealth, leaving Jiang Yueyao stunned and bewildered. He quickly fabricated a reason, claiming he remembered something amusing, to cover up the greedy nature clearly visible on his face, before his disciples' suspicion. Jiang Lan innocently believed him completely, making up her own interpretation that her master was forcing a smile to hide his pain, and secretly vowed to work even harder. Yu Zongfeng seized the opportunity while his luck was high, pulling out 2 more bottles of medicinal pills to equip his disciples for leveling up and earning more. Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lan cried profusely, overcome with emotion, vowing eternal loyalty to the wealthy patron who had just taken them under his wing. Yu Zongfeng subtly waved the youngsters away, secretly sighing to himself that raising disciples to milk the system for money was truly a laborious profession. The system fox reappeared with good news, the next jackpot bringing in mid-tier profound-grade medicinal pills thanks to a 10-fold critical hit mechanism. Jiang Yueyao's eyes shone like car headlights, her mouth agape in an O shape when she saw her master pull out a mountain of high-grade medicinal pills as if they were trash. He turned to Leng Hongsheng with the demeanor of a chairman, declaring that he would evenly distribute the valuable goods among the 9 Swords Mountain Sect brothers so they could all level up together. Yu Zongfeng's demeanor turned serious as he warned of the upcoming life-and-death battle, causing Leng Hongsheng to nod in strict obedience. As night fell, Yu Zongfeng sat cross-legged on a rock, leisurely inventorying the profound-grade medicinal pills he had just hacked from the system. He looked up at the night sky, muttering as he analyzed the money return mechanism of this bizarre button system. While he was relaxing, something happened. Yu Zongfeng sprang up, drawing his sword like lightning, and shouted loudly as he sensed a stranger approaching. It turned out to be acquaintances. and Kai and Leng Hongsheng quickly cupped their hands in greeting to reassure the tense big boss. Yu Zongfeng immediately asked about the communication progress. Although Ansai had completed the task, she still grimaced, warning that the price the other side quoted was not easy to swallow. He smirked slyly, secretly thanking his current bottomless wallet. For if he were still as dirt poor as before, this gem transaction would surely have fallen through. Yu Zongfeng gave decisive instructions like an overbearing CEO, demanding that Ansai agree to all of the opponent's demands, regardless of the amount. Ansai held the glowing communication talisman, frozen for a few seconds. She was completely shocked by this big boss's reckless extravagance. After overcoming her surprise, she regained her composure and announced that the partner had finalized the deal to meet for the transaction in 3 days. The scene shifted to the territory of the Tuzhou sect, where predators were buzzing about the movements of the Nine Swords Mountain sect group. Bao Yi, a one-eyed old man with a cunning expression, was respectfully reporting to the young master that their prey was about to risk their lives crossing the forbidden zone. Gong Yue, the young master of the Tuzhou sect, appeared with the characteristic arrogance of a privileged scion, confidently boasting about their impregnable defense system that had stood for 200 years. He insulted his subordinate, calling him an incompetent fool, while Bao Yi quickly explained that this information was obtained through their dense network of undercover spies. The meeting concluded with Gong Yue's bloodthirsty command. He instructed his subordinates to closely track the target and prepare for a large-scale massacre when the time was right. The scene of the Tuzhou sect stronghold appeared under the twilight, where henchmen were buzzing about the young master's power and speed in gathering information. Gong Yue smiled smugly, raising his teacup and asserting that his status as a privileged scion was the decisive factor in all games within the cultivation world. He squinted, full of calculation, and turned to directly ask his advisor if the next step was to extort the opponent. Bao Yi quickly tried to dissuade the young master's hot head, suggesting that they couldn't openly rob them but had to play a game of secret ambush to ensure success. The sinister old man revealed that he had prepared a squad of death-sworn warriors with clean backgrounds, intending to kidnap hostages for ransom, then kill them to silence any witnesses without leaving a trace. Gong Ye stroked his beard, looking satisfied. He completely trusted the old man's ruthlessness and ordered the immediate execution of the bloody plan. The scene shifted to the dark night. Yu Zongfeng led his entourage, including Enkai, Leng Hongsheng, and 2 disciples, into the dense forest. A shadow hidden behind a tree cautiously asked for their identities. Enkai immediately spoke up, confirming they were the real deal to reassure the other party. The smuggler guide stepped out, his face covered in sweat, and began to complain profusely that such a large group posed too great a risk and would be easily discovered. Without another word, Ansai unleashed her divine dollar palm, throwing out 10,000 spirit stones as a deposit, which immediately dazzled and silenced the smuggler guide. The smuggler guide, having grabbed the heavy money pouch, immediately changed his attitude. As he counted the money, he adopted a superior air, demanding that the entire group absolutely follow his arrangements. The entire group moved silently under the moonlight. Yu Zongfeng walked calmly in the center, while Enkai and Leng Hongsheng cautiously covered both sides for the disciples. Yu Zongfeng feigned innocence, asking if he was a patrol disciple since he knew the way so well. But the smuggler guide, startled and with a guilty conscience, broke out in a cold sweat and yelled at him to shut up. Ignoring the other party's rude attitude, Yu Zongfeng squinted, full of calculation, as he sensed unusually faint spiritual energy fluctuations around the area. A positioning magic treasure in his hand trembled slightly and glowed brightly, signaling that they were entering an area of space manipulated by a formation. The smuggler guide stood before a brightly glowing teleportation gate in the middle of the forest, hastily waving his hand to urge the group to enter quickly, lest they miss out on something important. Yu Zongfeng smiled meaningfully, holding the money pouch and thanking his good brother for enthusiastically escorting them for a while, acting deeply as if he knew nothing. From the cliff, Gong Yue and his subordinates were lurking like predators. A henchman impatiently asked the young master for his opinion when he saw the prey about to escape through the gate. Gong Yue, unable to be patient for another second, sneered savagely and waved his folding fan, ordering his entire army to rush down and capture everyone alive. The loud noise from above startled the smuggler guide, while Yu Zongfeng immediately sensed the killing intent and shouted loudly, warning the group that the enemy was approaching. The smuggler guide's face turned ashen when Yu Zongfeng's subordinates grabbed him by the collar. He stammered, explaining that he was forced and dared not betray them. Yu Zongfeng shouted, ordering the group to rush into the teleportation gate, urging them to leave immediately before it was too late. Gong Yue suddenly appeared, blocking their path with a disdainful smile. his hand gathering purple spiritual energy as he mockingly asked where his prey intended to run. The spatial gate closed and vanished right behind Yu Zongfeng and his two henchmen, cutting off their retreat and leaving them to face the wolves. The smuggler guide knelt on the ground, begging Bao Yi for his life, weeping and swearing that he was merely a victim of coercion and wished to return to his former side. Bao Yi narrowed his remaining eye and chuckled falsely, patting the smuggler guide's shoulder as if they were good brothers, telling him to rest assured. Just as the man sighed in relief, Bao Yi delivered a cruel chop to the back of his neck, causing him to spit blood and fall silent instantly. The one-eyed old man looked at the corpse at his feet with contempt, cursing the fool under his breath for daring to insult his and the young master's intelligence. Gong Yue stepped forward with an arrogant expression, issuing an ultimatum, forcing the opponent to surrender willingly, or he would help them violently. Two opposing auras erupted as Yu Zongfeng and Gong Yue officially faced each other, signaling an imminent death match in the night forest. Yu Zongfeng stood amidst the blazing sea of fire, his eyes sharp as he directly asked the identity of the audacious person who dared to block his path. "Who are you?" Gong Yue puffed out his chest proudly, enveloped by a green aura, and loudly declared that he was the young master of Tuzhou Sect. Yu Zongfeng frowned, trying to salvage a last bit of peace with a probing question. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The young master looked at Yu Zongfeng as if he were trash, sneering in response. "Do you think you're worthy of negotiating with me?" Negotiations broke down. Yu Zongfeng said no more, immediately drawing the blazing sword in his hand, ready for a bloody fight. He pointed the sword tip directly at his opponent's face, killing intent, erupting along with a sharp shout, "Then die." Yu Zongfeng unleashed a terrifying, blazing sword strike, tearing through space and hurtling straight towards the enemy's head with incredible speed. Gong Yue maintained his superior attitude, raising his hand to cast a spell, and scoffing that the previous attack was just a parlor trick. He gently controlled a stream of green energy, deflecting Yu Zongfeng's attack far away, demonstrating his formidable defensive skill. Gong Yue summoned a spiritual image of a giant axe-wielding warrior, his face turning maniacal as he challenged, "Show me what you've got." Yu Zongfeng didn't bother with idle talk, directly unleashing the three-yang sword art, sun-shattering style, to confront the opponent's giant spiritual image. Leng Hongsheng shouted, ordering An Kai to protect the two junior sisters, while he led his brothers to assist their big brother. The two streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion, with fire and earth energies scattering throughout the forest. Facing the colossal, pitch-black axe blade descending towards his head, Yu Zongfeng stood still as a statue, his entire body ablaze with raging fire. He looked up at the attack with icy, azure eyes, showing not a hint of fear. Gong Yue broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked as he realized that the True Essence Realm trash possessed the legendary sword intent. Ignoring his opponent's cultural shock, Yu Zongfeng calmly stood amidst the sea of fire, using his sword energy to directly confront the large green axe. He curled his lip in a disdainful smile, uttered a dismissive remark, then erupted with overwhelming firepower. Yu Zongfeng's flames coiled like a dragon, blasting away his opponent's attack and forming a dazzling pillar of light that pierced through the night. The subordinates watching from the sidelines gaped, unable to comprehend how this person could be so absurdly powerful. The two Zhao disciples' faces turned ashen, clamoring in fear that their young master was about to be beaten to a pulp. The captain immediately roared for them to shut up. He decided he had to seek instructions from Shanggong and dared not act on his own. He gritted his teeth and glared, declaring bluntly that saving him would ruin their grand plan. It was better to let the young master suffer than to disobey orders. The scene shifted to the main headquarters. A hand calmly raised a teacup, leaving everything outside for Wenner to handle. The Tuzhou sect leader stroked his beard smugly, idly dreaming of the sect's imminent rise to become the overlord of a region. Shanggong sat opposite him, laughing heartily and refreshed. The two cunning old foxes were intoxicated by their illusion of absolute power. While laughing and joking, the sect leader suddenly froze, his face changing color as he received an urgent distress signal in his mind. Shanggong, seeing his superior suddenly freeze, turned to him in confusion, not understanding what on earth was happening. The sect leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in shock as he realized his precious son was in a life-or-death situation. He slammed the table and stood up, roaring in utter dismay, unable to believe that his core formation realm son had lost to a mere true essence realm brat. The Tuzhou sect leader gritted his teeth, realizing Yu Zongfeng had comprehended sword intent. No wonder the Xuanjian sect was so eager for this monster. He slammed the table with a crash, splitting the wooden surface, and roared, ordering his subordinates to rescue the young master at all costs and capture that brat alive. The enraged old man immediately played his trump card, asserting that the Death Warriors, with 2 core formation realm experts, were more than enough to crush that arrogant brat. Elder Shang's command echoed throughout the forest, demanding that the entire army protect the young master and stop the enemy at all costs. The Tuzhou disciples unanimously shouted their acceptance of the order, their faces filled with killing intent, as they prepared to rush forward and act as cannon fodder for their young boss. A massive explosion echoed through the sky, a colossal pillar of fire erupting in the ancient forest, signaling that the battle had entered a destructive phase. Yu Zhongfeng descended from above like an angel of death, unleashing blazing sword strikes that pushed Gong Yue into a perilous situation. Gong Yue's eyes bulged as he screamed in a frenzy, vowing to let his opponent taste the true power of a genuine core formation realm cultivator. He swung his great axe, unleashing a thunderous, earth-attributed strike to crush the enemy before him and salvage some honor. Yu Zhongfeng curled his lip in disdain, bluntly declaring that the core formation realm was nothing but trash, then swung his sword, engulfing his opponent in a sea of fire. Jiang Yuyao, An Chai, and Jiang Lan stood frozen, sweating profusely as they wondered if that terrifying power truly belonged to their master. Yu Zhongfeng glided like the wind, activating the 3 Yang sword art, star-shattering style, creating a stream of fiery energy that tore through the night and shot straight towards his opponent. Gong Yue gritted his teeth, hastily clasped his hands, and channeled his energy to activate his strongest defensive skill against the fierce attack. He roared, unleashing the Earth Origin art, Earth Rampart, erecting a solid stone wall to block the incoming flames and create a shocking explosion. The young master chuckled smugly, believing that a mere flying sword could never pierce his absolute stone fortress. But before his smile could fade, his pupils contracted as he saw the blazing sword energy slice through the dense defense as easily as cutting tofu. The 3 Yang sword art, heaven-shattering style, erupted with ultimate power, completely crushing the stone wall into 1,000 fragments in an instant. Gong Yue spat out fresh blood, screaming in despair, unable to believe that his most proudly held defensive technique had been shattered so completely. Yu Zhongfeng pointed his icy sword tip at the defeated opponent's face, coldly issuing an ultimatum: disable the formation and release the people, or perish immediately. The young master collapsed onto the ground, his entire body trembling as he mumbled like a lost soul, unable to accept the truth that he had been miserably defeated by a sword cultivator. Yu Zhongfeng's gaze was as sharp as a razor, locking onto his target with intense focus. He swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant streak of fiery light that tore through space with a loud explosion, intimidating his opponent. The captain and the Tuzhou disciples swooped down from the sky like hawks, shouting that reinforcements had arrived to save the young master. Yu Zhongfeng curled his lip in utter disdain, looking at the newly arrived lackeys with half an eye, as if they were a bunch of clowns. The disciples clamored and roared, trying to appear dangerous and fierce to hide their fear of the opponent's aura. The Tuzhou captain pointed and shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to rush forward and immediately block the enemy's advance. He stood behind Yu Zhongfeng, laughing wildly with delusion, boldly declaring that today would be the end of this brat. The Tuzhou captain channeled his energy, slammed his hand to the ground, and loudly unleashed an earth pillar to launch a surprise attack from beneath his opponent's feet. Yu Zhongfeng gracefully glided to dodge the attack, leaving the sharp rock pillar to harmlessly and ridiculously shoot into the air. He broke out in a sweat at his opponent's foolishness, wondering why people always had to shout out the names of their techniques in a fight, as if afraid others wouldn't know how to dodge. Yu Zhongfeng hovered in midair like a deity, looking down at the harmless rock spikes shattering beneath his feet. The Tuzhou captain roared frantically, demanding his opponent's life, unleashing the Earth Elemental Art, Earth Spear, to stab up from the ground. Yu Zhongfeng glided and dodged as lightly as a feather amidst the matrix of flying rocks, turning the enemy's attack into a farce. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes were sharp and full of disdain, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to teach these small fries a lesson. He erupted with an imposing aura, creating a gigantic fireball that melted and destroyed all obstacles around him. Yu Zhongfeng swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant, fiery slash, its terrifying power making space itself seem to tear apart. The Tuzhou captain shouted loudly to protect young master Gong Yue, then threw himself forward to take the full brunt of the fatal fire attack descending upon them. Gong Yue screamed desperately for mercy as he was sent flying, abandoning his sacrificed subordinate lying motionless on the ground. The young master's face was drained of all color. He clutched his bleeding head and fled headlong from the monster, Yu Zhongfeng. The smuggler guide hid in the bushes, observing, breaking out in a cold sweat, as he realized Yu Zhongfeng's overwhelming power and worried for his own side. The smuggler guide revealed his cunning nature with sharp eyes and a fierce scar, plotting a dirty betrayal. He immediately spotted the group of female dependents, realizing that the carefully protected girl was a fatal weakness he could exploit to threaten Yu Zhongfeng. And Kai flinched, her intuition telling her that serious trouble was approaching from behind. The scoundrel seized the opportunity, darting out like an arrow, shouting, "Opportunity!" then cowardly launched a sneak attack, palm strike at the female guard. And Sai had no time to react, taking the full force of the sneak attack, causing her to spit blood and be sent flying in agony. The scarred man laughed maniacally, reaching out his filthy hands to snatch the two little chicks who had lost their protector. Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lan's faces were drained of all color. They cowered and screamed in despair as they saw the enemy closing in. Before he could even touch his targets, the sneak attacker screamed miserably as a flaming sword strike scorched his back. Yu Zhongfeng descended from the sky like a deity, hovering under the moonlight with his blazing sword ready to incinerate anyone who dared to touch his people. Yu Zhongfeng roared with killing intent. "Are you tired of living?" as he saw the enemy dare to pull such a despicable trick right before him. The scarred smuggler guide tightly grabbed Jiang Lan as a hostage, running while arrogantly challenging. "If you want to save this little girl, then come find me." He transformed into a streak of purple light, shooting away into the moonlit night, leaving Yu Zhongfeng watching from above. Yu Zhongfeng let out a cold snort full of disdain, his eyes sharp as razors, already locked onto his target. He plunged down like a meteor, causing the fleeing Tuzhao sect captain to widen his eyes and gape in extreme terror. The Tuzhao captain, disregarding everything, spread his arms to block the path, desperately shouting, "Protect the young master," to buy time for his master to escape. His body swelled and glowed like a ticking time bomb, and he roared a threat. "Brat, even if you're in the core formation realm, don't dream of surviving this explosion." Yu Zhongfeng maintained his icy expression, not even blinking or showing any fear before the blinding light rushing towards him. A terrifying explosion ripped through the night, engulfing everything around it in a chaotic sea of flames. Gong Yue ran for his life, smirking, gleefully thinking that the disciples' suicidal sacrifice had helped him shake off the god of slaughter. His joy was short-lived. He froze stiff when he saw Yu Zhongfeng suddenly appear to block his path with a chilling question. The cowardly young master let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered, as he realized the death god had knocked on his door. Yu Zhongfeng drew his blazing sword to threaten him, scaring Gong Yue out of his wits, who clasped his hands and frantically begged for his life. He broke out in a cold sweat, hastily bargaining with his own usefulness, promising to deactivate the formation and lead the way to the Thunder Marsh. Yu Zhongfeng erupted with an imposing aura, brushing aside the pleas with a blunt refusal that plunged his enemy into utter despair. Gong Yue prostrated himself on the ground, dragging out his father, the Tuzhao sect leader, as a human shield, swearing to be a free tour guide in exchange for his pathetic life. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp calculation, realizing that this pampered young master was a juicy hostage to extort the rival sect. He did a complete 180, flashing a cunning smile, and sarcastically calling his new captive little darling before subduing him. Lang Hongsheng arrogantly stomped old man Bao Yi's face under his heel, gleefully reporting to Yu Zhongfeng that the trash had been cleaned up. Yu Zhongfeng pressed his face close to Gong Yue, who was trembling like a leaf, flashing an evil smile and complimenting that this terrified face looked much more pleasing to the eye. Noticing that his own side had also suffered casualties, Yu Zhongfeng ordered his disciples to tie up this useless young master and retreat him immediately. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes were sharp as knives. He sent a message to the remaining forces to report to the Tuzhao sect leader that if he wanted his son to live, he must release Yu Zhongfeng's disciple. Meanwhile, in a secluded wooden house deep in the mountains, the tranquil night enveloped the place where the hostage was held. The scarred smuggler guide paced back and forth like a chicken with its head cut off, fretting over how to explain to the sect leader the news that young Master Gong Yue had been captured. Jiang Lan, though tied up in a corner, maintained an unusually calm demeanor, uttering a remark that hit a raw nerve and made the kidnapper flinch. The scarred man spun around with a resentful expression, trying to appear tough to hide the panic that was consuming his mind. The girl continued to expose his fear of being purged, causing the guide to be embarrassed into anger, pointing and shouting to make her shut up. Jiang Lan maintained her unusually serene smile despite being held captive, her composure unwavering in the face of adversity. Yu Zhongfeng stood in the night forest with his two trusted subordinates, coldly asking if the captives had finally opened their mouths and confessed. Lang Hongsheng smirked triumphantly, reporting that the others were stubborn at first, but eventually had to spill all their secrets. Yu Zhongfeng held out a blue scroll, asserting that this was the crucial key to destroying the opponent's formation. The system fox immediately appeared, congratulating the host on successfully comprehending the method to break a royal-grade restriction with absolute success. With the map in hand, Yu Zhangfeng confidently declared that they had secured victory and could enter the Thunder Marsh to rescue Jianglan at any time. He tasked An Kai and Leng Hongsheng with rapidly cultivating this method to increase their strength for the upcoming battle. Leng Hongsheng took the secret manual, his eyes shining with loyalty, pledging to complete the mission entrusted by his master. Thanks to imparting knowledge to his disciples, the system fox announced that Yu Zhangfeng had activated a 100-fold critical strike, receiving the Forbidden Eye, which could see through all formations below the profound grade. Yu Zhangfeng looked up at the turbulent night sky, a perfect plan already forming in his mind to stir up the entire Thunder Marsh with the map he had just acquired. He turned to NK, tasking her with secretly disseminating the method to break the formation, causing her to stare in astonishment at the madness and risk of this plan. Yu Zhangfeng coldly explained that to win when at a disadvantage, one must first create chaos, and instructed her to use money to bribe the underworld forces into cooperation, as he was not short on spirit stones. Hearing that her boss had tens of millions of spirit stones in his pocket, Enchai was ecstatic, clutching her own throat to suppress the shock at the staggering wealth of this extravagant magnate. After subtly sending An Kai and Leng Hongsheng off to work, Yu Zhangfeng turned to look at the figure of his disciple standing in a daze behind him, his expression solemn. He gently called out Jiang Yueyao's name, causing her to startle and turn back with a pale face and teary eyes, filled with fear and remorse. Jiang Yueyao knelt to the ground, crying bitterly, admitting her mistake and blaming herself for not properly protecting her younger sister. Seeing his disciple trembling uncontrollably before him, Yu Zhangfeng was not angry at all, but only smiled with great tolerance, secretly assessing that this girl's character was not bad. He placed his hand on Jiang Yuyao's head, gently stroking to comfort her, asserting that even he was helpless in that situation, and thus would absolutely not punish her. Yu Zhangfeng gently placed a hand on her head to comfort her, causing Jiang Yueyao to look up at her master with tear-filled eyes, moved beyond words. He smiled profoundly, teaching his disciple to confront her own weaknesses and then cultivate frantically to break through her limits. Boosted by her master's encouragement, Jiang Yueyao's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists and loudly declared her determination to cultivate with all her might. Half a day later, Yu Zhangfeng stood with his arms crossed, supervising as his clumsy disciple began to flail wildly with the sword in her hand. Watching his disciple's offensive sword dance, Yu Zhangfeng broke out in a cold sweat, sighing as he realized this one had absolutely no affinity for the sword Dao. The scene shifted to the Tuzhao sect's main headquarters, where angry roars echoed through the mountains, cursing the subordinates as useless trash. The Tuzhao sect leader was furious, screaming wildly because his henchmen not only failed to deal with Yu Zhangfeng but also allowed the young master to be taken hostage. Bao Yi and the smuggler guide knelt prostrate on the floor, sweating profusely, their faces drained of color before the sect leader's wrath. The sect leader coldly ordered the useless one to be purged, while old man Shang Gong stood by, stroking his beard in approval of this cruel decision. Despite the smuggler guide's desperate pleas for mercy, two disciples coldly dragged him out to be executed. The Tuzhao sect leader erupted in a living flame of fury, growling orders to contact Yu Zhangfeng, accompanied by a threat to make the opponent regret it bitterly if they dared to harm his precious son. The old man glared, exerting immense pressure, causing the captain kneeling on the ground to tremble uncontrollably, stammering out confirmation of the order in a panic. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range, where our side was temporarily hiding to plan their next course of action. Yu Zhangfeng lay casually on a rock, legs crossed, in a completely relaxed manner, calmly analyzing that all the recent troubles were orchestrated by the Xuanjian sect behind the scenes. He meticulously calculated every blood debt, asserting that sooner or later, he would make the Xuanjian sect cough up both principal and interest, or he would suffer a huge loss. And Sai appeared, reporting that the mission had been completed successfully, and also announced that a stranger wished to contact them for business cooperation. When Yu Zhangfeng questioned the partner's credibility, An Kai stated that the person was anonymous but had arranged a meeting at Banjiangpo to discuss important matters. Yu Zhangfeng stroked his chin in thought, noting that Banjiangpo was a den of smugglers in the secret passage, worried that this meeting might lead to unexpected incidents. NK continued to release hot intelligence just extracted from Gong Yue, revealing that the Tuzhao sect's internal members had long been resentful and dissatisfied with the Xuanjian sect's oppression. Hearing this news, Yu Zhangfeng smirked triumphantly, realizing that the Tuzhao sect harbored intentions of rebellion, and this was a golden opportunity for him to turn the tables. Yu Zongfeng clenched his fist with determination, outlining a plan to exploit the conflict, to divide the two enemy factions, and create a path to rescue people. And Sai broke out in a cold sweat, arguing that the Xuanjian sect had two nascent soul stage monsters protecting them. So how could the Tu Chao sect ever dare to retaliate? Yu Zongfeng flashed a sinister smile, launching a fierce psychological attack with the hypothesis that Gong Yue was purged by his own ally, the Xuanjian sect. And Sai pondered deeply and realized that this move would put an end to the enemy's alliance, turning friends into foes in an instant. Yu Zongfeng analyzed the metagame perfectly, asserting that the big nascent soul stage bosses wouldn't leave their lairs. Only the core formation stage grunts would come, so An Kai could rest assured. He confidently declared that he would use himself as bait to lure the snakes out of their hole, certain that the Xuanjian sect wouldn't miss this juicy opportunity. Yu Zongfeng's inner self was screaming because his experience bar was stuck, and he bitterly wished he had a few more disciples to quickly hack his level. He turned and ordered An Kai to immediately summon his main enforcer, Lang Hongsheng, to prepare for an important mission. Under the crimson sunset, Lang Hongsheng knelt respectfully, awaiting orders, displaying absolute loyalty to his leader. Yu Zongfeng turned back with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze, directly questioning Lang Hongsheng about his true feelings towards the sect and himself. Lang Hongsheng knelt on one knee, his eyes shining with conviction, asserting that this sect had immense potential and that without his leader to guide him, his life would be meaningless. Yu Zongfeng looked at his disciple's naive face and chuckled inwardly, judging that while this guy was weak and untalented, he was easily manipulated, making him a worthy goldmine for long-term exploitation. He stood with his arms crossed, posing as a master, boasting that he had summoned Lang Hongsheng for no other reason than to boost his strength. Without further ado, Yu Zongfeng pointed directly at his disciple's forehead, activating a cultivation transmission skill that shot data straight into his brain, making Lang Hongsheng jump in surprise. He yelled at Lang Hongsheng to shut up and focus on sensing the essence of the ultimate technique, the three-yang sword intent, surging within his mind. In Lang Hongsheng's mind, an image of his master performing a domineering sword dance appeared. He closed his eyes, concentrating intensely to download the data to his brain, but it seemed the connection was a bit laggy. After the cultivation transmission was complete, Yu Zongfeng confidently asked how much of this excellent sword art's power the disciple had comprehended. Lang Hongsheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face blank as he profusely apologized, explaining that his brain was too slow, so he only understood a superficial bit of the sword intent. Seeing his disciple was too useless, Yu Zongfeng had no choice but to play the role of a dedicated teacher, comforting him, which moved Lang Hongsheng to tears as he swore undying loyalty. To conclude his psychological manipulation act, Yu Zongfeng drew a huge pie in the sky, promising that if he performed well, he would promote him to elder in the future. Yu Zongfeng dusted himself off and left to rest with the demeanor of a master, leaving his disciple Lang Hongsheng behind, brimming with enthusiasm to cultivate. He smirked triumphantly, praising himself as a genius of psychological manipulation, because the pie-in-the-sky trick always worked, no matter the era. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yu Zongfeng suddenly became seriously worried about his own weak cultivation, realizing he needed to find more chickens to exploit the system if he hoped to survive. He finalized his new recruitment strategy. No need for high cultivation, just obedience and loyalty, so he could easily manage and expand his influence. And Kai ambled over, curiously asking what secret business the leader had just conducted with Lang Hongsheng in that secluded corner. Lang Hongsheng cried like a child given candy, boasting that his master had just imparted the supreme technique of the three-yang sword intent, leaving An Kai wide-eyed. He wiped his tears while grinning broadly, deluding himself with power fantasies about the elder position his master had just falsely promised if he performed well. After hearing this, Ansai also fell into the psychological trap, looking at Yu Zongfeng's illusory back with admiration, thinking she had found the most dedicated leader under the sun. She resolved to cultivate frantically to receive the cultivation transmission, and both walked off under the hopeful sunset, brimming with enthusiasm. The scene shifted to the gloomy dungeons of the Tujao sect, signaling that a tense situation was about to unfold in the enemy's stronghold. Jianglan was suspended in the dungeon, looking tattered, yet her demeanor remained unusually resolute, completely unfazed. The Tujao sect disciples buzzed with chatter about the hostage's resilience, shuddering at the girl's eerie, spine-chilling smile. Gong Yue wiped his hands with a cold expression, then gestured with his chin, ordering his subordinates to retreat and rest after the failed torture session. Two guards whispered, plotting depraved acts, but hesitated due to the order forbidding them from killing the hostage, fearing they would ruin the important matter. Gong Yue, accompanied by his attendants, swaggered into the detention area, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Jianglan. He gestured with his chin, disdainfully interrogating the origins of the filthy little girl chained before him. In another corner of the prison, a handsome young man named Prisoner Youth was also chained, standing with his arms crossed, watching with curiosity and interest. The handsome prisoner wondered why they had captured a child carrying a strange talisman and brought her to this prison. Jianglan looked bewildered, asking about the talisman, then boldly declared herself a Nine Swords Mountain disciple, showing no fear towards the stranger. The prisoner clicked his tongue, recounting how his father had mistakenly provoked the Tuzhou sect, leading to his clan's annihilation, while he himself fell into this imprisonment. The young prisoner grimaced, complaining that he was suddenly captured alone and had no idea what his captors wanted to extract from him. Jianglan looked at him with sparkling eyes full of pity, imagining that he was trying to endure and hide a secret pain within. Seeing the little girl look at him as if he were about to die, he angrily yelled at her to drop that fake sympathetic expression immediately. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, sneeringly asking if anyone from that grand-sounding Nine Swords Mountain had come to rescue her yet. Jianglan didn't hesitate, confidently raising her head and asserting that her beloved master would personally come to break open the prison and save her. The prisoner raised an eyebrow, skeptically, pressing her to explain why an insignificant disciple like her had a personal master and what level of cultivation that old man possessed. Jianglan excitedly boasted that her master was a great True Essence realm expert, believing this title was enough to scare others witless. Hearing the mention of the True Essence realm, he burst into laughter, mocking that with such a low cultivation, her master must have been scared out of his wits and fled ages ago. Stung by his words, Jianglan was furious, yelling at him to shut up and forbidding him from insulting her idol. He continued to laugh until tears streamed down his face, pointing directly at Jianglan and sneering that only a foolish master could train such a naive disciple. Jianglan bristled, shouting at the prisoner youth to immediately apologize to her master and Nine Swords Mountain for daring to speak ill of them. The prisoner youth raised his hands in surrender to appease her, but then poured cold water on her enthusiasm, saying that this sect was full of core formation realm monsters, and her master would only be sacrificing his life if he came. Footsteps echoed, interrupting the conversation and making the prisoner youth turn back with heightened vigilance. Gong Yue bowed respectfully, greeting the sect leader and elder Shangong, who had just arrived at the dungeon. The Tuzhou sect leader entered with a grim, murderous expression, pressing to know if the hostage had divulged any information yet. Gong Yue reported with a grimace that the brat was as stubborn as a rock, refusing to utter a single word even after half a day of interrogation. The sect leader waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to withdraw so he could personally deal with this stubborn prey. Jianglan hung suspended from the wall, but her eyes still burned with defiant hatred, showing no fear before her powerful enemy. The old man grabbed her chin, interrogating her about her identity and true relationship with Nine Swords Mountain in a threatening tone. Jianglan turned her head away in disdain, letting out a cold snort that challenged the old man's patience. The Tuzhou sect leader leaned close, uttering a spine-chilling threat, hoping his prey would maintain her stubborn silence so he would have an excuse to torment her. He stood with his arms crossed arrogantly, activating a torture formation, a brightly glowing magic circle encompassing the small girl at his feet. The old man powerfully waved his hand, controlling a swirling stream of sharp true qi, preparing to carve up anyone who dared defy his orders. Jianglan was lifted into the air, letting out a tragic scream as her body endured the destructive power of the wind blade formation. The cruel sect leader boasted about the 3,600 wind blades within the formation, promising to shred his victim every second if she refused to confess. The young prisoner youth, finding the sight unbearable, sprang to his feet and cursed the old man directly, calling him a coward for cruelly attacking a girl. The Tuzhou sect leader spun around with sharp eyes, pointing and roaring that a mere nobody was forbidden from lecturing him. A wind blade tore through the air, slashing directly at the prisoner youth's face, making him wince the immediate price for playing the straw hero. The old man turned back to press the hostage further, yelling at the girl to immediately spill everything he wanted to know. Jianglan, despite enduring extreme pain, still offered an innocent, defiant smile, resolutely refusing the enemy's interrogation to the very end. The Tuzhou sect leader roared loudly, then unleashed a strike that sent the talkative one flying, asserting his absolute authority over the ants who dared to defy him. The prisoner youth fell to the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing the wretched Tuzhou sect under his breath, while his gaze remained fixed on the motionless girl. Seeing Jianglan gasping for breath, the young man realized that if he didn't act immediately to save her, the girl would surely be finished. He struggled with his thoughts for a moment before deciding to reveal his trump card, declaring himself a person with a golden heart who couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Ignoring his binding chains, the prisoner youth activated a stream of green spiritual energy from his palm to cast a secret formation directly on the cold ground. A brightly glowing magic circle enveloped Jiang Lan's small body, beginning the rapid healing process for the girl. The scene shifted to outside the Sect's main hall, where sinister schemes continued to unfold in a tense atmosphere. The Tujiao sect leader looked disappointed when even the old fox Shang Gong admitted defeat, unable to extract a single word from the stubborn hostage. Losing his patience, the sect leader roared, ordering a full-scale wanted order to be issued, his face flushed with anger. He offered a reward of 100,000 spirit stones for anyone who captured the remnants of Nine Swords Mountain, vowing to dig 3 feet deep to wipe out his enemies within 3 days. Yu Zongfeng, accompanied by Ansai, strolled leisurely through the forest, heading straight towards the city that loomed in the twilight mist. He raised a hand to his forehead to shield from the sun, narrowing his eyes to carefully observe the terrain ahead with a calculating expression. Yu Zongfeng pointed towards the outer slope, explaining to his assistant that this was a chaotic den where rogues and vagrants from all corners gathered within a 100-mile radius. He sternly warned Ansai to be careful, as this place was full of scoundrels, while she obediently nodded repeatedly, promising not to cause trouble. Ansai reiterated the instructions about the unwritten rules in the secret passage, believing that as long as they followed the rules, they wouldn't encounter any major problems. The two stopped before a bustling winehouse, where the eager calls of a waiter echoed from within, inviting guests to dine. Yu Zongfeng and An Kai chose an empty table in the middle of the hall and sat down, while the busy waiter scurried over to pour tea and water, serving them attentively. Just as he raised his teacup to take a sip, Yu Zongfeng heard sarcastic whispers about the appearance of an unfamiliar pretty boy. 2 thugs at a nearby table looked at him with disdain, laughing loudly as they asked whose bedmate this effeminate man was. Bang! And Kai couldn't swallow this insult on behalf of her boss. She slammed her hand down on the table, making the dishes jump. And Sai stood up, cursing furiously, but Yu Zongfeng calmly raised his teacup, reminding her not to cause trouble with this trash. The scarred thug clenched his fist resentfully, scoffing at Yu Zongfeng's true essence realm cultivation, and aggressively declaring he wanted to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Unexpected footsteps echoed, interrupting the bravado, making the 2 thugs jump and turn around with bewildered expressions. Ju Tang, a core formation realm great perfection expert, and Shi Yu, a core formation realm 5th layer expert, appeared with an overwhelming aura, truly high-quality figures that caused the atmosphere to grow heavy. The scarred thug's face turned pale, sweat pouring down him as he recognized the arrival of plague god Ju Tang. Knowing he was about to be finished, he immediately did a 180-degree turn, bowing respectfully to greet them, but Ju Tang coldly walked past him, as if he were thin air. Ju Tang walked straight to An Kai, inquiring about her identity, leaving the small fry behind them wide-eyed and dumbfounded by the cultural shock. An Kai quickly regained her gentle demeanor, smiling and bowing respectfully to greet the senior in a polite and professional manner. The 2 thugs trembled uncontrollably, utterly panicked when they realized the prey they intended to bully was connected to a high-level predator. Shiyu flashed a deadly smile, softly uttering a threat that made the 2 men's souls scatter. If you don't want to die, Shiyu gave a bright but murderous smile, uttering a brief dismissal that made the lackeys vanish instantly. Yu Zongfeng remained unfazed by the opponent's aura, calmly turning to get straight to the point and ascertain who was in charge. He cupped his hands in a feigned, respectful bow, beginning his immersive act as an obedient junior. Shiyu rested her chin on her hand, feigning surprise at Yu Zongfeng's youth, her eyes twinkling with curiosity about the task he wished to entrust to her. Without wasting any pleasantries, Yu Zongfeng played his strongest card, tossing a heavy bag of money directly onto the table to open the conversation. He smiled confidently, boldly declaring that this was merely a small deposit to pave the way for the seniors. Ju Tang's eyes lit up as he scanned the sum of 1 million spirit stones, fully understanding that such an exorbitant price meant the task would be incredibly difficult. Yu Zongfeng added a convincing closing remark, confident that the divine power of money would make his opponent readily agree. But life wasn't a dream. Ju Tang coldly turned his face away, flatly refusing despite the mountain of money before him, for he valued his life more. Ju Tang gave a faint smile and walked away, leaving Yu Zongfeng and An Kai stunned, bluntly stating a harsh truth. Having money didn't guarantee one would live to spend it. And Sai frantically questioned him further, but Ju Tang merely sneered meaningfully, hinting that his intelligence network in the secret tunnels knew every move. Yu Zongfeng maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor, nodding gently to confirm that he understood the rules and risks of this land. Zhu Tang narrowed his eyes threateningly, asking Yu Zhongfeng directly if he was afraid of having the enormous sum of money swallowed whole instead of cooperating. Yu Zhongfeng chuckled faintly, responding with an arrogant challenge. Go ahead and try. I'm sure Zhu Tang is wise enough not to do something so short-sighted. Zhu Tang burst into hearty laughter, admitting it had been a long time since he'd met such an interesting, handsome, and tough junior who dared to challenge him. He waved his hand, dismissing them with a cunning expression, signaling for Yu Zhongfeng's group to leave first so he could carefully consider this lucrative deal. And Kai flinched when Zhu Tang asserted that he knew their address, proving that the plague god's eyes and ears in the black market were not to be underestimated. Yu Zhongfeng led Ansai away with a leisurely demeanor, while Zhu Tong and Shi Yu watched the calculating figures of the two esteemed guests depart. Shi Yu curiously asked for Big Brother's opinion. Zhu Tang couldn't hide his amusement, praising Yu Zhongfeng's strength and charisma, expressing a desire to befriend him. Shi Yu wondered why Big Brother didn't close the deal immediately to join forces and deal with their common enemy, the Terra Summons Sect, but instead played hard to get and stalled for time. Zhu Tang narrowed his eyes, calculating, asserting that even if the Terra Summons Sect was in ruins, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, so his side had to play it safe. Shi Yu nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Big Brother's foresight and patience over the years. He picked up his teacup, his expression pensive, as if plotting a grand scheme for an upcoming chess game. Zhu Tang casually ordered information to be leaked to Old Man Rong Fat, causing Shi Yu to panic because he was a monster of the 7th level alchemy core realm, extremely difficult to deal with. Zhu Tang smirked cunningly, declaring that he wanted to use that monster as a practical combat test to see if Yu Zhongfeng's group was the real deal. The scene shifted to a desolate cave deep in the mountains, the hideout of the person mentioned. Rong Fat was meditating peacefully in front of the cave entrance when the graceful figure of Kang Qianyi interrupted his cultivation session. The old man with spiky hair grumpily opened his eyes, shouting loudly to ask who dared to trespass on his private territory. Kang Qianyi covered her mouth, giggling flirtatiously, teasing her old friend about forgetting her face after only a few days apart. Recognizing the familiar face, Rong Fat frowned suspiciously, asking directly what scheme she was up to by coming here. Kang Qianyi began to play her role, smiling as she presented an attractive offer of an enormous amount of spirit stones for the old man. Rong Fat frowned suspiciously, asking directly what trick she was plotting. The woman delivered a critical blow by revealing that the Terra Summons Sect was offering a reward of 100,000 spirit stones for Yu Zhongfeng's head. Kang Qianyi sneered, using a provocative tactic, saying that if he didn't dare to take the bait, she would find a more delicious opportunity elsewhere. The fat old man immediately took the bait, flashing a greedy smile and demanding a share of this lucrative pie. The woman curled her lips alluringly, blowing a soft breath as if to provoke the opponent's bottomless greed. Rong Fat sat grandly on the stone platform, trying to appear noble as he spoke of his reputation in the underworld to conceal his craving. Kang Qianyi crossed her arms confidently, sealing the deal by promising to provide the coordinates of the prey. After a moment of stroking his beard in thought, Rong Fat's eyes widened decisively as he agreed to participate in this man-hunting mission. Meanwhile, Yu Zhongfeng and Ankai were flying on their swords through the layers of clouds, exuding an extraordinary aura. As Yu Zhongfeng was flying on his sword, a premonition told him something was amiss. The uneasy feeling churning in his gut made him restless. Seeing Master's pensive expression, Ankai anxiously asked if something was wrong. He tried to maintain a calm expression to reassure his disciple, suggesting they return to discuss the next plan, but his heart was still filled with doubt. Suddenly, a colossal blue energy palm print descended from the sky. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes widened in horror, and he yelled for Ansai to watch out. Yu Zhongfeng reacted incredibly fast, leaping to dodge the attack and swinging his sword to unleash a fiery burst of chi to counter the sneak attack. A massive explosion echoed through the sky, and fierce orange smoke and flames erupted, engulfing the air after the intense collision. As the smoke cleared, Yu Zhongfeng hovered, facing a large man who stood with crossed arms, blocking his path and exuding an oppressive aura. Rong Fat smirked with a smug expression, praising the youngster before him for having some skill to survive his opening move. Yu Zhongfeng immediately put two and two together, bitterly realizing that the old fox Zhu Tang had played dirty and sold out his location to the enemy. Without flinching, Yu Zhongfeng pointed his sword directly at his opponent's face, declaring firmly that to take his head, one must first possess the skill to defeat him. Rong Fat flexed his bulging muscles, activating his limit-breaking state and summoning colossal energy hands to crush his opponent. Yu Zhongfeng snorted disdainfully, gracefully dodging the barrage of attacks with his ethereal movement technique amidst the fiery sky. The fat old man, Wrong Fat, frantically unleashed continuous palm strikes in midair, creating a dense net to trap and kill his prey. However, Wrong Fat's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. Unable to hold back his praise for the opponent's overwhelmingly powerful and sharp sword technique, the aftershock from the powerful collision was so strong that it sent Wrong Fat's massive body flying backward, leaving him flailing. Regaining his balance incredibly quickly, he sneered provocatively, asserting that the kid's skill level was still not enough to defeat him. Yu Zongfeng suddenly appeared directly above his opponent with a superior demeanor, coldly declaring that he hadn't unleashed his true power yet, causing Wrong Fat to break out in a cold sweat. Yu Zongfeng's eyes glowed with power. He activated a power-boosting state, causing his aura to erupt fiercely. He plunged down like a fiery meteor, unleashing the three-yang sword intent with destructive force aimed directly at the enemy's head. A terrifying explosion shook the ground, and savage flames devoured everything within the impact zone, devastating the entire forest. After the destructive blow, Wrong Fat was forced to his knees, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, while Yu Zongfeng stood coldly, granting him a rare chance at survival. Yu Zongfeng looked down at the defeated opponent with sharp eyes, demanding he reveal his intelligence source in exchange for his meager life, which was like a flickering candle in the wind. The stubborn fat man strained his neck to argue, preferring death to breaking the organization's rules, absolutely refusing to betray his comrades. Yu Zongfeng smirked maliciously, pointing his sword directly at his opponent's face and showing extreme interest in this foolish stubbornness. He raised his sword high, summoning a barrage of fiery swords from the sky, forming an absolutely overwhelming peerless formation. Wrong Fat broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in horror as he felt the dense killing intent locking onto him. A colossal fireball descended to the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion that leveled the entire surrounding area. Wrong Fat's eyes rolled back, his pupils contracting in extreme fear at the destructive power erupting right before him. Looking down from above, the ground was carved into a deep pit. Yu Zongfeng stood proudly at the epicenter, while Wrong Fat appeared pitifully small. Wrong Fat slumped to the ground, his spirit completely broken, and wailed miserably, asking why his opponent didn't just finish him off immediately. Yu Zongfeng said no more, swinging his hand and delivering a heaven-shaking slap directly to the stubborn fat man's face, accompanied by a sharp crack. The slap was so powerful that it twisted Wrong Fat's face to one side, saliva splattering, making him look utterly pathetic. Turning to Enkai, Yu Zongfeng coldly asserted that this fellow, despite being in the mid-stage alchemy core realm, was still too weak compared to his supreme sword art. Enkai's face flushed crimson, her eyes gleaming with the thought that just learning one or two moves from Master would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Yu Zongfeng flashed a charming smile, using psychological warfare to assert that if she performed well, Nine Swords Mountain would never mistreat talented individuals. Ensai immediately knelt down, obediently accepting the order, ignoring Wrong Fat's corpse lying sprawled at their feet like a pile of discarded meat. Looking down at the defeated general lying on the ground, Yu Zongfeng mused that those in the alchemy core realm were merely small fry now, but he still needed to level up quickly to face even more formidable bosses. He began to scheme about teaching the three-yang sword intent to his disciple, and hoped to exploit a game bug to farm rewards from the system. Yu Zongfeng didn't hesitate for another second, looking up at the sky and shouting for the system to release his rewards immediately. The system fox appeared with a radiant smile, announcing the activation of the 1,000-fold return mechanism, making the game-hacking venture a complete success. Yu Zongfeng roared with delight, as if he had just won the lottery jackpot. The system screen continuously flashed numbers, congratulating him on hitting a 500 crit jackpot and receiving the incredibly powerful skill, Sword Intent Realm. Sword follows the heart's desire. The system fox reappeared with a mischievous smile, warning him that he had exploited a game bug and threatening a permanent account ban if he repeated such tricks. Furious at being threatened, Yu Zongfeng immediately flipped a divine middle finger, accompanied by a dazzling aura, cursing the trashy system directly. Suddenly realizing Ankai was looking at him with extreme bewilderment, he quickly coughed and covered his mouth to hide his embarrassment. He turned to vaguely explain that he had just remembered something extremely frustrating and wasn't going crazy. Ensai pointed at Wrong Fat's motionless body, hesitantly asking her boss for his opinion on how to deal with the defeated opponent. She revealed her cruel nature by drawing a finger across her throat, her sharp eyes suggesting they send the opponent on their way to settle the score. Yu Zongfeng coldly waved his hand, using his internal force to directly pull the glistening golden core from Wrong Fat's body, sending it flying out. Ensai knelt down, profusely thanking him, ecstatic at the thought that her wealthy boss had generously bestowed this precious golden core upon her. Yu Zongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered internally. Thinking Ansai was thanking him for giving her the fat man as a gift, he quickly regained his inscrutable, profound expression, blushed, coughed, and then advised her to control herself, not to be too greedy, and harm her body. Ansai felt enlightened, her eyes shining brightly as she believed the sect leader's casual words were actually golden advice, reminding her to cultivate. She imagined in her head that her boss was warning her not to hastily absorb the golden core, to avoid chi deviation, and to first build a solid foundation. The second boss of Supreme Treasure Pavilion clasped her hands respectfully, thanking her boss for his profound teachings, vowing to engrave this lesson in her heart amidst the desolate battlefield. From a distance, Shi Yu, in her alluring pink dress, was secretly observing, assessing that although Yu Zongfeng was only at the True Essence realm, his actual combat power was no less than a core formation expert. She frowned, suspecting that terrifying sword intent might belong to a nascent soul realm monster, completely contradicting the trashy intelligence they had gathered. The femme fatale decided not to linger, executing an illusory movement technique and gradually vanishing into thin air to report the full truth to her big brother for his decision. Yu Zongfeng stood proudly with his arms crossed, a sneer playing on his lips as he coolly told An Kai that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He coldly exposed the fact that someone was lurking in the shadows, making An Kai break out in a cold sweat, further terrified by her boss's formidable perception. Yu Zongfeng didn't say much, immediately unleashing his fiery three-yang sword intent ultimate technique to block her path, sarcastically asking where she was rushing off to. He confidently asserted the level of sword follows the heart's desire, declaring that his sword intent had far surpassed the limits of ordinary moves, reaching a realm where it could be activated at will. Shi Yu struggled to dodge the attack, breaking out in a cold sweat, not expecting Yu Zongfeng's observational skills to be so sharp that he saw through her so quickly. NK stood on the ground, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming that the sect leader's sword chi was becoming sharper and more formidable than before, truly an idol in her heart. Yu Zongfeng blocked her retreat, coldly declaring that she shouldn't even think of using a cheap just passing by excuse to deceive him. Seeing that being tough wasn't working, Shi Yu switched to a flirtatious approach, raising a hand to her lips and heavily hinting that she had fallen in love with him at first sight, which was why she had been secretly observing him. She thought he would be wary, but unexpectedly, Yu Zongfeng stroked his chin narcissistically, sighing that being too handsome was also a great sin, causing so many harmful misunderstandings. And Kay's eyes burned with anger at the shameless flirtation, shouting for Shi Yu to reveal her true intentions if she didn't want to be beaten to a pulp. Shi Yu immediately changed her demeanor, her sharp eyes contemptuously asking Ansai what right she had to interrupt a conversation between superiors. Without further ado, the femme fatale unleashed a sky-blazing pink palm strike, declaring that she would teach this talkative subordinate a lesson on Yu Zongfeng's behalf. Ansai broke out in a cold sweat when she realized that crazy woman was an alchemy realm expert, wondering how her meager cultivation could block such an attack. Yu Zongfeng glided forward like lightning, swinging his sword to block the deadly attack and protect his weak subordinate. He coldly ordered Ansai to retreat, and the second boss immediately and obediently complied with the sect leader's command. With a powerful protector, Ansai immediately became arrogant, sticking out her tongue to provoke Shi Yu, asserting that her boss doted on her more than a cheap hussy like her. Yu Zongfeng stood in front of his rival, coolly declaring that even if his subordinate was in the wrong, it wasn't an outsider's place to teach her a lesson. He pointed his sword, interrogating Shi Yu and Ju Tong about their true intentions, threatening that if they didn't confess, they wouldn't take another step out of here. Shi Yu once again put on her innocent act, sighing that as a weak woman, how could she dare to confront an expert like him? No sooner had she finished speaking than she shot down like an arrow, accompanied by a dazzling pink energy, intending to ambush her opponent. Shi Yu closed in, her face flushed and full of charm, whispering a warning that if he fell under her love spell, he would belong to her forever. Yu Zongfeng erupted with momentum, pushing her back, and sneered, declaring that he was single by choice and she shouldn't bother him with such a ridiculous honey trap. Yu Zongfeng didn't say much, immediately unleashing his fiery ultimate technique, three-yang sword intent, sky-shattering style, forcing her to confess before she could slip away. Shi Yu gracefully dodged the fierce torrent of fire sword energy, still complaining that his rejection deeply wounded her maiden heart. Seeing that his opponent was as persistent as a leech, Yu Zongfeng retracted his sword, coldly declaring that he had no time for further arguments and would leave first. He secretly assessed that Shi Yu possessed excellent martial defense capabilities, Knowing that detaining her at this moment was impossible, Yu Zongfeng turned his back and walked away decisively, calling Ansai to retreat with him, leaving the vixen standing alone in the middle of the road. At a secret base, Zhu Tang was meditating by a tea table, calmly awaiting news from his scout. He took a sip of tea with a profound expression, his sharp eyes calculating every next move. Shi Yu entered the reporting room, and Zhu Tang immediately cut to the chase, asking how formidable Yu Zongfeng's true power was. She broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that even though Yu Zongfeng was only at the true essence realm, his combat power was on par with a mid-stage alchemy realm expert, and he had even crippled the fat man wrong. Zhu Tang anxiously grasped Shi Yu's wrist to check her pulse for injuries, while she recounted their brief encounter. Zhu Tang hadn't expected a mere true essence realm youngster to comprehend such pure sword intent, to the point where even he had to be cautious. Finding this situation too interesting, Zhu Tang turned to Shi Yu and told her that he would personally go meet that formidable young man immediately. He let out a loud shout, then soared out of the pavilion at the speed of light, leaving everything behind. Zhu Tang rode upon a colossal energy dragon, tearing through the wind with immense power, making anyone who saw it tremble with fear. While strolling with Ankai, Yu Zongfeng suddenly stopped as unusually falling leaves signaled an impending crisis. He sneered, taunting the stalker to reveal themselves quickly instead of pretending to be a mysterious expert. Ansai broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously reminding him that they needed to find a way to protect the people in the valley and ensure their safe retreat if a major battle erupted. Yu Zongfeng's eyes were as sharp as knives. He growled a warning that if the opponent refused to show themselves, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Zhu Tang landed, blocking their path, and upon appearing, he praised Yu Zongfeng, remarking that crippling an alchemy realm expert with true essence was truly formidable. The information kingpin stood with clasped hands, displaying a calculating, polite smile, his demeanor calm but exuding the pressure of a superior. Yu Zongfeng calmly ordered Ansai to lower her weapon, stating that the man before them was not an enemy, causing her to immediately comply. Yes, sect leader. He narrowed his eyes, staring directly at his opponent with suspicion, firmly asserting that the man hadn't come here just for polite chatter. Zhu Tang maintained his practiced smile, his calculating eyes feigning friendliness while hiding a dagger in his sleeve. The two leaders of their respective forces faced each other in the forest, Zhu Tang feigning ignorance as he probed whether there was still a chance for them to cooperate. Yu Zongfeng didn't beat around the bush, but directly pressed the information broker to clearly explain his ambiguous attitude. Zhu Tang summoned a small money pouch that floated in his hand, his tone falsely apologetic, as he intended to use 100,000 spirit stones to compensate for the emotional damage. Yu Zongfeng looked at the blue glowing pouch of spirit stones before his chest with cold eyes, devoid of the usual greed seen in ordinary people. The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk, mocking the paltry sum as nothing more than alms for a beggar. Stung, Zhu Tang slammed a sack containing 1,000,000 spirit stones onto the ground, imperiously telling Yu Zongfeng to take the money and get lost. Yu Zongfeng burst out laughing, his expression speechless and amused, retorting that if this guy wanted to compare wealth with a true magnate, he had picked the wrong opponent to brag to. Zhu Tang glared resentfully at his opponent, wondering if 100,000 spirit stones were too meager, causing that greedy fellow to be displeased. Having no other choice, he reluctantly pulled out the rare earth essence qi, hoping its immense value would cool his opponent's temper. Yu Zongfeng widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting his casual price-gouging attempt to reel in such a big fish named 5 Elements Essence Qi. A plan to extort more wealth flashed in his mind. He smirked slyly, deciding to force this rich man to bleed a little more before letting him go. He turned back with a disdainful expression, disparaging the precious treasure as not even worth mentioning, leaving Zhu Tang utterly stunned. Zhu Tang's face darkened, killing intent beginning to emanate as he thought he was being excessively disrespected and bullied by a junior. He asserted his dominance by releasing another water essence qi orb, firmly declaring this was the final limit, and if not accepted, they would part ways. Yu Zongfeng smiled contentedly, seeing his prey had taken the bait, telling himself that Nine Swords Mountain shouldn't make too many deep enemies at this moment. He changed his demeanor faster than flipping a page, rushing to put an arm around Zhu Tang's shoulder, laughing heartily, and claiming them as close brothers as if no conflict had ever occurred. Zhu Tang's eyes bulged with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead, but he still forced a smile and called him brother, secretly cursing that he was old enough to be his grandfather. Yu Zongfeng chuckled dismissively, waving his hand, explaining that he had merely misspoken, and had no intention of provoking him. My brother. Zhu Tang's face twisted as he accepted the apology, trying to force a polite smile to maintain harmony, though he was seething inside from being led by the nose. Yu Zhongfeng domineeringly slung an arm around Zhu Tong, dragging him off to drink 3 penalty cups, playing the role of sworn brothers who would face life and death together, right in front of Shi Yu. Shi Yu froze completely, unable to process why 2 people who were just about to fight to the death were now laughing boisterously like old friends. The scene shifted to a towering mountain peak, the secluded abode of those who enjoyed playing Go and discussing worldly affairs. The blue-robed master was playing Go with Kang Qianyi, discussing rumors that Yu Zhangfeng had hidden himself away in the Forbidden Zone. Kang Qianyi placed a Go stone, reporting the tense war situation as the Terra Summoning Sect was causing trouble everywhere. The blue-robed master snorted coldly upon hearing that the Terra Summoning Sect intended to defy the Profound Sword Sect, despising these small fries, trying to stir up trouble and overturn the heavens. Kang Tianyi wondered why her master paid such close attention to Yu Zhongfeng's tiny 9 Swords Mountain. The old blue-robed man calmly analyzed the stalemate between major sects like the Heavenly Martial Pavilion and the Profound Sword Sect on the political chessboard. Kang Qianyi frowned and sighed, appearing to still not grasp the profound meaning in her master's teachings. The old blue-robed man began a nostalgic tale about the legacy of 9 Swords Mountain and the day he set foot in Ningzhou to enlighten civilization. The young woman knelt on the floor, praising her master and the Profound Sword Sect to the heavens, playing the role of a docile disciple flawlessly to curry favor with her superior. The old man laughed loudly and arrogantly, extending his hand in a gesture of magnanimity, then told her to stand up and continue their game of power. Kang Qianyi stood up abruptly, her sharp eyes directly asking about the plan to deal with the thorn in their side in the Forbidden Zone. The old man's face hardened with killing intent, ordering Lin Ping to be unleashed to clean up the Terra Summoning Sect and capture Yu Zhongfeng to bring him to justice. Hearty laughter echoed throughout the mountains, signaling a new sinister plot about to befall their side. The scene shifted to a drinking table. Yu Zhongfeng smiled brightly, offering wine, his mouth calling him brother sweetly to manipulate his opponent. Zhu Tang raised his cup to savor the drink, and though his heart was full of calculations, he still had to nod and profusely praise the wine's deliciousness. Yu Zhongfeng waved his hand to conclude, declaring that good wine could wait. Now was the time to set aside sentiment and discuss business fairly. Zhu Tang raised his wine cup, cold sweat streaming down, secretly assessing that Yu Zhongfeng changed his face faster than flipping a book, making him impossible to predict. The information broker outwardly nodded in agreement, while Yu Zhongfeng swiftly projected a 3D map of the enemy's lair onto the center of the drinking table for the whole group to see. Zhu Tang meticulously pointed out the structure of the Terra Summoning Sect, outlining a secret path to infiltrate the core area unnoticed. He feigned righteousness, offering to personally lead the way for Yu Zhongfeng to rescue his imprisoned disciple. Yu Zhongfeng narrowed his eyes, full of calculations, immediately cutting short his opponent's elaborate act because he smelled a conspiracy. Zhu Tang was dumbfounded, asking if there was a problem, utterly bewildered when his partner suddenly turned hostile and doubted his good intentions. Yu Zhongfeng sneered, analyzing that if this route were betrayed, he would be no different from a fish on a chopping block, waiting for the enemy to ambush him. He casually declared, picking his nose, that he only had one measly life, so he had to be as suspicious as Cao Cao to live long. Zhu Tang sighed helplessly, forced to swear that he and the Terra Summoning Sect had an irreconcilable, deep-seated hatred to gain trust. Yu Zhongfeng leisurely crossed his legs, enjoying his wine, shamelessly claiming to be just a weak, true essence realm shrimp, so caution was only natural. Zhu Tang began his tale of woe, accusing Gong Yue of backstabbing him to seize credit for founding the sect, hoping to gain sympathy. Yu Zhongfeng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his opponent's demeanor, temporarily accepting this dramatic story but maintaining high vigilance internally. Sensing the tension, Zhu Tang tried to play matchmaker, subtly suggesting he introduce Ansai to his partner, but Yu Zhongfeng laughed loudly and brushed him off. Yu Zhongfeng raised his cup, making a firm declaration, asserting that the top priority was cooperation for mutual benefit, and matters of women could be set aside for later. At the main headquarters of the Terra Summoning Sect, the Tuzhao sect leader sat regally on his throne, exuding killing intent, sternly questioning his subordinates about the enemy's whereabouts. Shang Gong humbly reported the bad news that the traitor Zhu Tong had begun to connect with Yu Zhongfeng via a secret passage, making the situation as tense as a drawn bowstring. The Tuzhao sect leader's face darkened upon hearing the report, realizing trouble was brewing but still trying to keep a cool head to calm his bewildered forces. The old man stroked his beard disdainfully, likening Zhu Tang to a masterless stray dog not worth bothering with, then turned to ask the elders if they had any brilliant ideas to clean up this mess. Second Elder Jiang Gui stepped forward, cupping his hands in warning, reminding his boss that the stray dog was also an alchemy realm expert, so they couldn't be careless and underestimate the enemy. Jiang Gui fiercely requested permission to lead troops to ambush at the secret passage, vowing to capture the entire nest of rebels and safely rescue the young master who was being held hostage. Jiang Gui gnashed his teeth, resentfully recalling past events, grumbling that if not for the compelling circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered with this wretched elder position. Shanggong narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His naturally distrustful nature made him feel something was amiss in the unfolding events. Third Elder Liu Yi stepped forward, accepting the task, volunteering to serve as an intelligence scout to support his senior brothers in their bloody battle. Liu Yi steeled himself, recalling his big brother's kindness, his eyes burning with determination to risk his life once to atone for his helplessness years ago. Fourth Elder Wang Wei hastily interjected, suggesting they team up with Liu Yi for safety, perfectly embodying a death-fearing youth who preferred playing it safe. Wang Wei secretly cursed his comrades as ungrateful and disloyal, his mind racing to report the news early to his big brother to gain an advantage and earn points. The whole group clamored to show off. Wang Wei loudly begged to follow and contribute his meager strength to protect the sect's future. Fifth Elder Shen Kong, with his sharp, cold gaze, was not to be outdone, vowing to work with his big brother to thoroughly clean up the trash defiling the sect. The Tuzhou sect leader sat on his throne, laughing heartily and triumphantly, utterly pleased to see his subordinates vying to flatter him and offer to die for him. The four elders simultaneously knelt on the floor, loudly chanting a death-defying slogan for the sect, which greatly pleased the boss. Shen Kong boasted fiercely, declaring he wanted to use his sword to run his opponent through right there to see if he'd be surprised. Shang Gong finalized the tactical plan, intending to guard the sect alongside the Tuzhou sect leader while sending a reconnaissance team to spy on Yu Zongfeng's faction. The scene shifted to the righteous faction, where Yu Zongfeng stepped forward to assign tasks to his team with an awe-inspiring leadership presence, preparing for the counterattack. He instructed Leng Hongsheng and An Kai to publicly propose a hostage exchange, but his true intention was to ambush and tie down the enemy's experts. An Kai confidently showed off his newly learned sword techniques, while Leng Hongsheng thumped his chest, vowing to complete the mission excellently, even though his cultivation hadn't reached the alchemy core realm. Yu Zongfeng turned to ask Shi Yu for covert assistance, his eyes full of calculation and a half-smile making it difficult for her to refuse. Zhu Tang suggested combining the negotiation day with the day of the raid for efficiency, and Yu Zongfeng nodded immediately, finding the idea perfectly to his liking. Shi Yu secretly assessed Yu Zongfeng, admitting that although the young man was still green, his cunning and manipulative abilities were unmatched. He clasped his hands in thanks to Shi Yu for looking after his disciple Jiang Lan, playing the role of a perfect, exemplary teacher to win over his partner. Just as the team was about to disband, Yu Zongfeng suddenly called Shi Yu back, seemingly having a secret private matter he wanted to discuss intimately with the beauty. Shi Yu turned back with a questioning gaze, directly asking if Yu Zongfeng had any unspoken schemes that made him call her back. Yu Zongfeng openly flirted, flashing a charming smile, before inviting the beauty to the lakeside in the valley tonight for a private chat. Shi Yu narrowed her eyes, assessing the cunning old fox before her, her mind racing to figure out what tricks he intended to play by deliberately keeping her alone. She glanced at Zhu Tang to gauge his reaction, and seeing her sworn brother remain completely unconcerned, she decided to play along and see what he was hiding. In Shi Yu's mind, a scenario unfolded where Yu Zongfeng revealed his beastly nature, but she secretly vowed that if he dared to make a move, she would immediately teach him a lesson without mercy. Zhu Tang unexpectedly spoke up, encouraging the match, telling her to rest assured and follow Yu Zongfeng's arrangements, but not forgetting to add some caveats. The information overlord switched to protective older brother mode, gently warning that his younger sister was no longer naive and innocent. If she wasn't back by midnight, there would be serious trouble. Yu Zongfeng thumped his chest, making a firm promise, glibly claiming her as his own younger sister to assert his trustworthiness. Shi Yu scoffed at his glib tongue, subtly reminding him that by age, she could be his great-grandmother, yet still politely thanked him out of courtesy. As night fell, Yu Zongfeng lay stretched out on the grass, gazing at the moon, skillfully manipulating 2 energy orbs in his hands, while waiting for his bait to be taken. Yu Zongfeng examined the 2 energy orbs in his hands, muttering calculations about collecting the complete set of 5 element spirits to break through his own power limits. He lay sprawled on the grass, juggling the treasures like toys, as Shi Yu approached from behind, secretly assessing his rather striking appearance. Noticing his distinguished guest had arrived, Yu Zongfeng flashed his devastating signature smile, patting the empty spot beside him, inviting her to sit down for a chat. Shiyu sat down, but her eyes remained wary, her mind constantly racing, wondering what tricks this cunning old fox truly intended to play. Yu Zongfeng spread his hand, showing off his rare treasures, feigning shyness, and saying that with her sworn brother Ju Tang present during the day, he found it inconvenient to make his demands. He got straight to the point, asking if Ju Tang still possessed any five-element spirits, while also boasting immensely that money was merely a number to him. Shiyu scoffed meaningfully, subtly reminding the newly rich tycoon that even with mountains of gold, these heaven and earth level treasures might not be purchasable. She added a psychological blow, asserting that the two items he held were merely lucky finds, implicitly telling him not to idly dream of solving everything with money. Shiyu's gaze sharpened as she analyzed her opponent's motives. She decided to go all in by deploying a honey trap to extract the truth from him. Shiyu activated her charming aura, radiating hearts, leaned close to Yu Zongfeng's face, and whispered a deadly question. "Do you think him beautiful?" Yu Zongfeng was hit by a powerful debuff, his eyes spinning, drooling as he dazedly praised the opponent as beautiful as a soulless puppet. The system Fox immediately jumped out to carry the team, warning the host of a mental attack and instantly activating illusion mode to counter the psychological blow. Shiyu pressed her advantage, leaning close to her prey and whispering sweet nothings to awaken his deepest desires. Yu Zongfeng activated his acting mode, appearing naive on the outside but clear-headed within. Admitting he had fallen into the trap, yet his eyes were sharp and calculating. He perfectly played the role of a devoted admirer, pointing at the goddess before him and stammering, demanding kisses like a starved pervert. Shiyu looked smug, thinking the fish had taken the bait. She flirtatiously offered to exchange heartfelt secrets for carnal rewards. Yu Zongfeng immediately activated maximum vigilance, suspecting she was targeting the system's secret and considering eliminating her on the spot. He decided to remain still and observe further, but his hidden killing intent was ready. If she revealed any knowledge of the system, she would be instantly erased. Yu Zongfeng changed his expression faster than a pancake, feigning embarrassment and covering his nose to cover up his perverted remark, maintaining his innocent facade. Shiyu pouted disdainfully, cursing men as trash, except for her precious brother, but still agreed to open the illusion to humor her potential client. Yu Zongfeng unexpectedly ambushed her with a bold, forced kiss to fulfill his promise, locking lips with his opponent so swiftly she had no time to react. Shiyu stumbled backward, her face beet red with shame, panting as she yelled a warning not to mistake her for an easy woman to toy with. Yu Zongfeng tumbled to the ground, his limbs flailing wildly, acting bewildered as if he had been unconsciously pushed. Shiyu broke out in a cold sweat, her heart pounding in extreme panic as she suspected this man had single-handedly broken her invincible charm art. Yu Zongfeng put on an innocent, bewildered face, feigning temporary amnesia and asking what had just happened to conceal his inner clarity and calculations. 3 streaks of green sword light tore through the sky, signaling the arrival of the Tuzhou Sect experts, seething with killing intent as they pursued the traitor. Shen Kong flew while turning to ask Liu Yi for his opinion on the most likely hiding place for the traitor Ju Tang. Jiang Gui smirked confidently, asserting that despite infrequent contact, he knew his senior brother's habits well, and suggested heading to Banchang Slope to intercept him. Wang Wei stood on his flying magic artifact, arms crossed, sighing with a dejected expression that this area was too vast. Searching for the target was like finding a needle in a haystack. Shen Kong finalized the battle plan with sharp eyes, ordering the group to spread out and search for Ju Tang's whereabouts, then regroup after any developments. Liu Yi held a sound transmission talisman and smiled smugly, intending to use the dispersal to secretly go find senior brother Ju Tang without being noticed. All the Tuzhou Sect experts transformed into streaks of green light, plunging into the dense forest, beginning their calculated, every man for himself charade. Liu Yi flew, gleeful at having shaken off his companions, determined to reach Banchang Slope to reunite with his good brother. Wang Wei was also rushing desperately, his mind only concerned with senior brother Ju Tang's safety, completely uninterested in the capture mission. Jiang Gui revealed his true nature as a devoted admirer of his former senior brother, admitting he had manipulated the plan to split the team just to meet his idol alone. At Banchang Slope, the 3 men, Liu Yi, Wang Wei, and Jiang Gui, froze for 5 seconds upon seeing each other, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. The 3 men laughed awkwardly, trying to cover up this absurd coincidence by claiming they were pursuing the traitor Ju Tang. Liu Yi gritted his teeth, his inner self screaming that his bad luck was jeopardizing his secret plan to inform his senior brother. Jiang Gui and Wang Wei stared at each other, and despite being thwarted, they still harbored the intention to meet Ju Tang at all costs. While the three subordinates were putting on a show, Ju Tang quietly appeared from behind, observing his good brothers with the demeanor of a boss. Ju Tang smiled meaningfully. He hadn't expected to see three familiar faces come all this way to find him after so many years. In Ju Tang's mind, a reunion filled with emotion appeared. He truly wanted to step out and greet his old subordinates warmly. Ju Tang officially emerged from the shadows, greeting Liu Yi, Wang Wei, and Shen Kong, causing the three men to freeze in place. Senior brother Ju Tang stepped out with a regal demeanor, his radiant aura dazzling his subordinates in his presence. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes, calculating, his mind racing to find a way to subtly send the two meddlers away to monopolize the chance to meet his senior brother. Liu Yi swung his hooked staff, feigning righteousness, and loudly demanded to stay behind and cover their retreat, tricking the other two into leaving him alone. Wang Wei was no pushover either, he yelled, vying for the sacrificial role of blocking the path, absolutely refusing to let anyone else benefit alone. The bearded Wang Wei broke out in a cold sweat, determined at all costs not to let his senior brother fall into the hands of those two troublesome companions. Shen Kong shed his false facade, flatly declaring he had no intention of returning to the Tuzhou sect and only wished to follow his senior brother immediately. Ju Tang watched the clumsy act of his disciples, fully aware that they were merely putting on a show and harbored no killing intent towards him. Shen Kong revealed his true treacherous nature, coldly swinging his blade to stab his two companions from behind, clearing his escape path. Liu Yi and Wang Wei's eyes widened in horror as they saw the sharp blade pierce their chests, never expecting the price of their rivalry to be elimination by their own side. Shen Kong cried out, explaining himself to senior brother Ju Tang, stepping over his fallen comrades to prove his cheap loyalty and beg for protection. The scene shifted to Shi Yu, who played her final card with a blown kiss imbued with charm magic, aiming to conquer her opponent's mind. Yu Zongfeng acted utterly innocent, making Shi Yu blush furiously as she yelled, scolding him as a shameless scoundrel for daring to toy with her. He raised his hands in a fake surrender, vehemently denying everything that had just happened, and asserting his complete innocence, like a blank sheet of paper. Shi Yu gritted her teeth in helplessness, realizing she couldn't deal with this troublesome man, so she decided to go tell her senior brother to handle him. Just as she was about to leave, Yu Zongfeng dropped his playful facade, gravely inquiring about information regarding the profound sword sect, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. The question struck a nerve, making Shi Yu halt. Her sharp eyes recognized that the deep-seated animosity between him and the profound sword sect was genuine. Yu Zongfeng stood silently by the riverbank, his gaze profound, admitting that this hatred was so deep it defied description. Yu Zongfeng cast aside his playful demeanor, standing with his back to her, gazing into the distance, and revealed the blood feud from his master's death at the hands of the profound sword sect. His eyes were as sharp as razors, deducing that Ju Tang must have unearthed shocking secrets about the profound sword sect's interference within the Tuzhou sect. Seeing this, Shi Yu immediately dropped a bombshell of intelligence, stating that the profound sword sect once had 3 nascent soul experts, but now only the old man Elder Wang truly held power. She painted a mental portrait of the enemy, asserting that if his master was assassinated, 9 times out of 10 it was orchestrated by the old fox, Elder Wang. Yu Zongfeng's face darkened as all the pieces fit together. He muttered, confirming that the target for revenge was that powerful nascent soul sword cultivator. Shi Yu watched him meaningfully, wondering if the man before her was a brave young hero daring to challenge a giant, or merely a fool rushing in where angels fear to tread. He smirked arrogantly, declaring that sword cultivators kill without batting an eye, but also frankly admitted he wasn't strong enough to flatten the profound sword sect right now. Yu Zongfeng's inner self once again revealed a calculating old fox. He deeply regretted that the system's cultivation transfer limit meant he missed the chance to help the beauty tonight. Shi Yu looked at him with extreme confusion, feeling dizzy as she couldn't discern his true face among the cunning merchant, the pervert, and the sharp sword cultivator. The tense atmosphere was broken when Enkai rushed over, bowing respectfully to the sect master to report the situation. Ensai reported smooth progress, confirming a meeting with the Tuzhou sect's second elder at Lotus Lake in 3 days to settle their grievances. She informed that Leng Hongsheng was handling logistics and simultaneously requested final instructions from the boss, asking if anything needed to be added to the battle plan. Yu Zongfeng smiled faintly with full trust, asserting that he was giving her complete decision-making power to handle things herself, without needing his approval, displaying an utterly open leadership style. He turned to Shi Yu, asking her to tell her senior brother Ju Tang to prepare for a bloody feast in 3 days, and not to be absent. Shi Yu offered a polite smile, promising to convey the message fully to her brother and ensure their lucrative business partnership wouldn't be missed. Her task done, Shi Yu bowed politely and withdrew, leaving Yu Zhongfeng and his subordinate to discuss internal matters in private. Seeing Ansai about to leave, Yu Zhongfeng quickly called her back, making her confused and break out in a cold sweat, thinking she had done something wrong. He used his discerning eye to examine her, immediately declaring that she was about to break through to the core formation realm. His investment had truly not been in vain. Ansai knelt down excitedly, admitting that thanks to the golden core bestowed by her boss, she was about to advance, and promised to work even harder to repay him. Yu Zhongfeng quickly helped her up, telling her not to kneel at every turn, and concluded that, if she couldn't level up this month, he would personally help her break through to the core formation realm next month. Yu Zhongfeng was planning to swallow all the Earth Lure Sect's medicinal pill resources, but realized he was lacking a competent HR manager to run the operation. And Kay's eyes welled up with tears as she placed her hand on her chest, swearing absolute loyalty, deeply moved by her boss' calculated generosity and incredible treatment. Yu Zhongfeng delivered a final psychological blow, flashing a practiced smile as he promised to boost the strength of all his staff to new heights if they worked hard for him. Gazing at her boss's cool and solitary figure under the moonlight, Ansai froze for a few seconds, secretly marveling at the most dedicated leader she had ever met. Her infatuation flared up. Ansai covered her blushing face, beginning to delude herself that her boss' favoritism must mean he had feelings for her, and it wasn't merely a professional relationship. But immediately, she was splashed with cold water by reality, humbly realizing that the status gap between herself and the magnate Yu Zhongfeng was too vast for such unrealistic dreams. Casting aside her pride and personal feelings, Ansai's eyes burned with determination, telling herself that even without an official title, she would remain a loyal tool, serving her boss to the very end. The scene shifted to the forest, where Shen Kong revealed his true colors by suddenly backstabbing his comrade right in front of Jutang, creating a bloody and unexpected sect purge. Liu Yi and Wang Wei, despite being heavily wounded and in extreme pain, still screamed warnings to big brother Ju Tang to beware of the treacherous junior brother who was putting on an act to deceive them. Shen Kong changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, brandishing his weapon threateningly, while glibly fabricating a story that he was saving Ju Tang from the Earth Lure Sect's conspiracy. Wang Wei and Liu Yi completely froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape, seeing their former big brother standing safe and sound right before them. Ju Tang silently observed with a profound and inscrutable gaze, while Lung Hongsheng, standing behind him, broke out in a cold sweat due to the awkward situation. Ju Tang let out a relieved laugh, admitting that he felt touched that his former disciples, though foolish, had maintained their pure hearts until the very end. Ling Hongsheng cried out excitedly, realizing that his former brothers had also risked their lives to escape the Earth Lure sect just to deliver bad news to their big brother. Ju Tang looked at his subordinates with an affectionate gaze, affirming that he deeply cherished such rare loyalty in this treacherous martial world. Ling Hongsheng worried sick, advising his big brother to quickly retreat to Thunder Marsh to avoid the vicious retaliation of the Earth Lure sect and that Gong Yue. Wang Wei and Liu Yi were also brimming with fighting spirit, swearing to live and die together, and determined to rebuild their power with their big brother to strike back at their enemies. Ju Tang unexpectedly declared that the new game had begun, announcing that they had officially allied with Nine Swords Mountain to go all in on a revenge battle right now. Ju Tang turned to ask Shi Yu about the progress of Yu Zhongfeng's preparations, with the demeanor of a powerful strategic partner. Shi Yu flashed a charming and confident smile, confirming that everything was in motion, and the grand plan would officially activate in 3 days. Ju Tang declared a death sentence for Gong Yue and Shang Gong with a cold, sharp gaze, affirming that this time he would personally send the traitors to the Yellow Springs. Ling Hongsheng frowned, worried sick, and directly asked his big brother if Nine Swords Mountain was truly skilled enough to carry the team in this life-and-death battle. Ju Tang reassured his subordinate, analyzing that while Yu Zhongfeng had low mana, his PK skills were comparable to a late core formation realm master, and finalized the plan for a full-scale attack in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Ling Hongsheng, Wang Wei, and Liu Yi felt blood rush to their heads, clasped their hands, and swore to follow their big brother to slaughter their enemies and avenge their sister-in-law. Ju Tang's entire team activated their movement techniques, transforming into streaks of light that shot through the dense forest to deploy their ambush formation. Ju Tang flew while shouting a warning, urging his brothers to prioritize their lives because this journey held more danger than safety. One mistake, and they would be gone. A male disciple and Ankai roared with soaring fighting spirit, swearing to fight to the death to protect the honor of Nine Swords Mountain until their last breath. Ju Tang turned to look at Yu Zhongfeng with a gaze of admiration, believing that his recklessness and courage would forge a dominant force in this region. Zhu Tang and Yu Zongfeng had approached the Earth Lure sect, and Yu Zongfeng smirked, revealing that he knew the secret map of this place better than Gong Yue, its owner. Yu Zongfeng and An Kai stood watching the giant energy dragon coiling in the air, signaling that an extremely intense battle was about to erupt. And Sai and a trusted disciple braced themselves mentally, determining that today was a life-and-death battle to rescue the hostage Jiang Lan and advance towards Thunder Marsh. And Kai leaned close to Shi Yu, her firm gaze conveying thanks in a tone both grateful and serious. And Kai flushed crimson, cursing Shi Yu as a seductive vixen while gritting her teeth and accepting cooperation for the greater good of the sect. Shi Yu smiled brightly like a blooming flower, not bothering to argue with her subordinate's grumpy attitude, but enthusiastically invited the whole team to advance towards Lotus Lake. Yu Zongfeng and Zhu Tong stood before a sheer cliff, identified as the secret coordinates they were both searching for. Yu Zongfeng narrowed his eyes and activated his senses, immediately realizing that the ordinary exterior was merely a disguise for a high-level formation. Zhu Tang raised his hand and channeled his energy, his palm glowing as it directly interacted to unlock the hidden secret mechanism. The cliff face trembled, and then split open, revealing a cave entrance with a swirling, mysterious energy current before the two big brothers. Zhu Tong stepped inside, his hand gently touching a dust-covered stone table, his eyes filled with melancholic nostalgia for old memories that remained intact. Yu Zongfeng's jaw dropped in astonishment when he heard Zhu Tang reveal that this magnificent cave dwelling was his former home in the past. Zhu Tang looked up at the cliff, his voice deepened with nostalgia as he admitted this had once been his glorious cave dwelling, but now lay desolate after hundreds of years. Yu Zongfeng observed his opponent's gaze, secretly assessing Zhu Tong as a sentimental person, and decided that befriending him instead of making an enemy was the correct move. Zhu Tang stood proudly before the brilliantly swirling spatial gate, the confident demeanor of the former owner preparing to open his own path. Zhu Tang turned back to warn his ally to stick close, as this shortcut led directly into the Earth Lure sect's core area, but was full of dangerous traps. Yu Zongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, secretly shuddering, as he admitted that an old friend who knew the enemy's lair like the back of his hand was even more terrifying than an enemy. The two hurried down the deep, winding stone staircase, and Yu Zongfeng took the opportunity to inquire if Zhu Tang knew Jiang Lan's place of confinement to save time. Zhu Tang paused to ponder for a moment, then confidently deduced that given their usual methods, the target was likely imprisoned in the dungeon. At the Earth Lure sect's main headquarters, the sect leader was having a headache holding an emergency meeting to find a way to negotiate with Yu Zongfeng, as the elders who had left had not returned. Jiang Gui stepped forward, clasped his hands, and requested to go, using the excuse that he was the frequent contact person, making him the most suitable to handle this negotiation and resolve the crisis. Jiang Gui revealed his true intentions and his thoughts. He merely wanted to use the negotiation at Lotus Lake as an excuse to sneak away and meet big brother Zhu Tang, leaving this godforsaken place. Shang Gong narrowed his eyes suspiciously, immediately throwing cold water on his colleague by flatly refusing this unreasonable proposal, as he didn't trust the other party's capabilities. Jiang Gui broke out in a cold sweat, his smile twisted as his inner self screamed in fear that the old fox had seen through his intention to defect to the enemy's side. Shang Gong clasped his hands and analyzed the personnel shortage, proposing that he would personally handle the matter, while the two senior leaders remained to guard the sect for safety. Jiang Gui's embarrassment turned into anger. He strained his neck and yelled, bringing up the young master title to put the other party in their place regarding the urgent priority of the rescue mission. Shang Gong stroked his beard, his eyes sharp as a betel nut knife, and retorted, asking if his burly, muscular colleague had any better strategic insights to be talking so big. Jiang Gui forced a laugh to dispel the tense atmosphere, using his words to save himself by acknowledging the other party's position as Grand Elder to avoid further suspicion. Bang! The Earth Lure sect leader slammed his hand on the table, roaring for his subordinates to immediately stop their internal squabbling when enemies were lurking right inside their home. The atmosphere in the main hall grew heavy. Both elders stood silent and rooted to the spot before the authority and wrath of the sect leader. Just at this critical moment, the trio of Shen Kong, Liu Yi, and Wang Wei also dragged themselves back, hastily clasping their hands in salute to report the results. The Earth Lure sect leader leaned forward, his eyes burning with hope mixed with anxiety as he pressed for information on the whereabouts of the traitor Zhu Tang. Shen Kong clasped his hands and reported the urgent news, exposing Zhu Tang's plan to use the negotiation at Lotus Lake to set a trap and ambush their disciples. The Earth Lure sect leader stroked his beard and sneered, praising his subordinates' clear-headedness, and feeling fortunate that the sect still had loyal individuals to avoid falling into the trap. Shen Kong immediately offered a sinister plan, proposing to use the enemy's own scheme against them, turning their trap into their grave. The old man nodded in satisfaction, a cruel glint in his eyes as he decided to go all in, following the script his trusted subordinate had just laid out. He ordered all elites and the 3 elders to gather at Lotus Lake, while designating Shen Kong and Jiang Gui to stay behind and guard the sect. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tuzhou sect leader waved his hand and roared, launching a full-scale assault with an aura that seemed to swallow heaven and earth. A mighty legion thundered forth like a storm through the dense forest, led by the old sect leader, whose murderous aura blazed as he sought to make mincemeat of the traitors. From a picturesque vantage point, Zhu Tong and Yu Zongfeng calmly observed, exchanging sarcastic remarks as they watched the enemy bring their entire sect to negotiate over a mere rumor. Yu Zongfeng feigned concern about the battle, but Zhu Tong smirked confidently, revealing that he had already planted his true forces deep within the enemy's lair. Upon hearing the shocking news, Yu Zongfeng couldn't help but marvel at his good brother's cunning and his exceptional ability to hide his cards. Yu Zongfeng stared at Zhu Tong, secretly vowing to remain highly vigilant of this profound and unpredictable ally in their upcoming ventures. The young prisoner with the tear mole gestured, seizing the opportunity while the Tuzhou sect elites had withdrawn to lead the way down to the dungeon. The crimson sunset outside the prison window signaled that a rescue was about to begin. Jiang Lan, her hands and feet chained, looked up with innocent, red-rimmed eyes at the stranger who had just appeared. The young prisoner spoke harshly, taunting that her master was probably busy having fun with beautiful women right now, with no time to spare for a rescue. Jiang Lan cried out in tears, vehemently denying his words and forbidding him from insulting her esteemed master. He lay back, feigning world weariness, scoffing at her innocence and claiming to be a living witness to betrayal. He recalled his old, drunken, womanizing father, believing that her master was just another pleasure-seeking, lazy cultivator. Seeing Jiang Lan crying and threatening to tell her master to deal with him, he panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, quickly backing down and begging her to stop crying. He concluded by inviting Jiang Lan to make a bet, whether her master would truly come to rescue her. The cunning young prisoner finalized the bet. If her master didn't come, she would have to call him Big Brother. But if he did, he would willingly serve her like an ox or horse for life. He flashed a smug smile, asserting that he would profit greatly regardless of the outcome, as his ultimate goal was simply to find an opportunity to breathe the free air outside. Jiang Lan put her hands on her hips with an imposing aura, let out a cold snort, and declared confidently that he should just wait and see the good show about to unfold. 2 Tuzhou sect disciples chatted as they patrolled, confident that the sect's defense system was impenetrable with the elders on guard. Just as they boldly scoffed that Yu Zongfeng wouldn't dare to come, his golden figure slowly emerged from the ground right behind them, like a deity. The 2 guards turned around, their faces drained of color. Before they could utter a sound, Yu Zongfeng made a silencing gesture filled with pressure, sealing their fate in an instant. The crimson sunset shone through the iron window, illuminating the cold hanging hook, signaling that the chains of captivity were about to be completely broken. Jiang Lan cheered joyfully, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with hope as she saw her master, in flesh and blood, standing right before her as promised. Yu Zongfeng gently patted his beloved disciple's head to reassure her, softly removing her chains and acknowledging that she had suffered greatly. Jiang Lan smugly turned to demand payment for the bet, leaving the young prisoner gaping in horror as he realized he had utterly lost to the harsh truth. As Yu Zongfeng wondered, Jiang Lan's eyes crinkled with a smile, as she gleefully boasted about her successful bet with the bewildered prisoner. The little girl pointed directly at the other party's face, ordering her master to immediately take this guy back to be her personal attendant, always ready to obey. He hastily introduced himself as Fan Jian, boasting profusely about his formation array skills to beg for a ticket out of this dark prison. Yu Zongfeng found Fan Jian's thick skin, though not detestable, quite amusing, so he nodded, agreeing to let him follow as an errand boy. Fan Jian profusely thanked him but then worried, saying they needed to find the old man Shang Gong to open these fancy sealed chains. Fearing his new boss wasn't skilled enough, Yu Zongfeng didn't bother with the warning, his sharp eyes flashing as he activated his forbidden eye to scrutinize the lock's structure. In his eyes, the complicated array formations revealed themselves as mere garbage, full of flaws. Just by poking the right chi gathering point, the entire system would shut down. He clicked his tongue in disdain at Fan Jian's excessive caution, gathering chi into a sword on his fingertip, ready to operate on the chains as easily as slicing noodles. With just a gentle flick of his finger, the the chains shattered and fell to the ground, startling Fanjian, whose eyes and mouth formed perfect O's in utter shock. Fanjian broke out in a cold sweat, doubting life itself as he witnessed a true Essence Realm cultivator violently shatter a seal that even core formation experts found impossible to break. Fanjian immediately switched to fanboy mode, his eyes shining like car headlights, swearing to offer unconditional loyalty to his boss, but Yu Zhongfeng coldly brushed him off. Yu Zhongfeng turned back with a calculating smile, getting straight to the core question of every gamer on a raid. Where is the Tuzhou sect's treasure vault? Fanjian raised his hand to volunteer faster than lightning, shouting loudly that he knew the terrain of this place like the back of his hand. In his mind, Fanjian envisioned a glorious future. He decided to cling tightly to this golden opportunity, believing that only the adaptable are truly wise. However, he suddenly remembered the harsh reality and warned his boss that the treasure was located in an extremely dangerous core area where a single mistake could wipe them all out. Yu Zhongfeng scoffed confidently, declaring his life philosophy, never to leave empty-handed. Since he was here, he had to plunder enough to make it worth his while. He glanced at the unconscious guards lying on the ground, asking Fanjian how to deal with this trash. Before the new disciple could react, Yu Zhongfeng grabbed Jiang Lan and vanished, tossing back a casual remark for Fanjian to handle the aftermath himself, as he had no grudge with these small fries. Fanjian stood, rooted to the spot, speechless as he watched his new boss's irresponsible retreating figure, realizing he had just been appointed as the battlefield janitor. In another corner of the Tuzhou sect, two disciples were buzzing with discussion, feeling uneasy as they saw the sect leader and all the elders unusually heading out to Lotus Lake. Jiang Gui was whispering sweet nothings into the sect leader's ear, assuring him that the plan was flawless, to ease the old man's excessive worries and random suspicions. Deep down, Jiang Gui breathed a sigh of relief for having fooled this old fox, regretting missing the chance to return to his big brother, but deciding to adapt and continue playing his part. The sect leader still frowned, rubbing his forehead, his intuition telling him something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Fanjian led the charge, his eyes gleaming as he loudly pointed out the sect's treasure vault right ahead, followed by Yu Zhongfeng and Zhu Tong, who were soaring through the air. Two guards stared blankly, as three figures rushed like a whirlwind towards the forbidden area, not yet understanding what was happening. The guards shrieked in panic upon realizing there were intruders, loudly reporting that core formation experts were attacking. The desperate shouts reached the sect leader, making him jump in alarm, his face changing color as he realized his premonition had come true. The old sect leader frantically urged Jiang Gui to go check, while the spy behind him maintained a deeply serious expression as he followed. Yu Zhongfeng, Zhu Tong, and Fanjian stood proudly, facing two trembling small fry guards blocking their way in the front courtyard. Yu Zhongfeng flashed a sly smile, leaving the battlefield for Zhu Tang to handle, so he could sneak off to grab some pocket money from the treasure vault first. Yu Zhongfeng snapped at Fanjian, telling him not to just stand there like a blockhead, and to lead the way to the treasure vault immediately. Zhu Tang stepped forward with the demeanor of a boss, sarcastically telling the Tuzhou sect members not to be so presumptuous as to think they could do whatever they pleased. A grizzled elder stepped out to block their path, greeting his old acquaintance Zhu Tang with a sneer. The elder secretly plotted in his mind, realizing that Zhu Tang had walked right into a trap, and this was a golden opportunity to send his enemy to the grave. The scene shifted to a luxurious space, where Kang Qianyi sat playing Go, attending to her blue-robed master. The old master lectured her, scolding Kang Qianyi for not focusing on sword cultivation, her mind constantly distracted by worries about a man. The old blue-robed man waved his hand dismissively, considering Yu Zhongfeng a mere small fry and believing that the Tuzhou sect was more than capable of handling this matter. Kang Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat, trying to warn her master that the Tuzhou sect members might betray their side. The blue-robed master smirked, deciding to make a big move by sending Lin Pingbu to intimidate the Earth Summon sect and conveniently bring Yu Zhongfeng back. Kang Qianyi immediately obeyed, not forgetting to boost morale by saying that senior brother Lin Pingbu was a genuine nascent Soul Realm expert, who would only take a day to arrive and sweep the map clean. The blue-robed master stared intently at the chessboard with a serious expression, asking his disciple if she understood why he was so fixated on Yu Zhongfeng. Kang Qianyi placed a chess piece while analyzing the tense political situation, stating that the Heavenly Martial Pavilion and the True Essence Palace were lurking, so their side had to be cautious. The master laughed heartily, declaring that his disciple was right, but her thinking was not yet profound enough to see the whole picture. He began his lecture on the realm, revealing the existence of two ultimate hidden world sects, the Heaven Scars sect and the Martial Immortal Gate. Seeing his disciple still bewildered, he laid his cards on the table, revealing his desire to seize Yu Zhongfeng's Nine Swords Mountain legacy to advance to the Soul Transformation realm, making his sect the third dominant power. He stood up, chest puffed out arrogantly, declaring that before he achieved his goal, those others were merely ants he could crush at any time. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, where a spiky-haired senior brother sat meditating to accumulate mana, his powerful aura engulfing the entire training ground. A disciple rushed in frantically, reporting the hot news that traces of the target, Yu Zhongfeng, had been found. The senior brother's eyes snapped open, sharp as razors, as he growled, demanding the target's location with surging killing intent. The disciple cupped his hands and reported loudly that the target was hiding in the territory of the Earth Summons Sect. Bao Yi roared with resentment, his hand crackling with lightning as he demanded a fair settlement with the one who dared to manipulate him. Yu Zhongfeng led his entourage, landing in the opponent's courtyard with the casual air of strolling through a park. Jiang Yueyao clung tightly to her master, boldly declaring that with her master's protection, she could take on anything. The Earth Summons Sect leader stared blankly at the uninvited guests, uttering a foolish question about their identities. Fan Jian leaped forward, pointing his finger and launching into a rehearsed speech, praising his new boss to cosmic levels, leaving everyone speechless. Yu Zhongfeng watched his subordinates' fervent boasting, breaking into a cold sweat, and bluntly admitted he didn't even remember his name. Yu Zhongfeng's mind started working. He found this glib-tongued personality quite interesting, so he decided to take him in as his third disciple. He stood tall, his face impassive, and loudly announced himself as Yu Zhongfeng of Nine Swords Mountain, startling his opponents. Fan Jian, emboldened, used his master's prestige to laugh loudly and threaten the others to surrender immediately, lest they regret it later. The Earth Summon Sect leader's eyes blazed with fury, and his aura erupted as he demanded the life of the first loud-mouthed brat. Jiang Yueyao hid behind her master, whining and complaining that those people were bullying her, making her so scared her heart almost jumped out. The Earth Summons Sect leader intended to suppress them with his authority, but Yu Zhongfeng remained unfazed, smirking mockingly and challenging them to see who was truly capable of stopping him. Zhu Tang stood tall, facing Shanggong, coldly reminding the Grand Elder of the price he would pay for daring to betray and confront his former boss. The Earth Summons Sect leader channeled his energy into his hands, his demeanor as leisurely as a cat toying with a mouse, declaring that he would slowly send each of them to their demise. Jiang Gui stroked his beard with a sinister smile, promising to unleash a big surprise that his opponents would never forget, but his eyes glinted with unpredictable cunning. Zhu Tong turned to check the situation, asking if his ally could handle the uneven match, and Yu Zhongfeng grinned, confidently stating that dealing with these guys was as easy as pie. Yu Zhongfeng waved his hand, ordering a tactical retreat. Fan Jian excitedly ran ahead to clear the path, while the two of them stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. The Earth Summons Sect leader furiously unleashed a sealing technique, summoning a gigantic, glowing yellow formation in the sky to block the invaders' retreat. The old man assigned Jiang Gui to deal with Zhu Tong while he would solo Yu Zhongfeng, unaware that his subordinate had already nodded with a smile of betrayal. The Earth Summons Sect leader raised his hand to his mouth and blew out a stream of blue energy, seemingly activating his final trump card to turn the tide. A thunderous palm strike from behind landed directly on Shanggong's back, the crisp sound of breaking bones echoing in the air, signaling the start of the real show. Jiang Gui cackled maniacally, announcing he had come to help, while Shanggong spat fresh blood, realizing with shock that his trusted disciple was also the traitor who stabbed him in the back. Jiang Gui stepped towards Zhu Tong, casting aside the empty title of elder to affirm his unwavering loyalty to his former boss, which had never faded. Zhu Tang gave a proud half-smile, his sharp eyes showing that every chess piece on this bloody board was firmly within the boss's grasp. The Earth Summon Sect leader screamed in despair, desperately clinging to the tattered formation to threaten his opponents that they were still trapped. Yu Zhongfeng disdainfully charged forward with his blazing sword, declaring that he would use absolute power to shatter the chicken coop that old man was so proud of. A world-shaking sword chi pierced the sky, tearing the formidable defensive grand formation into fragments of light right before the enemy's eyes. The sect leader broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he witnessed Yu Zhongfeng's terrifying sword technique destroy his trump card in an instant. Yu Zhongfeng coldly retorted, asserting that with the eye of fragmentation, this low-grade formation would vanish in mere seconds, and wasn't worth his concern. Yu Zhongfeng gleefully slipped away to scavenge for treasures, leaving the bloody stage to Zhu Tang to personally purge his sect and exact his revenge. The bearded captain, wielding a massive battle axe, roared, inciting his comrades to charge forward and fight to the death. Gong Yue smugly summoned a gigantic stone golem, thinking this clumsy toy could achieve something. An elder channeled his energy, firing out golden energy rings, intending to overwhelm the opponents with sheer numbers. The minor disciples formed a line to block the door, swords in hand, but their aura was as weak as a snail's. Yu Zhongfeng stood with his arms crossed, watching with disdain, generously granting the fools a chance to leave without him even needing to draw his sword. The blind minions scorned him as a true Essence Realm brat, shouting and rushing in like moths to a flame. Yu Zhongfeng sighed in exasperation, his sharp eyes gazing at the idiots who didn't cherish their own lives. Without lifting a finger, Yu Zhongfeng simply stood still, emitting a terrifying sword chi that prevented anyone from daring to cross the line of death. The disciples' faces drained of color, screaming in despair as they realized the immense power gap and turned to flee. Yu Zhongfeng smiled like the Grim Reaper, blocking their retreat and declaring that all regrets were now too late. The aftershocks of Yu Zhongfeng's wrath blew away the small fry, sending the unfortunate disciple spitting blood and flying like a broken kite before the overwhelming power. Stepping over the scattered corpses of the henchmen, Fan Jian hastily warned his master about the extremely difficult treasure-guarding formation on the large door, fearing it would take a lot of effort. Yu Zhongfeng merely gave a faint, confident smile, his eyes flashing with an eerie blue light as he activated his Eye of Fragmentation to scrutinize the formation's structure, then casually declared that it was fine. Under his penetrating gaze, the formation's core revealed itself as a complex magic circle, brightly shining on the wooden door. Without bothering to solve the puzzle, Yu Zhongfeng swung his sword in a decisive strike, a stream of azure sword chi tearing through space, aiming directly at the formation's center with a mighty shout of break. Boom! The sturdy defensive formation shattered like brittle rice paper before absolute power, dust and smoke billowing, signaling that it was time to loot. Yu Zhongfeng casually walked in as if going to a market, leaving Fan Jian rooted to the spot, his face bewildered, unable to process the overwhelming situation that had just unfolded. The guide broke into a cold sweat, his mouth agape in horror as he witnessed some divine being violently break the formation with just one sword strike, truly embodying the legendary demeanor of a hidden master. The door opened to paradise, Yu Zhongfeng leading his disciples into a treasure vault filled with chests and glittering items, waiting to be cleared out by their new owner. Quickly scanning the spoils, Yu Zhongfeng smirked, commenting that although most were imperial-grade trash, he still managed to salvage a few decent items to pocket. Yu Zhongfeng spread his hand, showing off the freshly looted spoils. 3 5-element spirit orbs shining brightly, signaling a bountiful harvest. He chuckled smugly, confidently asserting that with these materials, breaking through to the heavenly core realm was only a matter of time. Holding the Earth Puppet Art Manual, Yu Zhongfeng's mind raced, planning to toss it to Jiang Yuyao to learn. Realizing her sword cultivation was utterly useless, Yu Zhongfeng turned to look at the guide with a scrutinizing gaze, directly asking if Fan Jian had made any plans for his future or if he still intended to drift aimlessly. Fan Jian broke out in a cold sweat, hastily recounting his family's feud with the Tujiao sect, and earnestly pleading to follow the big brother to find refuge. Yu Zhongfeng immediately switched to his sheep-herding mode, praising Fan Jian as a rare genius before extending his hand, inviting him to join Nine Swords Mountain as a disciple. Fan Jian froze for a few seconds, his face beaming as if he had struck gold, never expecting such sudden good fortune. The young man immediately knelt down to formally acknowledge his master, and Yu Zhongfeng burst into laughter, declaring he had taken in his third disciple while Jiang Yuyao watched. In the Lotus Lake area under the fiery red sunset, Leng Hongsheng and An Kai stood observing the water with calculating expressions. Leng Hongsheng stood with his arms crossed, solemnly announcing that Shi Yu had found a safe hiding spot and was ready to act as soon as things changed. And Sai looked towards the horizon, confidently assuring her teammate that the boss's skill level was unmatched in the world, so he was certainly safe and sound. Leng Hongsheng smirked, immediately pinpointing An Sai's excessive concern for the boss, and bluntly stating that she had fallen under a love spell. Caught off guard, An Sai blushed furiously, vehemently denying it, but her flustered expression completely betrayed her. Leng Hongsheng didn't let up, adding a final jab, advising her to rein it in because the boss was a discerning prodigy who didn't fancy frivolous girls. Both of them startled, stopping their verbal sparring as they felt an immense pressure from the airship tearing through the wind towards them. And Sai and Leng Hongsheng immediately activated their combat stances, soaring into the air, ready to confront the uninvited guests. The Tujiao sect leader landed, facing Leng Hongsheng's group, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string about to snap. The old Tujiao sect leader, radiating killing intent, declared that he had only deigned to come to this god-forsaken place for his precious son, and gruffly demanded his return. K smirked provocatively, telling the old man directly that his beloved son was in a place he wouldn't find even in his wildest dreams. Leng Hongsheng stepped forward coldly, setting terms for a hostage exchange, demanding the old man hand over Jianglan if he wished to see his son again. The old Tuzhou sect leader narrowed his eyes, calculating. Outwardly, he was gruff, but inwardly, he was plotting to kidnap Jianglan to use as a hostage against Nine Swords Mountain after rescuing his precious son. He stood at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly, dismissing all agreements because he felt he had been led on by these small fry for too long, deciding to let his fists do the talking. The old man roared, demanding to meet Yu Zongfeng and Zhu Tong, openly disdainful that the mere lackeys before him were not qualified to negotiate with a sect leader like himself. And Cai sneered provocatively, coordinating seamlessly with Leng Hongsheng to infuriate the opponent, flatly stating that the whereabouts of the big bosses were not for the old man to meddle with. The Tuzhou sect leader's face darkened, his killing intent erupting fiercely as he realized he was being stalled. He swore to massacre every single member of Nine Swords Mountain to vent his rage. The airship glowed brightly, and the old man waved his hand, ordering his disciples to launch an all-out attack, sparing only the two leaders for interrogation and slaughtering the rest. Facing the overwhelming firepower from above, Leng Hongsheng remained unperturbed. He drew his sword, yet his demeanor showed no fear of impending death. He smirked, confidently admitting that while his side might seem weak, they had an extremely fierce plan B to ambush those power-diluted experts. Leng Hongsheng raised a hand to his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. Immediately, numerous dark figures burst forth from underground like mushrooms after rain, surrounding the battlefield. A pair of long, slender legs stepped out powerfully. Shi Yu appeared in a charming pink dress, greeting the old sect leader with a meaningful tone. Using his true name, Gong Yueyu, the Tuzhou sect leader's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and his face drained of all color as he shrieked miserably, seeing the enemy he thought dead still alive and well. Shi Yu stepped out proudly in her pink dress, delivering a sharp provocation that her life was far too robust to die so easily. Third Elder Lu Yi broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously whispering, calculating how to inform his comrades without being discovered by Boss Gong Yueyu right there on the spot. Fourth Elder Wang Wei immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. Both nodded sharply, deciding to ambush the boss to savor the sweet taste of victory. Fifth Elder Shen Kong also joined the traitors. All three agreed on a plan to stab the boss in the back, and swore to protect their junior sister when the time was right. Jiang Yuyao watched the airship fly away, her heart burning with anxiety, sensing that something ominous was about to befall her master. The scene shifted to an internal initiation. Yu Zongfeng introduced Jiang Lan as the second senior sister, stating that the position of first senior sister would be decided later. Jiang Lan immediately asserted her authority, demanding Fan Jian call her young miss before she would relent, while he could only force a smile and call her second senior sister to get it over with. Fan Jian scratched his head, pleading to renege on the bet, but Jiang Lan smirked slyly, insisting he pay up fairly and not try to escape. Yu Zongfeng patted her head, intervening in the internal bullying. Jiang Lan immediately changed her demeanor, becoming an obedient child, meticulously following her master's words without daring to utter a sound. Jiang Lan waved her hand mysteriously, leaving Fan Jian bewildered, unsure what this senior sister was planning to do to him now. She patted her new junior brother's head repeatedly to assert her big sister status, declaring she would take meticulous care of him, which made Fan Jian's face contort. Yu Zongfeng chuckled gleefully at the old-timer bullying the newcomer, while Jiang Lan stuck out her tongue, teasing, leaving Fan Jian to only protest helplessly. The scene shifted to a fiery battlefield. A colossal stone dragon roared fiercely amidst the relentless onslaught of Zhu Tang and Jiang Gui. Yu Zongfeng narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation, concluding that old man Shanggong, despite his mediocre cultivation, possessed an extremely formidable array mastery. Fan Jian quickly spoke up, analyzing, asserting that the old man was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements from Gong Yueyu to save his life. He confidently thumped his chest, boasting that his array skills were sufficient to outwit those small fry cultivators, asking his master for a chance to prove himself and earn merit. Yu Zongfeng immediately shot off like an arrow to join the battle, not forgetting to assign Fan Jian the task of ensuring senior sister Jiang Yueyao's safety. Shanggong looked up in horror, seeing Zhu Tang and Jiang Gui had seized the high ground atop the stone dragon, cornering him. Old man Shanggong broke out in a cold sweat, grinding his teeth in despair as he realized he was about to be minced by three monsters working together. As soon as Yu Zongfeng arrived, he began to tease his comrades, deeming that sluggish array mere child's play, as easy as pie. Ju Tang's face flushed as he retorted that not everyone was a monster like him, but Yu Zongfeng immediately corrected him, saying it was called being a genius. Jiang Gui, brimming with fighting spirit, swung his axe in a casual greeting, suggesting to Boss Yu that they finish off old man Shang Gong before having a chat. Yu Zongfeng activated his forbidden eye, which glowed brightly, confidently declaring he would demonstrate a peak-level array-breaking performance to broaden everyone's horizons. He stood defiantly amidst the encirclement, taunting old man Shang Gong, asking if he had any last words before meeting his end. Shang Gong, though on the verge of collapse, still strained his neck to boast, threatening that the sect leader's reinforcements were coming to take the lives of these youngsters. Yu Zongfeng launched a psychological attack, promising to spare the lives of the small fry disciples if the old man surrendered immediately. Old man Shang Gong revealed his cruel nature, treating his disciples' lives as mere weeds, and challenged his opponents to go ahead and massacre them. Yu Zongfeng sneered mockingly, applauding the Grand Elder's deeply moving master-disciple bond before the shocked disciples. Ju Tang cut short the verbal sparring, ordering them to focus on shattering the sluggish array to corner the old man with no escape. Jiang Gui roared excitedly, urging Yu Zongfeng to join him in quickly mincing that stubborn old man. Shang Gong sat calmly within his protective barrier, sneering mockingly at the youngsters who were deluding themselves into thinking they could break his rare-grade array. Though he boasted loudly, cold sweat beaded on the old man's forehead. He only prayed that Big Brother would arrive in time before his mana core ran dry. Yu Zongfeng didn't bother to argue, swinging his sword to unleash a powerful crescent slash, testing the toughness of this turtle shell. The sword chi collided with the array, creating a deafening explosion. Energy scattered, but the shield remained unyielding. Yu Zongfeng's blue eyes flashed with interest, admitting that this chicken coop was somewhat intriguing, forcing him to be more serious. Shang Gong, despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth due to backlash, still tried to act superior, scoffing that his opponent's skill was still too green and immature. Yu Zongfeng, Ju Tang, and Jiang Gui exchanged knowing glances, deciding to launch a combined attack to send the old man to his final resting place once and for all. Yu Zongfeng activated the three-yang sword art, his entire body ablaze as he plunged down like a meteor with the powerful earth-shattering style. Shang Gong was no pushover either. He immediately summoned the Earth Dragon Roar, transforming the stone into a colossal roaring dragon to confront them directly. Shang Gong strained to control the earth and rocks, creating a shield, sweat pouring down him like rain as the death cries echoed across the battlefield. A barrage of palm strikes and sword chi relentlessly hammered the old man's turtle shell defense, creating terrifying explosions that shook heaven and earth. The old man gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he desperately channeled spiritual energy to maintain the formation, clinging to a faint hope of withstanding the storm of damage. Yu Zongfeng appeared with a cold expression, making a chilling statement that negated his opponent's efforts, then swung his sword down with a decisive strike. A colossal pillar of fire descended from the sky like a hammer, crushing all enemy resistance in an instant. Shang Gong's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open, screaming in despair as he witnessed the terrifying power of the sword Dao, far beyond his imagination. Yu Zongfeng attacked while analyzing the stubbornness of this formation, admitting that it had helped the old man stall for a considerable amount of time. The energy pillar exploded violently, blowing away all the earth and rocks, and the Grand Elder's final defensive line, into dust. Shang Gong lay flattened on the ground, coughing up blood, his pathetic state devoid of any spirit befitting a core formation realm expert. Jiang Gui gleefully handed a knife to Ju Tang, yielding the honor of finishing off the traitor to his boss to settle their old scores. Shang Gong frantically raised his hands, begging for his life, trying to pause the game to explain his situation before the Grim Reaper's scythe. Ju Tang looked down with sharp, cold eyes, making a chilling statement that the dead had no need for many last words. The old man broke out in a cold sweat, humbling himself to admit his past mistakes, desperately trying to find a way to survive. Shang Gong tried to sow discord, shamelessly tempting Ju Tang to betray Yu Zongfeng in exchange for a chance to join the profound sword sect. Yu Zongfeng slung an arm over Ju Tang's shoulder and sneered, mocking the foolish old man for daring to use such a cheap trick to divide this family. He frowned at his opponent's incessant babbling, urging Ju Tang to finish him off immediately to spare their ears. Ju Tang held the knife to his enemy's throat, coldly declaring that he would soon send the sect leader to the underworld to reunite with him. A decisive stab through the heart ended the Grand Elder's life, fresh blood splattering, marking the end for the villain. Jiang Gui loudly declared the official collapse of the Earth Summons sect, threatening to disband the remaining remnants of their forces. Yu Zongfeng and Zhu Tong stepped over the enemy's corpse without a second glance, immediately discussing plans to move to Lotus Lake to clean up the aftermath. The sound of water splashing echoed with a plink. Jiang Lan, playing in the water, blurted out, asking if Master could deal with that old man. Fan Jian was gesticulating wildly when Jiang Lan cut him off, the girl confidently asserting that Master was the strongest in the world, so his opponent stood no chance. Fan Jian frowned, looking worldly wise. He warned that there were always higher mountains beyond mountains, and this continent was full of terrifying monsters, no laughing matter. Jiang Lan clenched her fists with determination, declaring that she would cultivate diligently to personally clear away any obstacles blocking her benefactor's path. Fan Jian broke out in a cold sweat, shivering as he felt the dense killing intent emanating from a snot-nosed kid. Yu Zongfeng suddenly appeared with powerful strides, his words of praise startling Fan Jian. Seeing Master stride forward with the demeanor of a victor, both disciples quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Yu Zongfeng gave a faint smile. He ordered the two to return and regroup with Jiang Yueyao, stating he had no time to babysit them through more fights. Jiang Lan was unwilling to be left behind. The girl loudly insisted on following him to Lotus Lake to fight alongside Master. Fan Jian quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. He knew their cultivation levels were too low and advised her not to try and be a burden to Master. Yu Zongfeng looked pleased. He assessed Fan Jian as someone sensible and possessing the potential to manage Nine Swords Mountain after a short training course. The entire team had returned to the Nine Swords Mountain headquarters, where the majestic peak bathed in the brilliant sunset glow. The food-loving Jiang Yueyao, busy stuffing her mouth, flinched when she sensed Master's presence. She quickly swallowed her pastry, then excitedly rushed out to greet Master and junior sister Jiang Lan, her face beaming as if she'd found gold. Before her joy subsided, Jiang Yueyao paused, bewildered, pointing at the unfamiliar man standing there and asking for his identity. Hearing Master introduce the new disciple, Fan Jian immediately switched to flattery mode, cupping his hands to greet senior sister with the friendliest smile possible. Jiang Yueyao tightly held Jiang Lan's hand, blaming herself for being too weak to protect her junior sister. But the girl quickly comforted senior sister, telling her not to worry too much. Seeing the disciples had settled into formation, Yu Zongfeng waved his hand, assigned tasks, and then announced he was heading to Lotus Lake for personal business. He rode his sword, soaring high into the sky with a divine aura, leaving the three disciples on the ground gazing after him with admiration. Jiang Yueyao loudly urged Master to take care, while Fan Jian, standing behind her, was speechless, as he reminded her that the boss had flown far away and couldn't hear anything. Jiang Yueyao cried out in protest. She refused to sit idly by like a good girl while Master ventured into dangerous territory. Jiang Lan lowered her head, sadly admitting that her low cultivation level was why she had become a burden, unable to fight alongside Master. Fan Jian suddenly spoke up with a meaningful smile. He stroked his chin, assuring his senior sisters that this was not the end of the road. The two female disciples stared blankly at their new junior brother. Jiang Yueyao was extremely worried, fearing that disobeying the confinement order would result in Master severely punishing her. Fan Jian calmly analyzed like an expert. He believed Master's prohibition was merely out of fear that the weak disciples couldn't defend themselves. He confidently crossed his arms, asserting that if they could prove their survival skills and assist Master, they would certainly not be punished. Jiang Yueyao's eyes lit up like car headlights. She eagerly pressed her junior brother, asking if he had any sneaky tricks to circumvent the rules. Fan Jian proudly thumped his chest, boasting about his formation array skills. He planned to use a formation to conceal their aura and secretly follow along to scavenge at the edge of the battlefield. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Yueyao grabbed Fan Jian's hand and dragged him along, promising him roasted sweet potatoes if the mission succeeded. Elsewhere, Shi Yu, in a charming pink dress, was alone, facing a group of heavily armed minions, while Qing Tianhan's group observed from above. The Tuzhou captain loudly ordered to open fire, intending to overwhelm and bully the weak girl. Shi Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she witnessed a sudden bloody incident right beside her, a painful sneak attack from Wang Wei. He coldly stabbed his fellow disciple just as the order to attack was given. Liu Yi shot past Shi Yu like a gust of wind to block the attack, leaving her bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Liu Yi broke out in a cold sweat, questioning the plan, but Wang Wei yelled, asserting that the top priority was to protect the boss's younger sister. The trio of infiltrators, Liu Yi, Wang Wei, and Shen Kong, officially revealed their hand, standing in a line to protect Shi Yu in front of the enemy. The Tuzhou captain's eyes burned with fury. He screamed wildly, vowing to eliminate these audacious traitors. The three traders suddenly changed their demeanor, their faces beaming as if they'd found gold when they saw their savior appear. Jutang strode forward with the aura of a kingpin, immediately turning the tide of the battlefield. Lu Yi, Shen Kong, and Wang Wei grinned widely, cheering and calling out to Big Brother, excited to know they were safe. Jutang smirked, turning to confirm with Shi Yu and Jiang Gui that those three infiltrators were trump cards planted since their youth. The Tuzhou sect leader's eyes burned with fury. He pointed directly at Jiang Gui, screaming questions about the fate of the Grand Elder. Jutang arrogantly glided on his spiritual artifact, casually stating that the old man had gone to heaven, and mocking his opponent for being besieged by his own people. He pointed authoritatively at Gong Yueyu, issuing an ultimatum demanding the sect leader surrender immediately, as the game was over. Gong Yueyu gnashed his teeth, flashing a savage, sneering smile, and challenging Jutang's excessive confidence in return. He raised his hands to the sky, roaring like a cornered beast, ordering the entire sect to fight to the death to carve out a path to survival. The low-level disciples, hearing the order, turned pale, utterly bewildered by the precarious situation. A captain broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing to devise a plan to use the inner disciples as cannon fodder while he quietly made his escape. Jutang's expression suddenly changed, his sharp gaze darting towards the horizon as he sensed a terrifying sword aura. From afar, Yu Zhongfeng led his army, steadily advancing with an overwhelming aura, causing Jutang to observe intently. Yu Zhongfeng looked up at the sky, his expression changing, sweat beginning to pour as he sensed the untimely arrival of an extremely powerful troublemaker. Jutang stood on the ground, looking up at the stranger, hovering on his sword in the air, asking for the opponent's identity with extreme vigilance. The newcomer, with an arrogant and cold demeanor, introduced himself as Lin Pingbu from the Profound Sword Sect, his gaze looking down at the people below, as if they were ants. Yu Zhongfeng turned to quietly ask Jutang about this person's cultivation level. Both kingpins clearly showed tension from the invisible pressure emanating from their opponent. Lin Pingbu unleashed a terrifying aura with glowing eyes. He was confirmed to be a monster who had cultivated for 200 years and was nearing the nascent soul realm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, his mind constantly racing to plan a quiet escape, but he paused, realizing that if he ran, Kai and Leng Hongsheng would be wiped out. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, which was beginning to blaze with fire, his eyes becoming resolute as he realized there was no turning back. Yu Zhongfeng drew his sword, unleashing a sky-high burst of fire, and with his familiar arrogant smile, invited Jutang to join him in this perilous gamble for their lives. Lin Pingbu saw through his opponent's sword intent, nodding in appreciation and understanding why Elder Wang wanted to capture this person alive for his sect, instead of killing him. Leng Hongsheng stood frozen, drenched in sweat, as he heard the monster's demand to spare the small fries if Yu Zhongfeng obediently followed him. The Tuzhou sect leader frantically screamed, reminding Lin Pingbu to eliminate Yu Zhongfeng immediately, as he was too cunning and could not be allowed to survive. Lin Pingbu glared with blood-red, murderous eyes, putting the weakling in his place for daring to lecture him, and coldly stated he would settle matters with the Earth Summon sect later. With just a powerful glance, Lin Pingbu made the Tuzhou sect leader vomit blood and perish on the spot. The old man's terrified mind thought that the Profound Sword Sect had already seen through his schemes. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his opponent could unleash sword chi from his eyes, proving a terrifying cultivation level far beyond his expectations. Without further ado, Yu Zhongfeng swung his sword, unleashing a sky-blazing streak of fire, and loudly ordered his allies to follow him to carve a bloody path to escape. Lin Pingbu drew his sword with a disdainful expression, scoffing at Yu Zhongfeng as an incompetent individual wasting a refined sword intent on useless hands. He flew into the air like a god, summoning a barrage of sword light from the sky to form a wide-area destructive array. Lin Pingbu looked down with eyes as cold as if gazing at ants, declaring a death sentence for Yu Zhongfeng if he only possessed that much skill. Yu Zhongfeng remained unfazed, a challenging smirk playing on his lips, arrogantly inviting his opponent to test their might and see who would truly fall. The Tuzhou sect leader watched the two monsters clash, his heart burning with anxiety, racking his brain to devise a path to survival for his sect amidst this incredibly complex chaos. The Tuzhou sect leader squinted, calculating that although the one from the Profound Sword Sect had seen through his scheme, he hadn't exposed it, leaving an opportunity to turn the tables. Fan Jian, running headlong with Jiang Yueyao, was drenched in sweat, realizing that even with their numbers, facing a near-nascent soul monster like Lin Pingbu was utterly meaningless. The old fox, the Tuzhou sect leader, flashed a cunning, triumphant smile, believing he had grasped his opponent's weakness to gain an advantage. He stood on the flying ship, bowing obsequiously with clasped hands, shamelessly proposing an alliance with Lin Pingbu to capture Yu Zhongfeng and claim some credit. Lin Pingbu responded with an utterly contemptuous gaze, as if looking at trash, and uttered a brief curse to dismiss the troublesome old man. The Tuzhou sect leader was startled, immediately changing his demeanor to that of an obedient puppy, hastily promising to scram at once to avoid offending the expert. The disgraced old man frantically steered his flying ship, fleeing headlong into the deep forest, looking utterly pathetic. In another corner of the forest, Xiao Xinghe, with his spiky hair, sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, sniffing out the scent of impending war. A colossal, fiery column of sword energy shot straight into the sky, making him immediately recognize it as the signature technique of his sworn enemy, Yu Zhongfeng. Xiao Xinghe gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred, vowing to make Yu Zhongfeng pay dearly for his previous bitter deceptions. Yu Zhongfeng was struggling to evade the deadly sword strikes from Lin Pingbu, who completely dominated him in speed and skill in the air. Lin Pingbu sneered arrogantly, declaring he would open his opponent's eyes to the true power gap between a fake and the real deal. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat as he calculated their stats, realizing he only had 6,000 combat power, while his near-nascent soul opponent must have over 1,000. With a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth, Lin Pingbu unleashed a destructive slash that forced Yu Zhongfeng to run for his life. Suddenly, Xiao Xinghe appeared, his eyes glowing devilishly red, roaring and demanding a fight to the death with Yu Zhongfeng immediately. Lin Pingbu frowned in annoyance at the newcomer, wondering where this madman had crawled out from to ruin his fun. Yu Zhongfeng froze for a few seconds, silently lamenting his misfortune. He had only tricked him once, and now this madman was hunting him to the ends of the earth. But immediately, his face shifted into a cunning smile as he realized this was a heaven-sent opportunity to turn the tide with a dirty trick. He pointed at the two enemies, adopting a manipulative tone, suggesting they fight each other to the bitter end, and he would obediently follow the victor. Lin Pingbu coldly warned Xiao Xinghe not to obstruct his mission. The tension between the two powerhouses began to stretch taut like a bowstring. Xiao Xinghe defiantly challenged him, invoking the power of his sect to intimidate and outright dismiss his opponent, even knowing he was stronger. Lin Pingbu sneered, drawing his sword, accepting the solo duel to teach the bumpkin the true power of a major sect. The sky turned a fiery red, signaling an earth-shattering battle about to erupt between the two monsters. And Kai's face paled as she witnessed two terrifying auras clash from afar, fretting over the overly complicated war situation. She frantically analyzed the threat and stubbornly insisted on rushing in to save her crush, Yu Zhongfeng, despite the danger. Leng Hongsheng smirked, immediately grasping her thoughts and seizing the opportunity to tease her about her excessive worry for her beloved. And Sai tried to change the subject to professional matters, worrying that Zhu Tong wouldn't be able to withstand the damage from that nascent soul monster. But after doing some mental calculations, she brightened up, realizing their side completely overwhelmed the enemy in the number of core formation realm experts. They both exchanged triumphant smiles, concluding that their side held a significant advantage over the remnants of the Tuzhou sect, who only had the old man, the Tuzhou sect leader, left. While everyone else was racking their brains, Jiang Yueyao continued to chew noisily, pointing and exclaiming excitedly upon seeing her master appear. Fan Jian frantically clamped Jiang Yueyao's mouth shut, warning everyone to remain absolutely silent if they didn't want to be caught, and game over immediately. Jiang Yueyao, still munching on sweet potato, turned to ask her junior sister if there was any way to assist their master, while the silhouettes of various powers arrayed themselves in the distance. Jiang Lan's eyes welled up with tears. She admitted to being clueless about tactics, but firmly declared that if she were strong enough, she would wield her sword and obliterate the enemy. Fan Jian advised them to hide and wait for the opportune moment, but Jiang Yueyao immediately retorted with a fierce attitude, declaring she'd rather fight to the death alongside her master than stand by and watch. Jiang Lan clenched her fist over her chest, her eyes resolute, vowing to repay her master's immense kindness, even though she was just a novice. Fan Jian smirked triumphantly, pulling out a glowing yin-yang formation disc, and boasting that he was hiding an extremely potent killing array within it. Jiang Yueyao's eyes lit up like headlights. She eagerly pressed him, asking if this toy was powerful enough to send those core formation realm cultivators to their deaths. Fan Jian immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm by admitting it only worked on true essence realm cultivators, causing Jiang Yueyao's mood to plummet. She yelled that it was useless. Ignoring his senior sister's criticism, Fan Jian maintained a mysterious smile, asserting that this item would definitely find its use when needed. Yu Zongfeng observed from afar, frowning as he calculated combat power, annoyed that the troublemaker Xiao Xinghe was obstructing them, preventing him and Zhu Tang from combining forces to deal with the final boss. Yu Zongfeng furrowed his brow in thought, realizing he needed to find a way to break through his realm immediately because Xiao Xinghe, though strong, had some issues with his intelligence. He changed his attitude faster than an ex-lover, smiling as he apologized to Xiao Xinghe, then enticed the burly man to team up and gang up on the troublemaker Lin Pingbu. Lin Pingbu, looking incredibly cool in his sunglasses, drew his sword provocatively, declaring he wanted to test the skill of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion expert to see if he was any good. He swung his sword, creating a colossal purple sword energy that tore through space, its terrifying power descending upon his opponent. Xiao Xinghe roared contemptuously, unleashing an incredibly powerful blue palm strike to block the attack he deemed a mere trick. Yu Zongfeng didn't miss the opportunity, swooping down from above like a fallen angel, activating his three-yang sword intent to strike directly at the enemy's head, assisting his reluctant ally. The collision of the three power surges created a terrifying explosion that sent everyone flying, smoke and fire engulfing the battlefield. Lin Pingbu's face was grim with killing intent. He pointed directly at Yu Zongfeng and declared he would send this thorn in his side to the Yellow Springs first. Yu Zongfeng immediately switched to acting mode, feigning utter terror, then hid behind Xiao Xinghe, desperately calling for help to shift responsibility. Xiao Xinghe fell for the provocation, sneering arrogantly and ready to fight to the death to prove his senior's prowess before the enemy. Xiao Xinghe and Lin Pingbu charged at each other like two ferocious beasts, beginning a fiery showdown to see who was truly the strongest in the world. Lin Pingbu unleashed an incredibly potent, deep purple sword energy strike, but Xiao Xinghe remained unyielding like a boulder, blocking the attack. Yu Zongfeng stood aside, smirking, his cunning mind plotting to quietly slip away and gain experience, leaving the two men to tear each other apart. Seeing the intense situation descending from the sky, Yu Zongfeng changed his tune faster than an ex-lover, pretending to loudly demand assistance for Lin Pingbu to curry favor. A colossal stone dragon head unexpectedly emerged from the ground right behind him with an earth-shattering roar, making Yu Zongfeng jump in fright. Zhu Tang appeared incredibly cool atop the stone dragon's head, while Yu Zongfeng glared at the newcomer and declared that today was his end. The Tuzhou sect leader cursed furiously, but Zhu Tang merely sneered contemptuously, mocking him as nothing more than someone else's guard dog now. The old sect leader roared, defending his cowardice, his hands gathering a fiery red energy, intending to fight to the death to protect his lackey's honor. Zhu Tang maintained the cold demeanor of a boss, delivering a blunt statement that stung his opponent more than chili. "You're still just a dog." The Tuzhou sect leader unleashed a fiery red slash, asking if Yu Zongfeng was worth dying for, but Zhu Tang calmly declared his sole objective was to send the old man to his death. The colossal stone dragon roared terrifyingly, spewing a fiery red energy, intending to engulf Zhu Tang, but he calmly dodged the attack, as if taking a stroll. Zhu Tang asserted that Yu Zongfeng would be a name that shook the entire continent, causing the Tuzhou sect leader to merely sneer contemptuously upon hearing it. Fan Jian stood dumbfounded from afar, witnessing the earth-shattering battle, where the giant stone snake was thrashing its tail, sweeping away everything in the air. Jiang Yuyao furiously twisted her teammate's ear, scolding him relentlessly because their master was in danger, yet his mouth was still busy chewing roasted sweet potatoes. Fan Jian, still munching, explained that he was just a small fry in the true essence realm. Rushing in would only make him a human shield. She changed her attitude faster than a pancake, immediately employing a honey trap along with a hot sweet potato to entice the glutton into offering a plan. No sooner had she finished her sweet words than Jiang Yuyao glared, threatening to tell their master if he dared to be useless, making Fan Jian break out in a cold sweat. Fan Jian clutched his head, screaming in despair, wondering what karma he had accumulated in his past life to be tormented by this eccentric master and disciple duo. Fan Jian's eyes suddenly sharpened with calculation. He smirked, revealing that his cunning mind had just come up with a crazy idea. Thwack! Jiang Yuyao, losing patience, smacked him hard on the head, forcing him to spill the plan immediately before taking another hit. Fan Jian seriously presented his plan for the soul trapping formation, asserting that it could be activated with just a few formation jades. He pointed at the two senior and junior sisters, declaring bluntly that for this trap to work smoothly, both of them absolutely had to cooperate. Upon hearing they could help their master, Jiang Yuyao and Jiang Lan's eyes lit up like headlights. They nodded vigorously, their faces beaming with extreme excitement, as if they had struck gold. Fan Jian quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm, explaining that his cultivation was limited, so this formation would only work on True Essence Realm small fries. Ignoring the warning about the power limit, the two girls were still full of fighting spirit. Jiang Yuyao clenched her fist, asserting that it was more than enough to crush the enemy team. The scene shifted to the enemy side. A minion screamed miserably as Shi Yu's pink energy blast instantly obliterated him. Shi Yu stepped over the enemy's corpse with a cold expression, concluding that everything was ready, and now they only had to wait for Yu Zongfeng to hold back the monster, Lin Pingbu. She turned her back with a calculating and charming smile, asserting that Gong Yue would be the main course reserved for her big brother Ju Tang to handle. While in the middle of her act, Shi Yu paused, her eyes widening in surprise as she spotted the comedic trio, Fan Jian, stealthily crawling through the bushes like dog thieves. Shi Yu smirked wryly upon seeing the reckless youngsters. She silently thought that Yu Zongfeng owed her a favor, then turned to observe the earth-shattering battle unfolding below. Yu Zongfeng turned to Xiao Xinghe, using a multi-level marketing tone, subtly mocking him that Lin Pingbu stood no chance, thus inviting him to team up for a quick takedown. Xiao Xinghe took the bait immediately. He laughed wildly with fiery eyes, channeling all his power to unleash a destructive blow. Lin Pingbu swung his hand, unleashing a purple sword qi, smirking as he regarded the efforts of his two opponents as nothing more than a cheap comedy act. Xiao Xinghe plunged down like a meteor striking earth, creating a terrifying explosion, while Lin Pingbu gracefully dodged the attack with a superior demeanor. While in the heat of battle, Xiao Xinghe suddenly froze. He broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth, realizing that his teammate Yu Zongfeng still hadn't made a move. It turned out Yu Zongfeng had long since fled, leaving Xiao Xinghe all alone to be a human shield for the enemy. Yu Zongfeng ran while waving a mocking farewell, promising to explain later, despite Xiao Xinghe's desperate shouts and curses. Lin Pingbu looked at the scene with disdainful laughter, mocking Xiao Xinghe for being foolish enough to believe the cunning old fox. His pride wounded, Xiao Xinghe's embarrassment turned to rage. He let out a roar and continued to charge, demanding a bloody second round with his opponent. Taking advantage of Xiao Xinghe acting as a punching bag to hold back the enemy, Yu Zongfeng hid in a quiet corner to absorb the 5 elements spiritual qi and begin his cultivation breakthrough. Yu Zongfeng sat in meditation at the eye of the storm, activating a colossal pillar of lightning that struck directly down, signaling an intense level up. The Tian Wu Senior and the group of cultivators watched from afar, their faces falling as they witnessed the shocking scale of this breakthrough. The Tuzhou sect leader struggled to dodge the shattered rocks raining down due to the terrifying aftershocks of the explosion. He stroked his beard, praising the astonishing aura of the one undergoing tribulation, still unaware that the scythe of death was at his throat. His smile vanished. The Tuzhou sect leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, as he realized that if Yu Zongfeng succeeded, he would be utterly finished. Shi Yu observed from afar, confidently asserting that only a chosen one blessed by the heavens could trigger a lightning tribulation right after forming their core. She licked her lips with keen interest, her eyes shining brightly as if she had found gold, upon discovering the formidable potential of that young man. In another development, the comedic trio, Fan Jian, Jiang Yueyao, and Jiang Lan, were running for their lives, fleeing desperately from the war zone. Fan Jian revealed his true slippery nature. He ran while loudly urging Jiang Yuyao to turn back and act as a human shield so he could escape. Jiang Yuyao naively believed him and was about to turn back to take on the entire team, which startled Fan Jian. He had to shout to stop her, knowing her strength was insignificant compared to the enemy. Jiang Lan erupted with a fierce red killing intent surrounding her. Though small, this girl's fighting spirit was second to none, ready to fight the enemy to the death. The Tuzhou captain sneered, easily dodging the falling rocks and charging forward like a predator toying with its prey. Jiang Yueyao flinched, her face drained of color as she turned around and saw the enemy had closed in right behind her with terrifying speed. He stroked his mustache, laughing arrogantly, regarding the youngsters before him as mere ants who dared to provoke a superior like him. Fan Jian, trembling like a leaf, slammed his hand onto the ground to activate the formation disc, muttering prayers for the trap to work. A brilliant golden current shot up from the ground, locking the Tuzhou captain in place, catching him by surprise and leaving him no time to react. Seizing the golden opportunity while the enemy was bound, Fan Jian shouted, urging the two girls to run for their lives and escape the dangerous zone. The Tuzhou captain roared in fury, channeling his internal energy to shatter the energy shackles, declaring that this tattered formation was not strong enough to hold him. Fan Jian broke out in a cold sweat, panicking intensely as he realized that if these two ladies died here, their master would flay him alive to make a doormat. The enemy unleashed a deadly strike that swept across the ground, accompanied by a death-seeking roar, putting the two girls in a perilous situation. The Tuzhou captain stared blankly, looking up at the sky, turning brilliant pink, not understanding what on earth was about to descend upon him. Before he could collect himself, he was swallowed by a vortex of pink energy, only managing to open his mouth and let out a desperate, high-pitched scream. His arm flailed in midair before being crushed by terrifying pressure, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power of the newcomer. The captain's entire body was lifted into the air like a broken puppet, as he struggled in vain within the eye of the energy storm. Shiyu emerged from the mist with the aura of a big sister, her alluring high-slit dress making the disciples behind her gape in astonishment. She sternly warned the youngsters that this was no playground. Staying here would only make them prey for the enemy. Shiyu pouted, bluntly declaring that if it weren't for their master's sake, she would have let them all be wiped out long ago. Jiang Yuyao and her companions argued back, straining their necks, firmly asserting that they only wanted to contribute their small strength to protect their master, who was in danger. Fan Jian hastily explained his soul-trapping formation, confidently boasting that it was more than enough to stop those small fries, allowing their master to break through in peace. Shi Yu looked at the youngsters with a completely different gaze, silently assessing that Yu Zongfeng was indeed a monster to have trained such exceptional disciples. Fan Jian winked smugly, puffing out his chest and asserting that with a core formation realm expert protecting him, no one would dare touch a hair on his leg. The Tuzhou sect leader stood afar, watching the lightning strike Yu Zongfeng with eyes full of calculation and apprehension. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the other's talent was so terrifying that even heaven and earth were jealous and wanted to eliminate him immediately. Not missing the opportunity, the Tuzhou sect leader roared, ordering all his disciples to stop the breakthrough process at all costs. A loyal disciple of Nine Swords Mountain shouted loudly, rallying his brothers to fight to the death and form a protective barrier for their sect master until their last breath. And Sai worriedly turned to look at Leng Hongsheng, bewildered whether the sect master choosing to break through at this moment was a terrible move. She immediately cast aside her fear, turned back, and loudly reassured herself that the sect master would definitely overcome this tribulation. Yu Zongfeng sat in meditation amidst a sea of brilliant golden flames, calmly absorbing the surging energy as if on vacation in the eye of a storm. His eyes suddenly snapped open, gleaming with a sharp, powerful blue light that swept away all distracting thoughts. Yu Zongfeng raised his head, challenging the heavens, and arrogantly roared, daring the lightning tribulation to strike him. The first bolt of lightning tribulation tore through the pitch-black sky, descending with a destructive power capable of annihilating all things. Yu Zongfeng showed no fear, swinging his sword to challenge the heavens, and shouting that his sword had never known fear. He unleashed the three-yang sword art, heaven-shattering style, sending out a blazing sword chi that directly collided with and tore apart the lightning bolt. In a terrifying explosion, Yu Zongfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the electric current coursing through him, frantically converting the power of the lightning into 5 elements spiritual chi to temper his body. The system fox happily appeared, announcing that he had fully absorbed the first wave of the lightning tribulation, but 2 more waves were still waiting. Xiao Xinghe and Lin Pingbu stood watching the colossal pillar of energy, astonished, thinking that Yu Zongfeng had broken through too easily. Lin Pingbu's face darkened as he noticed the anomaly, coldly stating that things weren't over, which startled Xiao Xinghe standing beside him. Xiao Xinghe laughed loudly, filled with excitement, seeing Yu Zongfeng's overwhelming power as motivation for himself to cultivate even stronger in the future. Yu Zongfeng stood on a high rock, his cold gaze sweeping over the small fries below who were desperately trying to climb up and cause trouble. He confidently ran a hand through his hair, smirked, and narcissistically thought that those people wanted to kill him simply because they were jealous of his unparalleled handsomeness. The Tuzhou sect leader frantically roared, ordering all his disciples to activate self-destruct mode to drag Yu Zongfeng down to hell with them. The Tuzhou disciples glowed like mobile bombs, charging in for a suicidal attack while Yu Zongfeng stood there, utterly arrogant. Fan Jian strained his neck, shouting loudly to command the Nine Swords Mountain formation to attack, determined not to let any enemy approach his master's position. And Kai broke out in a cold sweat, panicking as he asked Fan Jian how to deal with the horde of enemies who had gone mad, wanting to fight to the death collectively. Yu Zongfeng stood with his arms crossed, watching the suicide squad, sneering contemptuously and pouring cold water on their hopes, saying they shouldn't dream of self-destructing in front of him. Fan Jian concentrated intensely, activating a formation from the yin-yang plate in his hand to block the enemy's suicidal attack. Before the Tuzhou disciples could explode, they were sent flying like broken puppets, screaming miserably in midair. Yu Zongfeng smiled, full of killing intent, controlling a stream of green energy to sweep away the hovering minions as if clearing trash. The Tuzhou sect leader gasped in horror, unable to believe that his last desperate move had been neutralized so easily. Yu Zongfeng's gaze softened, and he smiled warmly as he saw his foolish disciples, Jiang Yuyao, Fan Jian, and Jiang Lan, rushing to his aid. Yu Zongfeng gave a faint smile, thinking to himself that even though his disciples' appearance wasn't part of his calculations, he still felt quite touched by their foolishness. He laughed wildly, standing atop the colossal stone dragon, looking down at the Tuzhou sect leader, who was scared out of his wits, like looking at an ant. Yu Zongfeng glared with imposing aura, loudly challenging his old rival to unleash whatever petty tricks he still had up his sleeve. Xiao Xinghe stood with his arms crossed, discussing with Lin Pingbu, surprised that that dilapidated sect had a kid who could set up a formation to block even a spiritual explosion. He smirked with great interest, admitting that Yu Zongfeng truly knew how to create exciting surprises that left others in awe. The sky suddenly tore open, and a terrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning descended with the power to destroy all things, causing space to tremble. Yu Zongfeng gritted his teeth and activated his protective magic artifact, determined to fight this lightning tribulation to the death if he didn't want to perish on the spot. The lightning bolt collided with the fire energy, creating a colossal swirling pillar of energy. Yu Zongfeng strained to resist in the eye of the storm, filled with thunder, lightning, and red flames. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as the lightning tribulation struck the ground, and the residual energy swept through everything around, creating a terrifying scene. The System Fox appeared, congratulating him on successfully passing the tribulation, while Yu Zongfeng knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword, panting, but having recovered 85% of his strength, ready to continue fighting. Yu Zongfeng clenched his fist, feeling the surge of new power. Though not yet fully broken through, he confidently declared that he had surpassed his previous self. The Tuzhou sect leader sat slumped on the ground, trembling like a leaf amidst the corpses, stammering accusations that Fan Jian had ruined his perfect assassination plan. Xiao Xinghe stood with his arms crossed, predicting Yu Zongfeng would perish in the third lightning tribulation. But Lin Pingbu smirked, suggesting their opponent still had plenty of energy left to continue. Lin Pingbu narrowed his eyes, full of calculation, and declared coldly that no matter how hard Yu Zongfeng tried, he would die today at the hands of the profound sword sect. Without another word, Lin Pingbu erupted with a surge of deep purple qi around him, shooting off like an arrow to teach his opponent a lesson about arrogance. He hovered in the air, pointing his sword down at Yu Zongfeng, roaring that the deep-seated hatred between them could only end in death. Just at the climax, a colossal bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning tore through the sky, descending with an earth-shattering explosion that violently shook space. Lin Pingbu ignored the thunder and lightning, his eyes wide as he channeled all his strength to unleash the reverse water sword technique, creating a stream of deep purple energy that slashed directly at his target. Xiao Xinghe stood by, laughing gleefully, certain that the combination of the heavenly tribulation and Lin Pingbu's sneak attack would send Yu Zongfeng to his grave. Yu Zongfeng kept a cool head, drawing the 7-foot sword from the scabbard on his back, flames blazing around him, ready to take on both man and heaven. Lin Pingbu unleashed a stream of deep purple sword qi, sneering that Yu Zongfeng, having just reached the core formation realm, was too young to block his attack. If he didn't die, he'd be crippled. Fan Jian broke out in a cold sweat, forming hand seals to activate a green defensive formation, his mouth screaming in panic because the enemy's speed was much faster than anticipated. In that life-or-death moment, Fan Jian frantically calculated and realized that this shoddy killing formation could only buy his master a mere 6 seconds. Lin Pingbu roared furiously, refusing to accept that a dying candle like Yu Zongfeng dared to compare his brightness to the dazzling sun that was himself. Crack! Lin Pingbu plunged down like a meteor, his purple sword tip piercing through the fragile defensive formation, leaving Fan Jian no time to react. PFFT. The formation shattered, causing Fan Jian to cough up a mouthful of blood, his head thrown back as he took the full, agonizing backlash. His formation plate also utterly destroyed. Ignoring the sky-piercing pain, Fan Jian screamed hoarsely, his face drenched in sweat, placing all his faith in his master to successfully turn the tables. Yu Zongfeng gave a wicked smile, promising not to disappoint his disciple, while Lin Pingbu, eyes bloodshot, charged forward, intent on sending his opponent to hell. Yu Zongfeng erupted with an overbearing aura, wielding his sword to create a brilliant three-yang sword intent fiery vortex, meeting Lin Pingbu's suicidal charge head-on. Lin Pingbu shrieked miserably, sweat pouring off him like rain, unable to believe that someone who had just broken through to the core formation realm could block his ultimate technique, the reverse water sword. Yu Zhongfeng showed off his toned chest through his tattered robes, casually stating that this power was simply a heaven-bestowed talent. He stood proudly amidst the blazing spiritual energy, sword in hand, with an overbearing aura, arrogantly asking his opponent if they were skilled enough to compare. Yu Zhongfeng walked leisurely, exuding an overwhelming aura, while the genius Lin Pingbu was now beaten and kneeling on the ground, utterly humiliated. Yu Zhongfeng gave his familiar wicked smile, sneering that even if Lin Pingbu wanted to kill him, Old Man Wang would never allow him to ruin the big plan. Lin Pingbu was so furious he felt his lungs would burst. His face flushed red as he roared not to insult the profound sword sect, then tried to struggle up and resist in vain. Yu Zhongfeng looked down with extreme contempt, directly cursing his opponent for always bringing up his sect as a threat, no different from a brat demanding mother's milk. Lin Pingbu was so indignant his face twisted, only able to shriek Yu Zhongfeng's name in utter helplessness, unable to do anything despite being so painfully humiliated. The System Fox appeared, showering flowers to congratulate the host on achieving Heavenly Dao core formation, and displaying a new skill selection panel, including Flying Sword, Small Shield, or Phantom. Yu Zhongfeng looked at the skill selection panel with a thoughtful expression, dismissing the Flying Sword, believing his current damage output was already top tier for his level. He pointed at the shield icon, calculating that with the infinite mana pool from his immaculate body, this shield would turn him into an immortal tank, while that Phantom was utterly useless. The System Fox excitedly appeared, announcing that he had received the Small Shield talent, and simultaneously offered two more supreme items, the Dragon Transformation Sword and the Immortal Slaying Sword Array for the host to choose from. Yu Zhongfeng scoffed at the Earth-tier sword, reasoning he could always get one from his disciples later, and decisively chose the Immortal Slaying Sword Array to gain a powerful, over-leveled weapon for dominating enemies. The system confirmed the skill had been loaded. Yu Zhongfeng floated in mid-air in his new attire, looking up at the sky, savoring the new surge of power flowing through him. He shot straight down to the ground like an arrow, his eyes blazing as he declared he would use the small fries below as sandbags to test the overwhelming power of his newly learned ultimate technique. A giant stone dragon was instantly shattered by the powerful swing of the Tuzhou captain's halberd as he tried to force a path. The Tuzhou sect leader broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing Yu Zhongfeng successfully undergo his tribulation, realizing that if even the genius Lin Pingbu was crippled, he had no choice but to flee immediately to survive. He roared, ordering his Tuzhou disciples to force a path to retreat, grandly shouting slogans of fighting to the death. But in reality, he was secretly looking for a quick escape. Yu Zhongfeng stood proudly on the stone dragon's head with the demeanor of a superior, a disdainful smile on his face as he asked Gong Yueyu where he thought he could run. Despite sweating profusely, the Tuzhou sect leader stubbornly argued, declaring that even if he couldn't win, no one could stop him from running. Zhu Tang observed from behind, coldly ordering the infiltrators to show the outdated sect leader what professional work looked like. Shen Kong drew a dagger with a sinister expression, whispering to his comrades about their plan to stab their old boss in the back and make him taste ultimate suffering. Jiang Gui gave a thumbs up, praising Shen Kong's shamelessness and ruthlessness, clearly relishing the impending betrayal. Liu Yi gritted his teeth, declaring that if it weren't for wanting Big Brother Zhu Tang to exact his revenge personally, he would have long since rushed in and killed Gong Yueyu. The giant stone dragon lunged forward, blocking his path. The Tuzhou sect leader frantically screamed Zhu Tang's name, bitter at realizing he had been trapped. Yu Zhongfeng pressed his face close to his prey, his sharp eyes full of pressure as he asked once more if he truly thought he had a chance to escape. The old sect leader gritted his teeth, reassuring himself that as long as he was alive with his late core formation realm cultivation, he would find a place to settle anywhere on continent. Jiang Gui appeared proudly on the flying rocks, blocking the Tuzhou sect leader's retreat path. He clasped his hands and chanted a spell with a sinister smile, mocking his old boss that if he wanted to leave, he should ask his brothers for permission first. Without further ado, Jiang Gui launched an attack that shattered the surrounding terrain, forcing the old man to struggle to dodge the sharp rock fragments. Shen Kong seized the opportunity to sneak behind him and deliver a fatal stab, sending fresh blood splattering, accompanied by a tragic scream. The Tuzhou sect leader turned to look at the two treacherous individuals, utterly shocked, indignantly questioning why they would turn on their master. Yu Zhongfeng stood proudly on the head of the stone dragon with fiery golden eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura like a judging deity. In his utter despair, the old sect leader wildly screamed, demanding to end 200 years of grievances today. But before he could do anything, his face contorted in horror as he saw the giant shadow descending upon him. The stone dragon powerfully slammed its colossal tail onto the ground, creating a terrifying tremor that crushed all enemy resistance. The Tuzhou sect leader lay flattened in the deep pit like a dead dog, surrounded by Ju Tong and the treacherous disciples looking down with a mix of pity and disdain. Ju Tang coldly pronounced his death sentence, announcing that his opponent's golden core was shattered, all his meridians severed, rendering him a cripple awaiting death. In his fading breaths, the old man cast aside all dignity to beg his enemy to spare his daughter's life, accepting that she would have her cultivation crippled and become an ordinary person as long as she lived. The only response to his desperate plea was the deadly silence and the unwavering, sharp gaze of boss Ju Tang. The traitors like Jiang Gui clamored, cursing and insulting their old boss, saying he had no right to make demands, while Ju Tong maintained a cold, authoritative expression before the defeated foe. Memories of happy days of brotherhood, raising cups, flooded back, making the old man shed tears of regret, wondering if his fate would have been so tragic if he hadn't chosen the wrong path back then. The old sect leader's last breath faded with a belated tear, as the scene shifted to Fan Jian lying on the ground in the worried embrace of his two senior and junior sisters. Despite his face being bruised and battered like a torn blanket, young Fan Jian still managed to whisper, asking if Master was all right and fearing he had affected Master's reputation. Jiang Lan, with tears welling up, affirmed that he had done very well, announcing the good news that Master had successfully broken through and would surely save his little life. Jiang Yueyao cried profusely, pulling out a divine roasted sweet potato as a reward to coax Fan Jian into recovering quickly. Even while lying flattened, Fan Jian couldn't resist his teasing mouth, bluntly criticizing senior sister's sweet potato as terrible. He closed his eyes tightly, relaxed his body, and pretended to have breathed his last to tease his companions. Jiang Yueyao wailed tragically, thinking he had passed away, while Shi Yu stood beside them, observing with an extremely calm expression. Shi Yu calmly stated that he only suffered soft tissue injuries and would be perfectly fine after a few days of rest, leaving the two girls bewildered. Fan Jian peeked with narrowed eyes, only to meet the dead fish, eyes full of disdain and judgment from his senior sister and junior sister. He broke out in a cold sweat, hastily wiped his forehead, and forced a wry smile as his deathbed act was exposed too quickly. Jiang Yueyao's embarrassment turned into anger, and she lunged forward, slapping her junior brother repeatedly for daring to make a joke out of her worry. Fan Jian took the full force of her affection until his face was swollen like a pig's head. His mouth twisted as he weakly begged for rest. A giant swirling pillar of fire directly collided with the purple energy stream, creating an earth-shattering explosion, signaling the start of the solo battle. Yu Zhangfeng closed in with a provocative smile, while Lin Pingbu stubbornly argued, disdaining his opponent's newly advanced Golden Core Realm cultivation. Lin Pingbu roared, erupting with the aura of a half-step nascent soul, purple sword chi filling the sky, intending to crush the opponent with his cultivation level. Yu Zhangfeng glided gracefully with a whistling sound, surrounded by a fiery halo that protected him absolutely safe from the attack. He sneered contemptuously, coldly declaring that this genius's power was far weaker than imagined. Lin Pingbu broke out in a cold sweat, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he shouted in extreme bewilderment because his full power strike was blocked too easily. Yu Zhangfeng hovered in the air like a deity, looking down at his prey and sarcastically throwing the same contemptuous words back at his opponent. Realizing he was about to be defeated, Lin Pingbu furiously gathered blue qi into his sword, admitting Yu Zhangfeng's danger and deciding to fight to the death. The surrounding space instantly froze, and sharp ice spikes began to crystallize from thin air with terrifying cracking sounds. The entire forest was covered by a forest of giant ice spikes, sprouting from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a cold, deadly domain. Yu Zhangfeng stood watching the swirling qi from afar, doubtfully wondering if this person had truly reached the threshold of sword intent. He quickly realized this was just a first-rate fake, a flashy skill trying to imitate the power of sword intent. Lin Pingbu rushed forward with a crazed expression, shouting that even Elder Wang wouldn't dare to block this strike, so Yu Zhangfeng was certainly doomed to die. Icy energy condensed into a giant dragon head, which roared, shaking the entire space, intending to swallow the opponent. Yu Zhangfeng danced with his sword, gliding through the ice storm, dodging all attacks with a relaxed demeanor as if strolling in a park. He closed in on his opponent with a deathly smile, mocking this flashy display as too pathetic, and declared that Lin Pingbu's hour of death had arrived. Yu Zhangfeng soared high into the sky, activating the fiery three-yang sword intent, forming an overwhelming formation that illuminated the entire night sky. Lin Pingbu's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, terrified to realize his opponent was unleashing a sword formation, something he could never hope to achieve. The fake genius tried to salvage a last shred of hope, controlling the ice dragon to charge in, intending to break the move before the formation could be completed. Below on the ground, Xiao Xinghe and Zhu Tong stood with their arms crossed, watching the ultimate showdown between the ice dragon and the fiery swords in the sky. Xiao Xinghe turned to ask if the boss Zhu Tang intended to intervene and assist Yu Zongfeng. Zhu Tang's eyes were sharp and cold, and he declared that the profound sword sect's debt to Yu Zongfeng could only be repaid with fresh blood. When questioned in return, Xiao Xinghe scratched his head and complained that interfering in this matter was too troublesome. The battle maniac affirmed that he was only interested in a solo fight with Yu Zongfeng. Everything else was out of the question. Zhu Tang worried about the disparity in cultivation levels, but Xiao Xinghe scoffed, confident that Yu Zongfeng had a plan. Images of their past toasts as sworn brothers flashed back, reinforcing the unwavering trust they had in Yu Zongfeng. Yu Zongfeng formed powerful hand seals, shouting, activating the immortal slaying sword formation to send his opponent to their demise. The mighty ice dragon was torn to shreds by the fiery sword Qi, vanishing without a trace. Lin Pingbu was utterly panicked, shouting in despair as he saw his opponent's skills far surpass the ordinary. The fake genius cursed loudly, then fled for his life, running as fast as he could, before the terrifying pressure from Yu Zongfeng. Yu Zongfeng sneered provocatively, pointing at the fleeing figure, sarcastically remarking that once trapped in the immortal slaying sword formation, there was no hope of escape. He focused his spiritual energy into his fingertip, his sharp eyes locked onto the target, preparing to unleash the finishing blow to send his opponent to oblivion. Fiery sword Qi rays descended from above, piercing through Lin Pingbu's body, making him shriek miserably, fresh blood splattering across the sky. In extreme despair, Lin Pingbu turned around and swung his sword, charging forward, shouting that he would drag Yu Zongfeng down to the grave with him. Yu Zongfeng paid no mind to the dying ant. He arrogantly declared that he would soon flatten the profound sword sect and take Elder Wang's head 3 years from now. A series of energy sword blades tore through space, slicing through his weapon and dismembering the half-step nascent soul cultivator into 100 pieces amidst agonizing screams. Lin Pingbu's eyes were wide with unwillingness, filled with extreme regret that after 200 years of cultivation, almost reaching the nascent soul threshold, he died miserably at the hands of a junior. The defeated foe's lifeless corpse fell freely to the ground, while Yu Zongfeng still stood proudly in midair amidst the fiery sword formation circle. Zhu Tang's jaw dropped in astonishment, seeing a formidable expert swiftly annihilated. He had to admit that Yu Zongfeng was unrivaled below the nascent soul stage with that domineering sword formation. Xiao Xinghe laughed heartily, his eyes burning with battle intent, affirming that his ally was even capable of taking on nascent soul realm monsters. Yu Zongfeng landed as lightly as a feather, approaching his two allies after the recent massacre with an extremely relaxed demeanor. He cupped his hands in apology to Xiao Xinghe with a polite smile, feigning remorse for dragging him into this dangerous mess. In his mind, Yu Zongfeng was secretly evaluating Xiao Xinghe as someone with well-developed limbs but a simple mind, needing enlightenment to be fully exploited. Xiao Xinghe erupted with battle aura, his eyes shining brightly as he demanded a fight immediately to satisfy the bloodlust of a battle maniac. Yu Zongfeng coldly poured a bucket of cold water on his opponent, refusing to fight at this moment, leaving Xiao Xinghe bewildered and questioning him with confusion. He raised 3 fingers with a calculating expression, beginning to outline a tempting proposal for an ultimate duel at the Sect's Grand Assembly 3 years from now. Xiao Xinghe clenched his fists, shouting that he didn't need to wait for anything at all, and wanted to fight to the death right here to prove his strength. Yu Zongfeng spread his arms wide, arrogantly boasting about his recent feat of easily defeating a half-step nascent soul cultivator to polish his reputation across the continent. The old fox continued his psychological manipulation, promising that defeating him in front of all the heroes of the world 3 years from now would be the ultimate glory Xiao Xinghe deserved. Zhu Tong watched this scene with a speechless expression, secretly thinking that his ally's glib tongue was even more domineering than his actual combat strength. Yu Zongfeng flashed a cunning smile, continuing to whisper sweet nothings into his opponent's ear with tempting words about a glorious battle in the future. Xiao Xinghe fell completely into the trap. He pointed at Yu Zongfeng and sealed the deal for a decisive battle 3 years later, with an excited and confident expression. The scene shifted to the training grounds of the profound sword sect. Under the quiet moonlight, a lone female figure diligently practiced her sword in the dead of night. Kang Tianyi displayed graceful yet sharp sword movements, her powerful aura indicating her extraordinary skill. The blue-robed master stood watching with a satisfied gaze, secretly praising the remarkable progress of his beloved disciple. A disciple rushed in to report, interrupting the training session, causing the old elder to frown and scold him for disturbing him at such a high point. The disciple's face was drained of color, trembling as he knelt to deliver the grim news that senior brother Lin Pingba's soul lamp had shattered. Both Kang Qianyi and her master were stunned, their faces changing color upon hearing the shocking news of their fellow disciple's sudden death. Kang Qianyi couldn't believe her ears. She cried out, wondering how a mere true essence realm nobody could kill a genuine half-step nascent soul cultivator. The elder gritted his teeth, suppressing his rising fury. He loudly ordered Kang Qianyi to continue her training to keep a clear head. Kang Qianyi's eyes welled up with tears, her hand clutching her sword, demanding her master's permission to avenge her lover immediately. The blue-robed master roared, using his authority to stop his agitated disciple's foolish suicidal intent. The old man analyzed the situation sharply, affirming that Yu Zhongfeng had reached half-step nascent soul, so the small fry of the Earth Summoning Sect stood no chance. Kang Qianyi still tried to salvage the situation with a wild theory that the enemy might be ambushing at the Earth Summoning Sect instead of going to Thunder Marsh. She was utterly frustrated, her face flushed red as she shouted, questioning if her master considered Lin Pingbu's death deserved. The elder's eyes were as sharp as knives. He declared sternly that no one who touched a member of the profound sword sect would get away unscathed. Elder Wang calculated fairly, believing that throwing out 5 million spirit stones to the mercenaries in Thunder Marsh would be enough for them to do everything. The ultimate goal now is to focus on grinding levels to prepare to surpass everyone at the Sect Grand Assembly in 3 years. Kang Qianyi bowed her head in admission of fault with a resigned expression, swallowing her anger and accepting her master's arrangements. The blue-robed master stood with arms crossed, gazing at the moon with ambition, finalizing the plan to sweep away the Tianwu Pavilion and Genuine Palace in the near future. In the territory of Thunder Marsh, the base of the Ma Yang tribe appeared full of sinister aura under the moonlight, signaling impending turmoil. Thud. A large saber plunged straight into the stone table as a show of force, startling the 2 Ma Yang tribe leaders into a defensive stance. The Ma Yang chief, an old monster at the early nascent soul stage, calmly held a letter, reassuring his subordinates not to be too nervous. The Ma Yang chief explained the contract from the Xuanjian sect: block the path and kill all 9 Swords Mountain disciples, and capture Yu Zhongfeng, alive to hand him over to Ma Yang. The Ma Yang third leader, a water element cultivator at the mid-core formation stage, his eyes lit up like headlights upon hearing about the sweet deal of 5 million spirit stones, immediately volunteered for the task. The Ma Yang second leader expressed deep concern, suspecting it was a trap and advising against getting involved in this trouble. The Ma Yang chief brushed aside all worries due to his debt of gratitude to the Xuanjian sect, while also scorning Yu Zhongfeng as merely a shrimp at the true essence stage. The Ma Yang chief decisively sealed the deal, agreeing to let the Ma Yang third leader lead the troops to quickly and efficiently take care of the target. 1 month later, the alliance of 9 Swords Mountain, Supreme Treasure Pavilion, and Tianwu Pavilion had fully assembled their Avengers-like lineup, ready to set out on an expedition. Yu Zhongfeng flashed his signature smile, announcing that the entire team had recovered 100% of their power and officially entered Thunder Marsh to wreak havoc on this map. Yu Zhongfeng laughed heartily, brushing aside the matter of debts, saying that mentioning money would ruin their brotherhood, while Zhu Tang could only lament to the heavens about his shamelessness. Both Shi Yu and Yu Zhongfeng were dumbfounded when the conversation reached a dead end, while Zhu Tang, standing behind, could only force a helpless smile. Yu Zhongfeng suddenly activated his ladies' man mode, pouting his lips, blowing kisses, and shamelessly flirting, making anyone who saw him shiver. Shi Yu completely fell victim to the psychological attack, her face flushed crimson like a ripe gak fruit, completely unable to withstand this handsome shamelessness. Shi Yu was so embarrassed she became angry. In her mind, she cursed and screamed at this flirtatious sect master who only knew how to flirt around, and Sai had to interrupt the ridiculous comedy show, seriously reminding Yu Zhongfeng that it was the auspicious time to depart. Yu Zhongfeng waved goodbye with great flair, boldly promising to invite everyone to Thunder Marsh to party once he had finished planning the territory. The entire avenging squad activated their movement techniques and departed, completely unaware that a stealthy gaze was watching their every movement from within the bushes. The Ma Yang scout smirked slyly, confirming that the juicy prey from 9 Swords Mountain had appeared as expected, to report back to his superiors and claim credit. He calculated that Thunder Marsh, full of demonic beasts, would be an ideal burial ground for Yu Zhongfeng's group, who was still confidently leading the team into the Deadlands. The System Fox suddenly appeared and offered a suggestion, advising Yu Zhongfeng to use the system to directly distribute rewards to his disciples instead of doing it manually. The cunning fox began to quote 10 million spirit stones to unlock, along with terms limiting the number of uses and halving the refund rate. Smelling the scent of spending money to become stronger, Yu Zhongfeng's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked if any other domineering features could be unlocked. The little fox smiled brightly like a flower, but her words were sharp as knives, announcing that the price for the next unlock would increase tenfold exponentially. Yu Zhongfeng was utterly shocked when he calculated the inflation from 10 million to billions of spirit stones, crying out miserably because his wallet was about to be bled dry. Faced with the system's high-pressure closing question, Yu Zhongfeng grimaced as if constipated, fiercely struggling mentally between money and power. Even though his wallet pain was like his guts being torn apart, he still gritted his teeth and shouted his decision to spend money to unlock, to invest in the future. The money was gone. Yu Zhongfeng stood observing the terrain of Thunder Marsh, judging that this place, though a harsh swamp, was a strategic base. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging, he confidently asserted that Nine Swords Mountain would use this advantageous terrain to rapidly enhance their strength. Looking down at his disciples, Fan Jian was drawing a survey formation. Jiang Yueyao was still calmly eating and drinking, while Jiang Lan was diligently practicing her sword. Jiang Lan practiced her sword fiercely with intense concentration, making Yu Zhongfeng nod in praise of her rapid progress with the three-yang sword intent. Fan Jian was also no slouch as he skillfully deployed the formation, proving himself to be a reliable technical formation master of the team and not just a flatterer. As for Jiang Yueyao, she made Yu Zhongfeng break out in a cold sweat because he still hadn't found any special talent in her other than being the group's comedian. Ansai thumped her chest, promising Yu Zhongfeng that she and Leng Hongsheng would take turns protecting the youngsters, ensuring absolute security so the boss could work with peace of mind. Seeing his senior sister looking gloomy and full of thoughts, Fan Jian curiously asked what Jiang Yueyao was planning in that little head of hers. Jiang Yueyao felt aggrieved listening to her master analyze her teammates' strengths, realizing she was the only dead weight who couldn't contribute anything to the sect's strength. Fan Jian quickly comforted his senior sister, firmly asserting that their master always valued her no matter how useless she might be. Yu Zhongfeng walked over with a dashing demeanor, directly asking if Jiang Yueyao was sulking because he hadn't personally instructed her. Jiang Yueyao hastily denied, her eyes filled with sadness as she confessed that she only blamed herself for being too useless, unable to help her master's great cause. Without many empty words, Yu Zhongfeng gently placed his hand on his disciple's head to comfort her, unleashing a fatal head-patting divine palm into her fragile heart. Yu Zhongfeng didn't speak empty words, but decided to directly buff his disciple with 100 years of cultivation, helping her instantly reach the great perfection of foundation establishment stage. Jiang Yueyao bathed in a brilliant golden energy stream, smiling brightly as she felt the power surging within her body. Seeing the unusual pillar of light, Yu Zhongfeng squinted, suspecting this girl also possessed a hidden physique and was no ordinary person. The System Fox immediately popped out to confirm the rare item and tempted Yu Zhongfeng to burn another 200 years of cultivation to activate the desolate spirit physique for his disciple. Yu Zhongfeng secretly compared this physique to Jiang Lan's innate Dao body, while also recalling the earth element's secret techniques he had secretly learned from Ju Tong. His face flushed red. He laughed gleefully when he thought of the pile of refund rewards he was about to receive from the system after this lucrative investment. Jiang Yueyao's eyes glowed with a pinkish-purple light. She was astonished to realize the earth-shattering changes within her body. An ancient fiery mark appeared on Jiang Yueyao's forehead, marking the awakening of her domineering bloodline. Yu Zhongfeng activated the mark, announced that she had reached the great perfection of true essence stage, and immediately imparted the earth golem art to her. As soon as Jiang Yueyao closed her eyes to sense, 3 giant stone golems appeared behind her, proving she comprehended the secret art like lightning. Jiang Yueyao groaned with delight as the new power surged within her body, but Yu Zhongfeng immediately poured cold water on her, reminding her that the path of cultivation was still very long. Dear, he stroked his hair dramatically, instructing his disciples that they must cultivate diligently so as not to tarnish the prestigious name of his 9 Swords Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, Several rocks on the ground cracked open, and giant stone golems slowly emerged, looking rough and incredibly aggressive. Jiang Yueyao broke out in a cold sweat, controlling 5 golems simultaneously. And even though she had reached her limit, she still promised to try even harder to please her master. Seeing the system fox fly down, Yu Zhongfeng changed his demeanor faster than flipping a rice paper, immediately discarding his dignified appearance to demand his refund immediately. The fox grinned, announcing explosive good news, activating a 10,000-fold critical hit, helping the host gain a full 300 years of free cultivation. Still in shock, the system continued to throw an announcement in his face, upgrading the Earth Golem art into the Heaven-tier Giant Spirit God secret art, making Yu Zhongfeng freeze completely. Yu Zhongfeng's handsome face contorted with extreme delight. He stammered in disbelief that he had just stumbled upon such a domineering Heaven-tier bargain. The system fox took the opportunity to explain the reason for the jackpot was due to the successful activation of the Pure Earth Tao body, a heaven-defying change for the disciple. The stats panel appeared, glowing green, confirming that the Pure Earth Tao body maximized Earth element damage, while the Giant Spirit God summoned disciples who surpassed their master by an entire realm. Yu Zhongfeng laughed wide-mouthed like it was harvest season. He regarded Jiang Yueyao as a golden goose and immediately planned to fleece the sheep further to get rich without escape. His cunning merchant's gaze shifted to Jiang Lan, who was practicing her sword. In this master's mind, calculations began again to see how much money he would rake in by investing in this quiet disciple. Hearing the call, Jiang Lan turned back with a naive, bewildered face, her round red eyes unaware that she was about to become her master's next target. Yu Zhongfeng put on his most trustworthy expression, crossed his arms, and smiled kindly, preparing to lure the naive prey onto the path of cultivation. From a distant treetop, an enemy scout stealthily observed Yu Zhongfeng and his disciples' every move, like a vulture waiting for carrion. The scout smirked smugly upon confirming the target, clinging to the tree trunk, ready to report the great achievement to his master. News traveled swiftly. The grunt knelt, reporting the precise location of the prey to the Ma Yang third leader, who was leisurely gnawing on a chicken drumstick. The Ma Yang third leader let out a murderous chuckle. He had waited for months to hunt Yu Zhongfeng's head, and now was the time to lead his men to make mincemeat of the opponent. Back on our side, Yu Zhongfeng blustered about the dangers of the Thunder Marsh to legitimize urgently buffing Jiang Lan's strength in front of his disciples. Although he secretly wanted to buff his disciple straight to nascent soul to reap the rewards, for the sake of her future heavenly Tao foundation, Yu Zhongfeng had to curb his greed a little. Jiang Lan knelt to the ground, expressing her gratitude, her innocent face unaware that she had just hit the jackpot in her master's chicken-raising scheme. Yu Zhongfeng placed his hand on his disciple's head, generously injecting 100 years of cultivation, and the sword follows the heart skill set into her mind to activate the return mechanism. A torrent of sword Tao memories surged, and images of Jiang Lan performing exquisite sword dances appeared continuously, proving she had grasped the essence of sword intent in an instant. Jiang Lan stood up, her red eyes burning with determination, boldly declaring that she would be a sharp sword to clear away all the trash that dared to block Nine Swords Mountain's path. To display her new power, she swung her hand, unleashing a massive purple sword qi that cleaved through space, making even Yu Zhongfeng standing beside her nod in approval. Yu Zhongfeng crossed his arms and smiled smugly, praising his disciple's astonishing comprehension, speed, and feeling assured that this investment had begun to yield immense profits. As soon as his act was over, he switched to greedy gamer mode, summoning the System Fox and demanding immediate and fair payment for all returns. The System Fox cheerfully announced that he had hit the jackpot with 500 years of cultivation and 1,000 times sword intent critical strike, but bitterly added that the reward was halved for using recycled goods. Yu Zhongfeng rubbed his chin, looking displeased, complaining that a 1000 time critical strike for Grand Perfection sword intent was still too meager compared to a tycoon's expectations. With an itchy hand, he turned and flicked Fan Jian's forehead, making the third disciple wince and cry out, wondering why he was suddenly hit for no reason. Yu Zhongfeng placed his hand on Fan Jian's shoulder, painting a grand picture of power upgrades to comfort the disheartened disciple. Fan Jian immediately took the bait, scratching his head and grinning, his face blissful, firmly believing that his master doted on him the most in the entire sect. The sky suddenly changed color, and a massive waterfall thundered down from above, interrupting the disciples' pleasant dreams below. 2 Nine Swords Mountain disciples screamed in alarm, reporting an enemy attack as they were mercilessly swept away by the fierce current. A group of unfamiliar cultivators descended from above like meteors, led by a leader who roared orders to make mincemeat of all the Nine Swords Mountain trash. The Ma Yang third leader laughed wildly, boastfully, claiming his side was full of nascent soul stage powerhouses to intimidate his prey, leaving them no escape. He plunged down at an incredible speed, his finger accumulating energy, intending to deliver a finishing blow to the small fry he deemed unworthy of life. However, the smile vanished from his lips, replaced by extreme horror, as his attack was easily blocked by a layer of blue energy shield. Before he could understand what was happening, the Ma Yang third leader was crushed flat like a cockroach by a massive sword chi descending from the sky. Yu Zongfeng appeared with the aura of a final boss, his sharp eyes declaring his identity and warning that anyone who failed to provide a satisfactory answer would be cut down. The Ma Yang third leader thumped his chest, stating his name, and arrogantly threatened to cripple Yu Zongfeng's cultivation and force him to witness his subordinates suffer before dying. Yu Zongfeng sneered contemptuously, exposing his opponent's identity as a lackey and realizing that the profound sword sect's hairy hand had reached the Thunder Marsh. Not letting her master lift a finger, Zhenglan shot up like an arrow, summoning a massive purple sword chi that struck directly down on the enemy's head. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed as the powerful purple energy collided, tearing apart the surrounding space. The Ma Yang third leader scoffed, his hand accumulating blue energy, boldly mocking Yu Zongfeng and his disciple as mere fools who didn't know their place. Jianglan was furious at seeing her master insulted. She roared with killing intent, vowing to hack the scoundrel in front of her to vent her rage. The muscular leader admitted his opponent's sword intent was quite sharp, but he confidently activated his full power to teach the youngsters a lesson they'd never forget. Jiang Yueyao didn't just stand by. She unleashed a move, summoning two giant earth puppets that rushed to embrace the enemy, forcing him to struggle to dodge their attacks. The girl with Nezha-bund hair screamed in fury, declaring she would not spare anyone who dared to disrupt their peaceful lives and forcing them to leave Yongning. The Ma Yang third leader unleashed an extremely powerful blue palm force, coldly declaring that weakness was a sin and survival was only for the strong. Even though his two disciples had unleashed all their moves, the third leader easily neutralized them with an extremely powerful blue energy, demonstrating the disparity in their levels. Yu Zongfeng appeared with a cold demeanor, concluding that a middle nascent soul stage opponent was still too much for his two beloved disciples to handle alone. Jiang Yueyao broke out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth in helplessness as she realized her strength wasn't even enough to scratch this monster. The third leader revealed his lecherous nature, licking his lips as he reached out to grab the beautiful girl, intending to take her back as his plaything. Boom! A massive blue sword chi descended from the sky like divine punishment, instantly blocking the pervert's filthy hand. Yu Zongfeng stood before Jiang Yueyao, sword in hand, radiating majesty, gently telling his disciple to step back so he could personally deal with this trash. The third leader was terrified upon realizing the pressure of a grand perfection nascent soul stage expert, stammering to ask why such a master would attack him. Yu Zongfeng coldly mocked the fool for being used without knowing it, declaring that he must pay with his life for the fallen Nine Swords Mountain disciples. Cornered, the third leader still stubbornly threatened that his brothers would join forces to gang up and kill Yu Zongfeng. The Ma Yang tribe's henchmen, hearing the command, swarmed forward like a pack of mad dogs, shouting as they charged to take Yu Zongfeng's life and capture the women alive. Yu Zongfeng gave a provocative half-smile, feigning a tremble as he said he was very afraid of the enemy's number of nascent soul experts. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned an entire army of giant grand perfection nascent soul earth puppets, making the enemy's faces drain of all color. The Ma Yang tribe members were surrounded on all sides by a forest of orange earth puppets, completely trapped within the deadly encirclement. After resolving the trouble, Yu Zongfeng, An Kai, and Leng Hongsheng gathered in a quiet forest to discuss their next move. Leng Hongsheng clasped his hands, reporting the hot news that the Ma Yang tribe's lair had been located just 50 miles away. Yu Zongfeng immediately ordered everyone to prepare for an assault to flatten that den of thieves right away. And Kai swiftly presented a ring containing all the collected spoils of war for the sect master to inspect. Lo, she expressed concern that making enemies too soon upon arriving in a new land might be a wrong move. Yu Zongfeng calmly explained that Nine Swords Mountain needed to display its raw power to intimidate the profound sword sect's lackeys. Witnessing Yu Zongfeng's decisiveness and domineering aura, Ansai blushed and clutched her chest, secretly admitting that she was falling more and more for this sect master. At the Ma Yang tribe's lair, a soldier rushed back, frantically reporting bad news to his superiors about the recent incident. Inside the main hall, the soldier knelt, trembling as he reported that the soul lamps of the third leader and all his accompanying brothers had shattered, confirming the entire team was wiped out. The Ma Yang chief flew into a rage, slamming the table and roaring for forces to be assembled, to make mincemeat of the Nine Swords Mountain group, and avenge them immediately. The bald-headed Ma Yang second leader quickly spoke up to dissuade him, suspecting that Yu Zhongfeng, being a novice, couldn't have solo-killed their third brother, implying another force was backing him. The chief still couldn't swallow his anger, roaring as he reiterated the ceasefire agreement and claiming the opponent was deliberately provoking the Thunder Marsh. The second leader leaned close to his big brother's face, reminding him of something important about to be born, warning that they couldn't ruin the grand plan for petty revenge at this moment. Hearing of the grand plan, the Ma Yang chief clutched his forehead, trying to suppress his rage, though his heart was filled with bitter anguish over the death of his trusted subordinates. The second leader clenched his fist with determination, concluding the plan. Temporarily endure the humiliation, raise maximum vigilance, and wait for the opportune moment to sweep away their enemies. The Ma Yang chief's eyes glowed with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, accepting the plan, but swore that Yu Zhongfeng would pay a heavy price for this blood debt. While the big shots were still in discussion, 2 guards outside were stunned to see Yu Zhongfeng and his 3 disciples brazenly appear right at the entrance. Jiang Lan, eager for battle, volunteered to initiate combat, while Jiang Yueyao, not to be outdone, insisted on following to protect her junior sister. Jiang Lan shot like an arrow into the enemy formation, while Jiang Yuyao soared through the air, providing fierce support. A streak of Jiang Lan's deep purple sword energy swept across, sending all the Ma Yang warriors to their deaths in an instant. Jiang Yuyao's earth puppets smashed the Ma Yang warriors to pulp, the sound of breaking bones chilling to the core. Jiang Yuyao grinned brightly, her hands dancing with spells, overjoyed that she finally got to carry the team and show off to the sect. Seeing his subordinates slaughtered like straw, the bald Ma Yang second leader exclaimed in horror at the opponent's incredibly swift actions. The Ma Yang chief stroked his beard, trying to appear dangerous, telling his junior to calm down and gather information on the opponent before acting. The 2 old men stepped out to face the 2 female killing gods, the atmosphere tense, preparing for a war of words before engaging in battle. The Ma Yang chief strained his neck, shouting threats at the intruders, while his disciple arrogantly demanded their identities, asking who was tired of living. Jiang Yuyao puffed out her chest, proudly declaring herself a disciple of Nine Swords Mountain, stating bluntly that she was here to collect a blood debt. The Ma Yang chief erupted with imposing aura, roaring curses at the Nine Swords Mountain group, calling them foolish ants who dared to stroke a tiger's whiskers. The old man swung his hand, unleashing a colossal purple sword energy strike down upon his opponent's head, his mouth letting out a furious, deathly roar. Yu Zhongfeng appeared like a deity, raising an energy shield to block the lethal blow in front of his 2 disciples, whose eyes were wide with admiration. He sneered arrogantly, declaring coldly that in the sect master's eyes, they were the pathetic ants who needed to be crushed. The Ma Yang chief realized his opponent was also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but still stubbornly insisted on a difference in cultivation levels to save face. Yu Zhongfeng picked his nose disdainfully, feigning ignorance and asking what a nascent soul cultivator even was, then boasted about his own invincible power, leaving everyone speechless. The old man, enraged, unleashed his full spiritual power, his eyes glowing brightly as he challenged his opponent to attack and witness the true terror of a nascent soul cultivator. Yu Zhongfeng refused to draw his sword, fearing he might accidentally kill the old man too quickly. He boasted of his 200 years of blood-soaked battles in the Thunder Marsh to intimidate his opponent. He flashed a sinister, murderous smile, stating coldly that the old man's vision was too narrow, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Yu Zhongfeng decisively activated the 9 Swords Array, a fierce surge of blue spiritual energy erupting and enveloping his body, preparing for the slaughter. Without further ado, Yu Zhongfeng controlled the colossal sword from the sky, bringing it down directly onto the Ma Yang chief's head, making the old man's eyes widen in horror. A sharp slicing sound echoed as the nascent soul old man was struck by 2 diagonal slashes, fresh blood gushing out amidst his tragic screams. The battlefield fell silent. The Ma Yang chief's corpse lay sprawled in a pool of blood, while the Ma Yang second leader was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. Yu Zhongfeng sneered mockingly, pointing at the corpse and saying he had never seen anyone make such a strange request to die. The Ma Yang second leader was drenched in sweat, his mind screaming curses at the Xuanjian sect for causing the Ma Yang tribe to encounter such a monster. He hastily clasped his hands and knelt, kowtowing like he was worshipping the stars, pleading, "I am willing to offer all the treasures of the Ma Yang tribe. I only beg for my life." Yu Zhongfeng flashed a devilish smile, raising a hand to his chin and stating coldly, "If I kill you, the treasures will still be mine, won't they?" Cornered, The Ma Yang's second leader quickly blamed his foolish elder brother and begged to join Nine Swords Mountain to atone for his sins. Yu Zongfeng weighed the pros and cons, then crossed his arms and laid out a condition. If you help me send a message to the Xuanjian sect, I can spare your dog's life. Nearby, Kui Ruolin appeared riding a fire phoenix. She was stunned by the terrifying surge of spiritual energy that had just erupted. Unaware of the tragedy that had just occurred, Kui Ruolin glided in with regal grace, her delicate feet stepping on a brilliant stream of fiery energy, signaling the arrival of a true boss. The entire sky lit up as Kui Ruolin, riding her fire phoenix, descended. Her overwhelming presence made the small fry below only able to look up in awe. The Ma Yang's second leader subserviently presented the flying sword for transmitting messages, profusely sweating as he explained how to contact the Xuanjian sect. Yu Zongfeng's face was impassive, as he ordered him to spread false news that he had been gravely injured and died, to lure the enemy into a trap. He knew full well that paper couldn't wrap fire. But this deception was enough to buy precious time for Nine Swords Mountain to power up. Jiang Yuyao, standing nearby, was furious upon hearing this. She feared that letting the tiger return to the mountains would leave immeasurable future troubles for the sect, so she strongly objected. Determined not to let her master make a mistake, the senior sister, brimming with killing intent, drew her sword, ready to rush forward and finish off the prisoner on the spot. Yu Zongfeng maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, stopping his disciple and waving his hand to spare the Ma Yang's second leader, who was overjoyed. However, Yu Zongfeng's gaze was as sharp as a razor as he delivered his final warning, chilling the enemy to the bone if they dared to reoffend. The Ma Yang's second leader was just chuckling and profusely thanking him when he was suddenly impaled through the chest by a sword, ending his life as a minion in an instant. Jiang Yuyao furiously pointed her sword at the Ma Yang's second leader's face, yelling that she would finish him off for his shameless betrayal. Yu Zongfeng coldly intervened, ordering the prisoner's Dantian to be crippled and then thrown into the Thunder Marsh, leaving him to a fate worse than death. Ignoring the cripple being kicked out by the disciples, Yu Zongfeng smiled and explained his plan to recruit the remnants of the Ma Yang tribe to increase their numbers. He secretly calculated upgrading the system to boost the power of these newly joined small fries to a new level. Yu Zongfeng raised 3 fingers to the sky, making a solemn vow that he would return in 3 years to reclaim everything that belonged to him. He boldly declared, on behalf of the Nine Swords Mountain ancestral master, that he was entrusting the important task of revitalizing the sect to all disciples. Jiang Yueyao led the surrendered Ma Yang tribe warriors as they all knelt, swearing absolute loyalty to the sect master. Yu Zongfeng stood with his back turned, gesturing arrogantly, savoring the peak moment of power as a superior being. From above, Kui Ruolin appeared magnificently, riding a fire phoenix, observing the battlefield with sharp, curious eyes. Leng Hongsheng gleefully invited his companions to plunder treasures, while Kui Ruolin watched in astonishment as a pillar of light signaled a nascent soul cultivator had just perished. Kui Ruolin froze before the terrifying sword intent, wondering what kind of monster possessed such domineering nascent soul stage power. It certainly wasn't a local of the Thunder Marsh. He stepped out with imposing authority, treading on the enemy's corpse and coldly declaring his name, Yu Zongfeng, before the trembling remnants of the army. Yu Zongfeng erupted with aura, bluntly declaring that the price for offending him was death, challenging anyone who still wished to try their luck. In his mind, he secretly calculated, realizing that too many nascent soul experts were lurking. He decided he had to put on a grand show of power to secure Nine Swords Mountain's firm standing. An old man, oblivious to death, jumped out, pointing fingers, disdainfully mocking his foundation establishment Cultivation, and arrogantly demanding he surrender his life and storage ring. Yu Zongfeng merely snapped his fingers arrogantly, sneering as he lectured. Who said a foundation establishment cultivator can't take down a nascent soul one? Before he finished speaking, a torrent of colossal earth puppets and flying swords surged forward, draining all color from the old man's face, leaving him no time for regret. He stood amidst a dazzling aura, his head held high, challenging the entire world, inviting anyone who wished to die to come forward. Kui Ruolin broke out in a cold sweat as she assessed the balance of power, realizing that he alone, along with those puppets, was enough to flatten any force in this Thunder Marsh region. The cunning Xuanjian sect elders and Elder Wang were scared out of their wits, deluding themselves that Yu Zongfeng was a monster from the great Huafeng sect, and hastily called for a retreat to save their dog lives. Kui Ruolin stood, ambitiously plotting. She intended to use her beauty to make him kneel at her feet, thereby leveraging his power to make the Spring Fragrance Brothel the overlord of the Thunder Marsh. Yu Zongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, watching the troublesome crowd finally scram after his calorie-consuming performance. Before he could slip away quietly, he was stopped by a pair of long, slender legs and a seductive voice inviting him to halt. Kwe Ruolin gracefully curtsied, introducing herself as the owner of the Spring Fragrance Brothel, and subtly inquiring about the sect background of the esteemed expert before her. Yu Zongfeng flashed his signature smile, announcing his affiliation with Nine Swords Mountain, his mind rapidly calculating the immense benefits for the sect if he befriended this nascent soul-stage rich madam. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Kui Ruolin's mind conjured up a scenario where Nine Swords Mountain was undoubtedly some powerful, reclusive sect in Huafeng that she hadn't known about. She pressed on, inviting him to her private room for a chat. Seeing Yu Zongfeng blush furiously, she secretly scoffed that all men in this world were equally lustful. Kui Ruolin unleashed her ultimate move with a flirtatious, meaningful gaze, heavily hinting that going into the room wasn't just for talking. Yu Zongfeng flinched, his face beet red, as he yelled, asking what this woman ultimately wanted to do. He laughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment, hastily agreeing to discuss theories to gloss over the ambiguous atmosphere reeking of flirtation. From a distance, Ansai had been lurking and witnessed the entire public flirting display in broad daylight. The second-in-command's eyes burned with fury, her face flushed as she resolved to rush in and protect her domineering sect master from the vixen's clutches. Cui Ruolin didn't give up, lounging provocatively on the bed, fully displaying her long, slender legs, and directly asked if he found her tempting, trying to lure him into sin. Yu Zongfeng sweated profusely and turned his face away, fiercely battling his inner thoughts against the carnal temptation directly assaulting his eyes. He sternly raised a hand to signal a stop, steeling himself as he declared that he was a gentleman of integrity, not an easy man. Kui Ruolin giggled, telling him he was overthinking things, claiming she only wanted to discuss cultivation on the bed, which rendered him utterly speechless. If she wanted to play games, he would indulge her. Yu Zongfeng immediately switched to professor mode, pointing to the sky and spouting a torrent of mind-bending philosophy to extinguish her desire. Yu Zongfeng smirked mischievously, raising a hand in a challenging gesture, telling her to go ahead and unleash all her acting tricks. Kui Ruolin froze for a few seconds, sweating profusely as she realized this man's operating system wasn't normal. She had to urgently change her flirting strategy if she hoped to succeed. She quickly reverted to her seductive mode, feigning innocence as she praised his profoundness, then steered the conversation towards inviting him to indulge at the Spring Fragrance Brothel's Silk Web Den. Yu Zongfeng, realizing her identity as a madam, played his cards face up, leaning in provocatively, face to face, asking if he could just take the madam herself. Kui Ruolin didn't flinch, enthusiastically continuing to promote the array of exquisite beauties at her establishment, asserting that any man who entered would lose themselves and forget their way home. The madam unleashed her ultimate taunt, her sparkling eyes inviting him that if he liked the finest selection, he should visit often to be pampered. Yu Zongfeng, finding this situation a bit intense, retreated to maintain his composure, using the excuse that he was easily swayed by beauty to skillfully send her off and avoid further trouble. Before retreating, Kui Ruolin secretly slipped a jade locator token into his hand, quickly sealing the deal for a future wild rendezvous. The beauty turned and walked away gracefully, not forgetting to glance back and deliver one last enticing invitation for him to check the map whenever he was free. Yu Zongfeng held a jade pendant, stroking his hair narcissistically, sighing that being excessively handsome was truly a sin, causing women to flock to him like moths to a flame. Kui Ruolin turned on her heel and left amidst a sea of phoenix flames, her mind rapidly calculating that befriending this mysterious man was a huge bargain for the future. Back at the base, Yu Zongfeng began plotting his next scheme to lure in more chickens. Seeing that his first two disciples were already well-groomed, it was now Fan Jian's turn to receive a power boost. He summoned Fan Jian to the middle of a secluded forest, striking the pose of an enlightened master, causing his disciple to kneel obediently, awaiting orders like a puppy. Yu Zongfeng played his psychological card, praising his disciple's array formation talent, then generously declared he would impart the ultimate technique, the immortal slaying sword array. Fan Jian groaned with delight, his eyes shining like car headlights, unable to close his mouth from smiling, as it was finally his turn to receive a powerful item from his master. Not stopping there, Yu Zongfeng drew out the blue dragon spring sword, boasting that a top-tier array formation deserved to be accompanied by a cold weapon of the sect's caliber. The disciple raised the sword high like a championship trophy, tears and snot streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion at being bestowed such a precious personal weapon by his master. Yu Zongfeng simultaneously scolded his disciple to stop chattering and patted his shoulder with a show of affection, entrusting the entire future of the sect to the young man who was high on loyalty. As soon as his disciple was out of sight, Yu Zhongfeng revealed his true merchant nature, grinning widely as he urged the system to quickly pay out the rewards for his recent super-profitable investment. The little system fox jumped up, announcing the good news. The investment in teaching the immortal slaying sword array to his disciple had triggered a 5,000-fold critical hit. The reward appeared instantly. Yu Zhongfeng comprehended the true meaning of array formations, a premium item that allowed him to master all array formations with ease. What's more, the Dragon Spring sword he had just given his disciple had been upgraded by the system into the Dragon Abyss sword, a supreme magic treasure almost on par with immortal artifacts, making Yu Zhongfeng grin from ear to ear. Meanwhile, at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, the nighttime atmosphere began to bustle, yet it was also filled with hidden schemes. Madame Kui Ruolin was tossing and turning on her bed with a troubled expression, wondering why that handsome Yu Zhongfeng still hadn't come to find her. She blushed furiously as she thought of his mysterious background, secretly vowing to take the dominant position and possess this man at all costs. Her infatuation surged, and Kui Ruolin covered her face shyly, admitting that she just wanted to devour Yu Zhongfeng whole, right then and there, because he was too charming. Outside the pavilion, Kui Ruolin cast aside her infatuation, regaining her demeanor as a half-nascent soul boss to intimidate the unruly crowd causing trouble. A rude customer was glaring and yelling at two poor female attendants, acting like he owned the place, ready to smash up the establishment because he was displeased. Cui Ruolin descended the stairs with an imposing aura, stating the rules of service, but her sharp, cold gaze was fixed directly on the troublemaker to assert her authority. The arrogant, angry guest brazenly laid down conditions, declaring that if the madam would only entertain him, he would use money to crush all problems. Cui Ruolin didn't bother reasoning. She erupted with a fiery aura around her, warning that anyone who dared to act presumptuously in her territory shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Before he could collect himself, the angry guest's arm was incinerated by the madam's flames, causing him to stare in horror. The flames flared fiercely, turning the insolent guest into a living torch. He screamed miserably, to the terror of the pavilion attendants. Just as she finished dealing with one person, a pavilion messenger rushed in breathlessly to report that someone wanted to see her, making Kui Ruolin sigh in exasperation at the constant interruptions. The madam flew into a rage again, erupting with a fiery killing intent, intending to see which death-seeking individual dared to disturb her at this moment. However, the person standing in the hall below was Yu Zhongfeng. He stood with his arms crossed, looking calm, and gently chided her for not being welcomed. Yu Zhongfeng flashed his signature lady-killer smile, teasing that if the madam was too troubled, he would leave immediately to clear the air. Seeing her crush appear, Kui Ruolin changed her attitude faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, excitedly running out to greet fellow Taoist Yu with a joyful expression as if she had struck gold. The pavilion attendants began to whisper about this handsome gigolo, making Kui Ruolin blush furiously, wishing she could sew the mouths of her gossiping staff shut. Yu Zhongfeng seized the opportunity to invite the madam out for a stroll, to conveniently have a light chat about current affairs. His eyes gleamed with sharp calculation. He was clearly plotting something beneath his usual dignified exterior. As he walked, he lamented that he was a stranger in Leze, needing to make more friends to facilitate business and favors. Just as they reached the gate, they saw the pavilion guards blocking a troublemaker. Yu Zhongfeng then subtly questioned the rules for receiving guests. The arrogant alchemist yelled enviously, calling Yu Zhongfeng a pretty boy, and threatening to sever business ties with the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Cui Ruolin scornfully exposed him as mere trash expelled by the pill hall, coldly ordering him to be thrown out immediately. Humiliated, the alchemist furiously erupted with an aura, declaring that he not only knew how to concoct pills, but also how to fight effectively. Cui Ruolin didn't bother with more words, unleashing a sky-blazing fire technique that forced him to struggle to dodge her attacks. Filled with resentment, Yu Zhongfeng froze, his mind racing as he realized this fool was precisely the mobile raw material warehouse he had been looking for. The alchemist desperately charged forward to attack, letting out a battle cry before preparing to be utterly thrashed. Yu Zhongfeng acted righteously, easily sending the novice flying with a profound lesson on the difference between passion and survival skills. He turned to Kui Ruolin, generously declaring that he would cover all costs and take credit for saving that good-for-nothing's life to show off. Out of respect for her crush, the Madam of Spring Fragrance Pavilion sighed, deciding to grant the troublemaker a way out, as per Yu Zhongfeng's wishes. Yu Zhongfeng stood before the prostrate Huang Sheng, ordering him to obediently wait at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion for someone to pick him up. His eyes were sharp, delivering a death-scented threat. "If you dare to escape early, I will kill you." Huang Sheng clutched his swollen cheek, his face drained of color, hastily swearing to obey all the seniors' arrangements. During their stroll, Kui Ruolin shrewdly exposed Yu Zhongfeng's scheme, accurately guessing that he saved the man to exploit him for his own benefit. She analyzed the laissez market's thirst for elixirs, asserting that recruiting an alchemist like Huang Sheng was an extremely clever move. Yu Zhongfeng revealed his true merchant nature, already envisioning exploiting Huang Sheng's labor to extract spirit stones from the system. Seeing his pensive expression, Kui Ruolin naively thought that this reclusive young master was short on money to buy expensive cultivation ingredients. Yu Zhongfeng complained about the burden of raising disciples, which led Madame Kui Ruolin to generously invite him to work at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion if he lacked spirit stones. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Kui Ruolin was suggesting he entertain female clients, while she giggled, her eyes crinkling, teasing his feigned innocence. Yu Zhongfeng immediately put an end to the playful banter, sternly interrupting and getting straight to the point, asking about how to obtain 5-element spiritual qi. The smile on Cui Ruolin's lips vanished. She sternly warned him not to foolishly dream of such dangerous power. A map of laissez appeared, showing 5 deadly forbidden zones, where fierce 5-elements guardian monsters like firefoxes and ghost crabs resided. Cui Ruolin explained that to obtain spiritual qi, one had to hunt and kill these monsters for their fragments, while Yu Zhongfeng listened intently, his mind already calculating. Despite her warnings about a 90% mortality rate, Yu Zhongfeng still smirked, calculating how to sneak into the forbidden zones without expending much effort. To distract the beauty from her worries, he deployed his move of staring intently with an overflowing gaze of affection, making Kui Ruolin blush furiously. Thinking he was serious, Yu Zhongfeng flashed a sly smile, uttering flirtatious words, suggesting they act in this desolate, empty wilderness to distract her. He leaned in and lifted Kui Ruolin's chin, making the Madam of Spring Fragrance Pavilion go limp, her heart pounding and legs trembling, ready to indulge him completely, even though they were outside. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his excuse to go to the restroom had been disastrously misunderstood by Kui Ruolin as an invitation to act in a private room. He forced a laugh, trying to stall, but the Madam of Spring Fragrance Pavilion had already given him the green light, her eyes shining brightly, ready to indulge him completely. Kui Ruolin confidently asserted that she had more than enough experience in the bedroom, which only made Yu Zhongfeng panic even more. Yu Zhongfeng hastily waved his hands in refusal, acting like an innocent young man being forced to preserve his chastity against the beauty's relentless assault. He couldn't take it anymore and had to shout, clarifying that he truly just wanted to relieve himself. Cui Ruolin clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, then cursed Yu Zhongfeng to remain single forever for being too timid with women, while he seized the opportunity to quickly escape. Escaping the beauty's allure, Yu Zhongfeng immediately switched to serious mode, casting a spell to create a sand spirit to direct the plan to abduct Huang Sheng. Kai took advantage of the female attendant, sweeping to stealthily infiltrate the target area, holding a treasure box, ready to act. Huang Sheng was strolling when he suddenly froze, feeling a chilling murderous intent from behind him. The alchemist screamed in terror as Yu Zhongfeng's sand spirit loomed up right behind him to capture him. Sai received a message from her boss, her expression a mix of surprise and worry, wondering what earth-shattering trouble he had caused this time. The disciple announced an urgent order from Yu Zhongfeng, requesting the alchemy room to be prepared because he had caught a genuine alchemist. Kai immediately switched to boss lady mode, ordering her subordinates to seize the alchemy furnace from the earth-summoning sect's storage to serve the boss. The moment Yu Zhongfeng was mentioned, Kai blushed furiously out of infatuation, causing the disciple standing behind her to look on with disdain and helplessness. Meanwhile, at another location, leaves falling all over the courtyard signaled a major upheaval was about to occur among the old powers. Dang Yang, the master of Elixir Yang Pavilion, was reporting to his superiors that Yu Zhongfeng had just arrived in Thunder Marsh and had connected with Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Dong Zhong, the hallmaster of the Pill Refining Hall, looked disdainful, confident that he controlled the supply of medicine and could sanction Nine Sword Mountain at any time. Dang Yang cautiously warned that even though Yu Zhongfeng's cultivation level was low, his combat skills were on par with the nascent soul stage and could not be underestimated. The fat Dong Zhong immediately flared up, glaring threateningly at his subordinates for daring to lecture him on how to do his job. Dang Yang hastily tried to appease him, but Dong Zhong had already finalized the plan to teach the newcomer an unforgettable lesson to put him in his place. Dong Zhong sneered arrogantly, declaring he would lead his army to visit Nine Sword Mountain once he had gathered intelligence. At a luxurious tavern, Huang Sheng was raising his glass, inviting everyone to party hard, his face beaming, unaware that death was knocking at his door. He grinned foolishly, surrounded by female attendants, moaning in pleasure upon hearing that a mysterious tycoon had paid for this entire drinking session. The smile vanished from Huang Sheng's lips as Yu Zhongfeng and Kui Ruolin loomed up right behind him with overwhelming murderous intent. Kui Ruolin flashed a deadly smile, casually suggesting eliminating this good-for-nothing to save space and promising to find a better connection for Yu Zhongfeng. Huang Sheng was scared out of his wits, prostrating himself and begging frantically, swearing he would toil to refine pills for free for the rest of his life, to spare his life. Yu Zhongfeng coldly issued a short but weighty ultimatum, forcing the alchemist to submit or perish immediately. The scene shifted to the gates of Nine Sword Mountain, where Fan Jian had completed his journey and bowed, reporting his return to his master. Yu Zhongfeng and Leng Hongsheng stood proudly, welcoming their disciple. With the calm demeanor of those who controlled the game, Fan Jian presented a box containing jade slips, recording ancestral formation techniques, offering all his capital to the sect. Yu Zhongfeng looked at the tattered secret manual and rejoiced inwardly, knowing this was a golden opportunity for the system to grant massive rewards next month. He boasted confidently that he only needed 1 month to fix this worthless formation, leaving Fan Jian gaping in astonishment. Fan Jian looked at his master with eyes filled with extreme adoration, firmly believing that as long as he clung to his boss, his life would prosper. Yu Zhongfeng waved his hand, calling his disciple closer with a cunning smile, preparing to unveil some shady plan. He whispered the battle plan to Fan Jian, while the prisoner Huang Sheng stood far away, sweating profusely due to a bad premonition. Seeing his disciple still hesitant, Yu Zhongfeng powerfully patted his shoulder to reassure him and ordered him to just play his part, as the master would take care of all consequences. Having settled internal matters, he shifted his attention to Huang Sheng, who was cowering in the courtyard, to begin settling accounts. The fake alchemist forced a laugh, scratched his head, feigning ignorance, and denied all wrongdoing as if he were an innocent victim. Yu Zhongfeng smiled like a capitalist, listing a long string of charges, from squandering money to hurting his delicate soul, to drive up the price. He settled on a compensation of 10 million spirit stones, leaving Huang Sheng utterly terrified, who hastily bargained with hard labor, hoping for a reduced sentence. Yu Zhongfeng placed his hand on the debtor's shoulder, asking with a stern gaze if he wanted a chance to start over. Huang Sheng fearfully kowtowed to the table, admitting he was a good-for-nothing expelled by the pill refining hall, hoping his boss would spare his life. The charlatan looked up with a bewildered expression as the atmosphere around him suddenly changed strangely. Yu Zhongfeng suddenly activated his saintly mode, radiating dazzling light throughout the room, blinding his opponent. He spread his arms like a savior, using an enchanting tone to probe the worries of food, clothing, and money, and the bleak future of the person kneeling at his feet. Yu Zhongfeng continued his psychological manipulation, asking Huang Sheng if he felt useless, leaving him speechless. He raised his hand to activate the formation above, showing off his formidable potential to prove he was a reliable haven, not some pyramid scheme. Tears welled up in Huang Sheng's eyes as he cried, and recounted the humiliation of being cast aside, begging for guidance from the savior before him. Yu Zhongfeng concluded with an invitation to join Nine Sword Mountain, along with a promise to lead him to the pinnacle of alchemy. The charlatan gaped in astonishment. He never expected this tycoon to generously welcome a failure like himself. Huang Sheng completely fell for the pyramid scheme, prostrating himself and swearing to dedicate his life to Nine Sword Mountain to repay this kindness. Yu Zhongfeng extended his hand with a fake saintly smile, assigning pill refining KPIs to his new employee, while inwardly celebrating his successful deception. Before the celebration ended, trouble arrived. Yu Zhongfeng and Fan Jian, startled, turned around upon hearing an arrogant shout demanding his presence. A man in official robes stood imposingly from afar, arms crossed, looking down at the master and disciple with a disdainful gaze, as if looking at ants. Dang Yang raised his chin and ordered in a condescending tone, demanding Yu Zhongfeng immediately crawl over to pay his respects. Fan Jian was sweating profusely, hastily updating his master that this was the master of Elixir Yang Pavilion, a formidable half-step nascent soul cultivator. Instead of fear, a calculating smile appeared on Yu Zhongfeng's face. His eyes gleamed with interest, like a hunter spotting new prey. Dang Yang began to boast fiercely about the potential of Elixir Yang Pavilion, asserting its future hegemonic status to intimidate his opponent into submission. Yu Zhongfeng kept a cool head, analyzing the situation, realizing the true mastermind had not yet shown himself. So he decided to play the pig to eat the tiger trick to extract information. He immediately switched to professional actor mode, cupping his hands in a polite greeting, but his words were full of probing for the old man's true intentions. Dang Yang raised his chin and declared that Nine Sword Mountain had cultivated for several lifetimes just to catch the eye of Elixir Yang Pavilion, bestowing the grace of becoming a vassal to receive protection. The peaceful scene outside Elixir Yang Pavilion was in stark contrast to the sinister schemes and surging undercurrents within. Cui Ruolin stepped out with an elegant demeanor, advising her master not to condescend to personally visit Thunder Marsh, but to let her handle those small fries. Outwardly cold, Cui Ruolin was inwardly extremely anxious, fearing Yu Zongfeng couldn't withstand Elixir Yang Pavilion's preemptive strike, so she secretly planned a way to relieve the siege. Dang Yang sipped his wine while maintaining a superior air, judging Nine Sword Mountain as weak, but Yu Zongfeng had some minor talents, which was why he wanted to personally subdue him. The old man flashed a sinister smile, declaring that if Yu Zongfeng was sensible, he would live. Otherwise, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson about the world order. Cui Ruolin gritted her teeth, thinking of that scoundrel Yu Zongfeng, resentful that he dared to harbor sinister intentions towards her, and determined to personally deal with him after this matter was resolved. In another development, Jiang Yueyao gleefully invited her companions to ambush the enemy. Jiang Lan immediately drew her sword in response, while Fan Jian was utterly terrified. Fan Jian was sweating profusely, trying to explain to the two young ladies that assassinating a half-step nascent soul cultivator with their current cultivation was no different from mass suicide. He changed his strategy to lecture them on worldly principles to stall for time, but looking at the bloodthirsty expressions of his two senior sisters, it seemed his words held no weight at all. Dang Yang stood looking down from above with a condescending air, offering to protect Yu Zongfeng and ensure his stable position in Thunder Marsh. The greedy old man made an exorbitant demand, demanding Nine Sword Mountain surrender 70% of its monthly income to Elixir Yang Pavilion. Yu Zongfeng scoffed, deeming it too little, and boldly proposed raising the tribute to a full 90%, astonishing his opponents. Dang Yang burst into laughter, thinking he'd found a fool, but Yu Zongfeng quickly waved his hand to correct this grave misunderstanding. He laid his cards on the table, declaring that Dan Yang Pavilion was the one who should cough up 90% to receive protection from Nine Swords Mountain. Dang Yang's eyes bulged with rage, his killing intent erupting fiercely as he roared, furious that a mere brat dared to pull the tiger's whiskers in broad daylight. Cui Ruolin suddenly appeared with the demeanor of an empress, sweeping past Dang Yang and scolding the old man for not showing respect to his juniors. Dang Yang immediately changed his tone, tattling to Cui Ruolin about Yu Zongfeng's insolent attitude, hoping to use the beauty's hand to punish him. Dongzhong also chimed in, thumping his chest and threatening to use 100,000 schemes to crush Yu Zongfeng to death in this land. Yu Zongfeng clicked his tongue, thinking that a mighty dragon shouldn't oppress a local snake, then changed his tune faster than a rice paper cracker, inviting the esteemed bigwigs inside for tea. Dang Yang began to speak like a politician, subtly hinting at a newly risen power, making waves, probing his opponents. The old fox Dang Yang intended to use a carrot-and-stick approach to assert dominance, but Yu Zongfeng only responded with a challenging smirk. Yu Zongfeng immediately switched to feigning ignorance, asking in return if the old man was perhaps praising himself. Dongzhong, sitting nearby, guffawed, thinking his boss was being praised, while Dong Yang was dumbfounded and broke out in a cold sweat at the sheer absurdity of both his enemy and his ally. Dang Yang tried to regain his boss-like demeanor, closing his eyes and ignoring the recent incident to continue boasting about his ambition to dominate the lazy region. Yu Zongfeng was determined to troll him to the end, pointing directly at Dong Yang with feigned surprise, as if he had just discovered an idol. Dongzhong was coughing loudly, about to claim the praise for himself, when Dong Yang slammed the table and roared, furious that he had strayed too far off topic. Seeing the old man's irritation, Yu Zongfeng swiftly shifted his target to Cui Ruolin, guessing that the dominant force was surely Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Cui Ruolin outwardly smiled shyly and refused, but inwardly she was screaming, wanting to deal with the brat who dared to drag her into trouble to divert attention. Dang Yang realized the brat in front of him was too stubborn and difficult, deciding to drop the pleasantries and get straight to the main point. Dang Yang pointed directly at his opponent, exposing Yu Zongfeng's feat of wiping out the Ma Yang tribe and scaring away nascent soul stage cultivators, declaring that if he continued to farm monsters, the old man wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Yu Zongfeng calmly raised his teacup, scoffing that everything he did was merely legitimate self-defense to lead his brothers to survive another day, not daring to act like a fierce tiger or leopard. The old fox, Dang Yang, laid his cards on the table with sharp eyes, issuing an ultimatum. Nine Swords Mountain must swear loyalty under Dan Yang Pavilion's banner to receive his protection. Yu Zongfeng's eyes were as cold as knives. He growled, asserting that he originally desired peace. But these old dogs kept pushing him to the brink. Unfazed by the pressure, Yu Zongfeng crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair with a confident smile, throwing a curveball back at his opponent by demanding to set his own conditions. He was brazen to the extreme, demanding that Danyang Pavilion share a portion of its profits with Nine Swords Mountain in exchange for peace, a jaw-dropping price hike that stunned everyone. Kuei Ruolin's face drained of color upon hearing this. She was terrified, realizing this madman wanted to declare war on the entire intricate network of relationships in the Laze region, with just one arrogant statement. Ignoring the tense atmosphere below, Yu Zongfeng looked up at the hole in the ceiling, where his three beloved disciples were eavesdropping with smug expressions. The troublesome trio, Jiang Yueyao, Jiang Lan, and Fan Jian, poked their heads through the skylight to check the situation, confirming whether their master had suffered any damage after the verbal sparring. Eldest senior sister, Jiang Yueyao, immediately went into mama hen mode, flatly declaring that if those people didn't leave them in peace, she was ready to fight to the death, while Jiang Lan began asking how to deal with that woman. Fan Jian quickly categorized the targets, determining that senior sister Kui was merely a coerced victim and should be spared, while the ringleader Dang Yang and the fat man Dong Zhang should be dealt with directly. Eldest senior sister Jiang Yueyao immediately devised a swift battle plan, assigning herself and Jiang Lan as the main force for sweeping attacks, while their junior brother would handle the formation support to ambush the enemy. She didn't forget to use her usual morale-boosting tactic, promising an all-expenses-paid feast of fragrant roasted sweet potatoes if this mission was a complete success. Smash! Dang Yang slammed the table and shot up, veins bulging as he roared threats to cut off all lifelines and ensure Nine Swords Mountain could never rise again in this land. The fat man Dong Zhang didn't bother with reason, directly summoning a blazing alchemy furnace in his hand with surging killing intent, declaring he would send his opponents to their graves immediately. Hearing the signal, the troublesome trio, Fan Jian, Jiang Lan, and Jiang Yueyao, simultaneously descended from the ceiling like war gods to protect their master. Jiang Yueyao's two giant earth puppets unexpectedly rose from the floor, forming a pincer movement that tightly trapped the fat man Dong Zhang, leaving him no time to react. Jiang Lan shot down like an arrow, swinging her sword to unleash a stream of azure energy, accompanied by a death sentence for anyone who dared to insult her master and sect. Dong Zhang furiously controlled the furnace, spinning it rapidly to create a protective fiery vortex, while cursing the reckless brats who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers. Sharp blades of fire shot out from the furnace in all directions, shattering the hard shells of the earth puppets in a fiery clash between two streams of power. Yu Zongfeng formed hand seals incredibly fast, his fiery eyes intensely focused to activate an area of effect technique. A blazing red magic circle spun wildly in midair, crushing the surrounding earth and rocks, creating a spectacular scene of destruction. Yu Zongfeng's expression suddenly changed. He gaped and wailed miserably, heartbroken over the precious spirit stones being destroyed. He turned into a furious beast, pointing at his three disciples and ordering them to work their backs off to repair all the damage after the fight was over. Dong Zhang, holding a fireball, squinted, assessing the troublesome nature of the formation and the formidable collective strength of the brats. The fat man threatened, using the reputation of the entire lazy region to exert pressure, warning Nine Swords Mountain not to foolishly incur enmity. Yu Zongfeng pondered deeply, a sharp glint in his eyes, revealing a plan to use Spring Fragrance Pavilion to dismantle his opponent's network of connections. Dang Yang hastily spouted nonsense to Kui Ruolin about world peace, trying to prevent the madam from getting involved in the conflict. The old man cast a suspicious glance, bitterly retorting when he saw Kui Ruolin, intending to speak up in defense of the one named Yu. Dang Yang pointed and roared with a condescending attitude, arrogantly questioning the qualifications of someone who dared to interrupt his conversation with the master of this place. Dang Yang broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that the three true essence stage cultivators combined were enough to trouble him. He gritted his teeth and declared that Nine Swords Mountain would have no place to hide because of this feud. Kuei Ruolin quickly spoke up, advising the stubborn old man to look at the bigger picture instead of letting his hot temper ruin important matters. Yu Zongfeng stood silently, arms crossed, full of arrogance, while Dang Yang held a blazing fireball but still hesitated to strike first against the overwhelming aura. The old man Dang Yang let out a bitter snort, crushed the flame in his hand, then uttered a do-as-you-please type of threat before sullenly retreating. Yu Zongfeng turned and walked away in an extremely cool manner, his robes fluttering, completely disregarding the insolent attitude of the defeated opponent behind him. Jiang Yueyao glared, wondering why her master had let the tiger return to the mountains. but Yu Zhongfeng calmly explained that the ripe moment for a decisive strike had not yet arrived. He seriously analyzed that the terrifying thing was not the early nascent soul stage cultivation, but the intricate network of connections behind it, while the Sect's foundation was still too weak. Kuei Ruolin looked at the assembled group of Nine Swords Mountain Master and disciples and sighed exasperatedly, warning that they had just caused a major disaster. The beautiful madam worriedly reminded him that Dong Zhong was a persistent enemy, but Yu Zhongfeng only scoffed confidently, declaring he would use earth to fill water, fighting to the bitter end. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp glint of calculation. He decided he must use Spring Fragrance Pavilion to first sever Dan Yang Pavilion's influence and connections. Yu Zhongfeng leaned close to her face, uttering a venomous taunt about her having to live subserviently under the control of others. Cui Ruolin grimaced, admitting that Dan Yang Pavilion monopolized the supply of elixirs, forcing her to swallow her pride even when receiving only yellow-tier waste products. The old fox Yu smirked, pulling out a sparkling, glowing elixir bottle, declaring it a genuine, true-value introductory gift from Nine Swords Mountain. The Madam of Spring Fragrance Pavilion's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the aura of a high-grade profound tier elixir, immediately knowing it was a rare and hard-to-find treasure. She quickly regained her cold, sharp demeanor, looking directly into her partner's eyes to clearly ask what kind of cooperation scheme he intended with this hot commodity. Yu Zhongfeng sealed a bold business deal, selling elixirs directly at her pavilion with a 70-30 profit split, with real cash flowing straight into their pockets. Cui Ruolin shot up, vehemently objecting, fearing this would make Dan Yang Pavilion shun her and push her establishment into a direct, risky confrontation. The white-haired beauty still pondered, thinking that a small, immediate profit wasn't enough for her to risk her entire enterprise on an arrogant madman. Yu Zhongfeng confidently crossed his arms, painting a domineering vision that in the future, the entire region's pill market would be exclusively distributed by the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. He wore a calculating smile in his thoughts, firmly asserting that no one could resist the allure of the enormous benefits he had just presented. Kuei Ruolin closed the deal with a triumphant smile, generously promising to use her boss lady influence to protect her partner if they encountered any trouble in this territory. Yu Zhongfeng was about to seize the opportunity to act coy and demand protection, but he was flatly rejected, while Ansai, hidden in a corner, was seething with jealousy, thinking her boss was flirting again. Returning to headquarters, he ordered Fan Jian and Leng Hongsheng to gather all the minor sects and gangs in the area to prepare for a grand martial arts assembly next month. Fan Jian scratched his head with a bewildered expression, not understanding why his master was so generous, casually throwing out high-grade pills as welcome gifts to outsiders. Yu Zhongfeng sneered, explaining the principle of casting a small bait to catch a big fish. If you want people to risk their lives to cooperate with you, you first have to offer some benefits as bait. He concluded with a charismatic promise that made Ansai, standing beside him, blush furiously, her heart pounding and legs trembling at her boss's overwhelming charm. In another development, Dong Yang and Dong Zhong transformed into two fireballs, soaring at an incredible speed, exuding killing intent, determined to flatten Nine Swords Mountain. Dong Zhong flew, sweating profusely, trying to shout and dissuade his furious old boss from letting personal grudges ruin their upcoming grand alchemy endeavor. Dang Yang screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his eyes bulging as he declared that if he didn't get Yu Zhongfeng's head today, he wouldn't be able to swallow this humiliation. Seeing that he couldn't stop his boss rage, Dong Zhong reluctantly offered an underhanded scheme to put a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones on the black market, borrowing a knife to kill someone and save their own effort. Dong Yang and Dong Zhong transformed into two fireballs, swooping down, aggressively declaring they would use 5 million spirit stones to crush Yu Zhongfeng. Yu Zhongfeng lay sprawled on the rooftop, complaining about his poverty, claiming he only had 15 million spirit stones left, which made anyone listening want to punch him. He lay there, calculating his next moves, deciding to build relationships with the powers in Thunder Marsh to establish a solid foundation for the future. Looking at his disciples and subordinates, Fan Jian, Leng Hongsheng, An Kai, and his two beloved disciples, he secretly hoped they would quickly mature to shoulder the great responsibility. He lay back, enjoying Ansai fanning him, while ordering his disciples to finish building the house today if they didn't want to go hungry. Jiang Yueyao wailed dramatically, holding a trowel, claiming she was about to starve to death, but her master coldly threatened to cut off her food for the entire next day if the work wasn't finished. Yu Zhongfeng shed tears, not out of pity for his disciples, but because he felt pained by the 10 spirit stones it cost to build each room. Jiang Yueyao whispered to Jiang Lan, urging her to hurry before Master got angry. while also boasting about successfully hiding 2 sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs. The alchemist Huang Sheng excitedly ran in with good news, holding a freshly refined Myriad Harmony pill in his hand. He boasted that this pill increased the chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage by 20%. Secretly delighted that he was fully supplied with high-grade ingredients, Yu Zongfeng frowned, criticizing the mid-grade gold-quality pill Huang Sheng had just refined. Feeling heartbroken over the wasted high-grade ingredients in the hands of such an incompetent craftsman, he casually tossed the pill bottle to Ankai, then acted like a charming boss, saying he would guard her, but in reality, he was using his subordinate to exploit the return system for high-grade items. Ankai was overjoyed, blushing furiously, thinking her boss was doting on her, while Huang Sheng was utterly shocked to see this spendthrift giving precious items to his subordinates like candy. Yu Zongfeng flashed his familiar cunning smile, secretly ordering the return system to immediately tally the spoils after his 4-fold profit investment. The system fox appeared, showering flowers and congratulating the host for hitting the jackpot with a 1,000-fold critical hit, transforming a crappy pill into 200 top-grade profound tier pills. The system screen displayed the newly acquired item, a sparkling, glowing, fate-changing pill, neatly stored in the virtual inventory, awaiting its day of use. Yu Zongfeng sat, chin in hand, calculating. Although he couldn't use this item himself, it was a supreme treasure to boost strength, nurturing his disciples to the nascent soul stage in the future. He stood tall, painting a bright future, promising to supply an abundance of pills to anyone who encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation. Yu Zongfeng held up 3 fingers, making grand claims, pledging to elevate all these novices to the foundation establishment stage, and even the nascent soul stage, within 3 years. Hearing their boss paint such a delicious future, Ansai, Jiang Yueyao, and Ling Hongsheng all knelt down, swearing absolute loyalty, vowing to dedicate all their strength to bring the sect back to its peak. Lang Hongsheng, as if pumped with chicken blood, swore to work tirelessly to restore the sect to its dominant position, thanks to his boss's pill reserves. The serene scene of blue skies and white clouds was in stark contrast to the fervent schemes brewing elsewhere. Situ Qin excitedly ran back to show her father a wanted poster of Yu Zongfeng, depicted with a foolish face and a sky-high bounty. Situ Ke's hands trembled as he held the paper, deeply shocked by the bounty setter's generosity for the head of a nascent soul cultivator. His beloved daughter repeated the figure of 500,000 spirit stones, provoking him to see if the old man dared to go all out for this venture. The old man, flushed with anger, scolded his disrespectful daughter, but still kept a cool head to warn her that with great money, life could easily disappear. Situ Qin unleashed her killer move, bringing up her stagnant cultivation level, and her deceased mother, to emotionally manipulate her old man into funding her advancement. Past images of his wife and young child flooded back, causing Situ K's heart of stone to waver intensely. Unable to withstand the emotional attack, the old man compromised but stipulated that his daughter must absolutely follow his strategic commands. Situ K revealed a determined expression, accepting this mission to boost his daughter's strength and prepare to settle old scores with his enemies. The plotting subordinate reported to the plotting master that the bounty had been posted for 3 days with no takers, but the leader remained unperturbed, saying to let the rumors spread slowly. He grumbled that relying on those worthless bounty hunters would ruin everything, asserting that their side needed to hire real big shots to get the job done. The plotting master stopped drinking tea, raising an eyebrow in curiosity, wondering which expert his subordinate intended to propose with such confidence. The plotting subordinate revealed the name Shui Yun, the #1 assassin on the dark ranking board, firmly asserting that if he made a move, Yu Zongfeng would surely be eliminated. Hearing of the lucrative opportunity, the plotting master immediately slammed the table, closing the deal with a sinister smile, and ordered them to invite the assassin to prepare to take the target's life. The scene shifted back to 9 Swords Mountain, where Yu Zongfeng gathered his group of disciples, along with Leng Hongsheng and An Kai, in the main courtyard to assign important tasks. A system notification unexpectedly appeared before Yu Zongfeng, signaling an impending reward for his merit in nurturing disciples. The system fox appeared, joyfully showering flowers, announcing a 1,000-fold critical hit had been activated, transforming the pill given to a disciple into 20 supreme-grade Jade Spirit pills. Yu Zongfeng held the box of pills, overjoyed, realizing this was a valuable item that could save even nascent soul stage experts from the jaws of death. After boosting Ankai to the core formation stage, Yu Zongfeng assigned her and Leng Hongsheng the task of guarding the home, so he could confidently leave the mountain and stir up trouble in the martial world. Fan Jian excitedly reminded Master Yu Zongfeng that it was the auspicious hour to set off on their adventure. Yu Zongfeng stood tall, boldly declaring that their next destination to conquer was the 5 Great Forbidden Lands. The entire Nine Swords Mountain team soared into the sky, leaving behind their half-built estate with a promise of a grand transformation upon their return. In a secret lair, the name Shui Yun, the #1 assassin on the golden ranking board, was being sought out by influential figures. Shui Yun appeared with a bald, shiny head, humbly claiming his reputation was mere empty fame, yet his aura was no joke. He sat cross-legged, wearing worn-out flip-flops, his casual style a stark contrast to his top-tier assassin status. The Danyang Pavilion offered 500,000 spirit stones for Yu Zongfeng's head, but Shui Yun knew this job was tough because the target had just effortlessly dealt with a nascent soul stage cultivator. Shui Yun leaned back arrogantly, scoffing at the low price and demanding an increase because the target's background was too mysterious and troublesome. The plotting subordinate turned to ask his boss for his opinion, but the plotting master, sweating profusely, ruthlessly shirked the responsibility of paying on to his subordinate. The plotting master stroked his beard, calculating, and concluded that if they could eliminate this thorn in their side, spending a little more money would be worth every penny. Shui Yun picked his ear with a feigned, innocent expression, asking his counterpart if there was any problem with his demands. The plotting master offered an additional 100,000 spirit stones, but Shui Yun immediately closed the deal at 200,000 and demanded half of the cold, hard cash up front. The plotting master let out a cunning, satisfied laugh, quickly closed the deal, and emphasized the demand to eliminate the target at all costs. Shui Yun revealed a determined expression mixed with a hint of madness. He mentally calculated that 700,000 spirit stones would be enough to go to the Flower Wind Pavilion and buy jade spirit pills to cure Mingyue. Elsewhere, C2K and C2 Chin, father and daughter, were secretly trailing Yu Zongfeng's group from behind a rock, their faces full of schemes. C2K frantically covered his daughter's mouth, fearing discovery, while C2 Chin innocently wondered why her nascent soul father was so timid before a mere core formation brat. C2K broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Yu Zongfeng's back, which exuded a terrifying aura, affirming that this brat was a monster, not someone to be trifled with. With the keen intuition of a master, Yu Zongfeng immediately turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the suspicious area behind him. He stopped abruptly, making Jiang Yuyao look bewildered. In his mind, he secretly suspected that the feeling of being watched just now wasn't an illusion, but real. To ensure safety, Yu Zongfeng reassured his disciples and ordered the group to go ahead while he stayed behind to deal with this suspicious tale. Situ-K broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the killing intent from the monster's gaze, while his daughter Situ-Chin still innocently squatted, asking her old man what he saw that made him so scared. The old man frantically yelled, ordering his daughter to immediately run into the small forest 10 miles away to take refuge, while he would stay behind to cover their retreat and then escape. No sooner had he finished speaking than C2K turned and shot off like the wind, his intuition telling him that this enemy was not to be trifled with, and a tactical retreat was the best course of action. But there was no escaping fate. Yu Zongfeng suddenly appeared, blocking his path, making C2K slam to a halt in utter astonishment. Yu Zongfeng stood proudly with his arms crossed and a challenging smirk, asking why he had trailed him for such a long distance, only to give up so early. He immediately scoffed, cutting off any silly excuses C2K might concoct, like accidentally passing by or going to buy soy sauce. Yu Zongfeng's eyes were as sharp as razors, directly pressing him for the true purpose of this clandestine tailing. Knowing he couldn't fool a master, C2K clasped his hands, truthfully revealed his identity, and disclosed that Danyang Pavilion had placed a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones on Yu Zongfeng's head. Yu Zongfeng let out a disdainful chuckle, exhaling arrogantly, and scoffed that Danyang Pavilion was too stingy to value his life so cheaply. He exuded a dark, suffocating killing intent that enveloped C2K, growling as he asked if this old man intended to claim that cheap life. C2K broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically to explain that this was just a terrible misunderstanding, and he was merely trying to save his old life, not daring to deceive anyone. Yu Zongfeng generously waved his hand, letting the matter go, declaring that he wouldn't bother with someone who harbored no ill will, leaving the old man bewildered and unable to believe his ears upon hearing he was spared. He glared, a murderous smile spreading across his face, and asked in return if the old man wanted to change his mind and stay for a few life-and-death exchanges. No sooner had he heard this than C2K took off like the wind, disappearing from sight, which made Yu Zongfeng nod in satisfaction, marking him as a potential pawn to be befriended and exploited. Yu Zongfeng turned back with a cold gaze, directly declaring to the illusory figures of Dong Yang and Dong Zhong that those scoundrels would regret their foolish decision to wage war. Situ Chin flew through the air, regretting the lost spirit stones while grumbling that her cowardly old father was becoming more useless with age, wondering how he ever managed to win her mother over. The stubborn young lady activated her fire energy, sending a threatening message that she would hunt the bounty herself, and if her father still wanted to acknowledge her as his daughter, he'd better drag himself over to save her. Elsewhere, the trio of disciples leisurely strolled, enjoying the breeze, while Fanjian began to wonder where Master had gone, as he hadn't returned for so long. Fanjian chuckled, reassuring his senior sister, confidently asserting with a proud expression that anyone capable of killing Master hadn't even been born yet. Jianglan also chimed in, nodding in agreement that Master was invincible, which made Fanjian smugly boast about the team's absolute unity in acknowledging the boss power. Jiang Yuyao frowned worriedly, posing a rhetorical question about how it was only natural for disciples to be concerned for their master's safety. Fanjian immediately retorted with a confident smile, asserting that absolute faith in Master's overwhelming power was what a disciple truly needed. He squinted, teasingly igniting a fuse by directly asking if senior sister was harboring some forbidden romantic feelings for Master. Hit where it hurt. Jiang Yueyao's face turned beet red as she frantically waved her hands, denying it repeatedly in utter embarrassment. Jiang Lan, poker-faced, raised 3 fingers in a solemn oath, boldly declaring her ownership. Master belonged to her alone for this lifetime. Jiang Yueyao's eyes flared with anger, a vision of a bloody battle with her junior sister for Master's affection flashing through her mind. Fan Jian sighed exasperatedly, feeling utterly helpless at the extreme devotion and unusual behavior of his 2 senior fellow disciples. He clenched his fist, full of ambition, telling himself that this trip was a golden opportunity for the entire team to break through their realms, and he himself had to become stronger. A light footstep landed, interrupting their conversation. Fan Jian curiously asked who had just arrived, making the atmosphere suddenly lighten. Yu Zhongfeng appeared with a dazzling godlike aura, making Fan Jian gleefully point and immediately spill the beans about his 2 senior sisters. Jiang Yueyao forced a laugh, reporting her cultivation progress to divert attention, while Jiang Lan unceremoniously clamped her hand over Fan Jian's mouth to silence the walking gossip machine. Jiang Lan leaned close to Fan Jian's ear, whispering a warning filled with the scent of gunpowder, making him break out in a cold sweat and realize his life was hanging by a thread. Yu Zhongfeng offered a meaningful smile. He knew full well his disciples were putting on an act, but temporarily chose not to expose their clumsy charade. Suddenly, Yu Zhongfeng's demeanor changed 180 degrees, his eyes turning cold as he sensed a dense killing intent rapidly approaching. Kang Qianyi unexpectedly burst forth from the void with wind-tearing speed, screaming demands to take Yu Zhongfeng's life on the spot. She launched herself into the air, channeling all her spiritual power into her palm to unleash a blazing palm strike of destructive force. Jiang Yueyao reacted fiercely. She shouted a warning and immediately summoned a giant earth puppet to rise from the ground to protect Master. The giant earth puppet took the full brunt of the stormy attack, its steel-hard rocky body cracking under the terrifying pressure. A mysterious blue formation was suddenly activated in mid-air, turning the tides to counterattack. Fan Jian shed his playful demeanor, bravely stepping forward to control the formation, and sternly declared that Nine Swords Mountain was not a place for others to casually trample upon. Situ Chin's face went pale. She trembled, wondering if the disciples were already this strong, then how terrifying a monster their master, Yu Zhongfeng, must be. Jiang Lan coldly pressed her sword against the opponent's neck, her red eyes blazing with killing intent, warning that a single twitch would instantly sever their head from their body. Yu Zhongfeng stood proudly, with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the forest, while his 3 disciples had completely controlled the situation, turning the area into Nine Swords Mountain's private stage. Situ Chin cried, begging for her life for foolishly poking a hornet's nest, but Jiang Lan remained unmoved, turning to ask Master for permission to send her on her way. Yu Zhongfeng offered a fake, saintly smile, beginning to preach that Nine Swords Mountain did not kill indiscriminately but was ready to use violence to eradicate evil and protect its prosperity. The trio of disciples, Fan Jian, Jiang Lan, and Jiang Yueyao, immediately nodded vigorously like chickens pecking grain, their eyes shining with absolute faith in Master's brainwashing philosophy. Yu Zhongfeng lowered his voice, asking for the hostage's identity. The young girl timidly revealed her name as Situ Chin, her face still reeling from the opponent's imposing aura. Hearing the surname Situ, Yu Zhongfeng raised an eyebrow meaningfully, then directly asked about her relationship with the old man, Situ K, making Situ Chin dumbfounded and asked if he knew her father. Yu Zhongfeng fabricated a story that he had a good impression of her father, making Situ Chin gleefully assume that her father's nascent soul stage reputation had scared the opponent witless. Regaining her deluded confidence, Situ Chin loudly threatened that her father was coming and demanded her immediate release if he didn't want to regret it for life, completely unaware she was trying to teach a fish to swim. Yu Zongfeng stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the hostage with a mocking expression. He declared that he would wait for her father to arrive to see who truly had reason to fear whom. Situ Chin broke out in a cold sweat, her heart pounding as she wondered why this man wasn't afraid of her father. She then tried to reassure herself that he was just trying to act tough. Fan Jian suddenly spoke up, asking why Master didn't let the two senior sisters use the Myriad Harmony pill to break through their cultivation realms immediately, if the sect had already refined the medicine. Yu Zongfeng raised a finger, spouting empty rhetoric, boasting that using medicine was an unorthodox path and that the senior sisters needed time to stabilize their cultivation to cover up the truth. Situ Chin scoffed, interrupting the conversation. She boldly disparaged Nine Swords Mountain's alchemy skills, calling them worthless trash. She proudly boasted that her mother, a master alchemist, had improved the formula, confidently asserting that the medicine from these bumpkins was merely mid-grade imperial rank waste. Yu Zongfeng's eyes lit up as if head struck gold when he realized this chicken held the secret to the medicine formula. He immediately hatched a plan to swindle her out of the intellectual property. He boasted that his medicine was profound rank, causing Situ Chin to shriek in panic that it was impossible, as the original formula was inherently incomplete. Yu Zongfeng smirked victoriously as his prey fell into the trap. He fabricated a story about having personally researched and perfected the formula to manipulate the other party into believing him completely. He turned back with the smile of an old fox, coaxing Situ Chin to hand over the formula to compare whose product was superior, intending to openly steal the secret technique. Situ Chin knelt on the ground but still defiantly challenged him, bringing up her powerful father to threaten that he would pay a heavy price if he dared to lay a hand on her. Yu Zongfeng approached with a foxy grin, playing the money card by offering to buy the formula outright with spirit stones to silence the hostage. C2K suddenly appeared, his face drained of all color, hastily raising his hands and shouting for mercy before things went too far. Yu Zongfeng casually greeted his old acquaintance as if there had been no separation, while Situ Chin excitedly called out to her father, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Yu Zongfeng calmly reassured the old man, who was trembling like a leaf, initiating negotiations gently, but exuding an invisible pressure that made the other party sweat. He wore the confident smile of a predator, secretly calculating a plan to extort the complete alchemy formula from the naive girl without spending a single coin. C2K humbly clasped his hands, apologizing for his daughter's foolishness, while Yu Zongfeng maintained his polite, fake commercial smile to appease his business partner. Yu Zongfeng turned to confirm with the hostage with a teasing look, making Situ Chin both embarrassed and flustered by the awkward situation. Situ Chin's eyes were clouded by insatiable greed. She loudly urged her father to quickly seal the deal to swindle money from this nouveau riche before he changed his mind. Slap! C2K swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap that made his daughter see stars. He loudly scolded her, preventing her from digging her own grave by daring to provoke a killing god. C2K humbly clasped his hands, apologizing on behalf of his foolish daughter, while Yu Zongfeng maintained his fake commercial smile to reassure his partner. He laid his cards on the table with sharp eyes, bluntly declaring that this forgiveness was not free and came with a corresponding price. C2K broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color upon hearing the dangerous, extortionate tone of the other party. Yu Zongfeng demanded the complete Myriad Harmony pill formula, causing the old fox C2K to feign ignorance, deliberately pretending not to understand, to protect his family's secret. Without giving the other party a chance to breathe, he delivered a critical blow by spreading 5 fingers, shouting a price of 5 million spirit stones that stunned everyone who heard it. C2K began to waver violently, his mind racing as he weighed the enormous profit against the risk of being swindled. The old man's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he realized the actual number far exceeded his meager imagination. Greed surged powerfully. C2K shouted to reconfirm the 5 million, fearing he'd misheard, while Yu Zongfeng turned his back, proudly affirming his credibility. Unable to resist the allure of money, C2K loudly agreed to sell out his family's secret immediately. Before the lucrative deal could be sealed, the sky was torn open by a blue lightning bolt, accompanied by shouts demanding Yu Zongfeng's life, startling everyone. Yu Zongfeng frowned in annoyance, wondering who was audacious enough to interrupt him just as he was closing a 5 million spirit stone deal. C2K's face was drained of color. He shrieked in horror, recognizing the newcomer as the legendary first assassin, Shui Yun. Knowing a major incident was unfolding, the old fox C2K hastily grabbed C2 Chin, instructing his daughter to prepare for escape at the first opportunity. While Yu Zongfeng stood exasperated, rubbing his face and sighing, C2 Chin looked back at him with a strangely worried expression. A colossal pillar of icy energy descended from the sky with terrifying destructive power, aiming to wipe out everything. Yu Zongfeng immediately grew serious, warning his disciples Jiang Yueyao, Jiang Lan, and Fan Jian to protect themselves from the powerful enemy. Without hesitation, he activated his colossal spirit god skill, summoning a gigantic golden war god to stand in front and block the attack. The icy sword Qi collided directly with the golden defense, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire area. Shui Yun appeared, bald-headed, a mocking smirk on his face, declaring he would take Yu Zongfeng's life even if he managed to block the first strike. Two streams of golden and blue power intertwined, creating a fierce energy storm, signaling the beginning of a deathmatch. Yu Zongfeng smirked arrogantly, bluntly stating that even if the opponent was a peak nascent soul stage cultivator, he might not be skilled enough to take his life. Without further ado, he swung his sword, unleashing the Yang sword art, heaven-shattering style, cleaving out a brilliant blue sword Qi that tore through space in retaliation. The domineering energy stream sliced across the sky with a sharp whistling sound, shattering the icy pressure that had been weighing down the battlefield. Yu Zongfeng looked up at the enemy hovering above, his smile still on his lips, as he called out Shui Yun's name directly, to confirm his opponent's identity. Shui Yun stood with his arms crossed amidst the cold aura, arrogantly admitting that his opponent had some skill, but still asserting that today would be his end. Witnessing Yu Zongfeng block the attack of a nascent soul monster, C2 Chin broke out in a cold sweat, feeling lucky she hadn't provoked this madman too much before. Her face began to flush, and her heart pounded as she realized that this nemesis, when fighting seriously, was impossibly handsome and cool. Yu Zongfeng quickly regained his composure, assessing that the opponent was too strong, and if he stubbornly continued, his disciples behind him would be in danger. He immediately switched tactics to verbal negotiation, shouting an offer to parley, but Shui Yun merely snorted disdainfully, believing he wasn't qualified to talk. Ignoring the contempt, Yu Zongfeng raised a finger with the demeanor of a true magnate, sealing the deal with a price of 1 million to bribe the opponent right there on the spot. Shui Yun roared in indignation, asserting that 1 million was an insult, and he would rather starve to death than betray the professional ethics of an assassin. Yu Zongfeng gave a faint smirk, gently raising the price to 2 million, accompanied by a high-grade spirit jade pill, to test the opponent's resolve. Shui Yun began to sweat profusely, clenching his fists, trying to calm himself with what he called an indomitable spirit against such immense material temptation. Yu Zongfeng delivered a fatal blow by holding out 2 pills, his eyes full of provocation, as if to say, "I'm not short on money, it's mainly about whether you're obedient." The first assassin's dignity vanished in an instant, as Shui Yun knelt to the ground faster than the speed of light with a distinct thud. Shui Yun completely transformed into an obedient disciple, his face beaming, eyes shining like stars as he asked if the boss had any instructions. Yu Zongfeng calmly assigned him the task of providing protection for the upcoming journey, while Shui Yun thumped his chest, swearing to ensure the absolute safety of the young masters and ladies. Shui Yun's eyes welled up with tears as he brought the pill to his nose, sniffing it, overjoyed that he had finally acquired enough to save his loved one, Ming Yue. C2K froze completely, his mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes as he watched the notorious cold-blooded assassin being bribed as easily as buying vegetables at the market. Seeing his daughter, C2 Chin, blushing and infatuated with the big boss, C2K stroked his beard, plotting to join Nine Swords Mountain to seek refuge under its mighty wing. C2K respectfully clasped his hands, expressing his desire to turn enmity into friendship, and proactively offered to change the terms of their previous agreement with an extremely deferential attitude. The old man C2K presented a treasure box with a smile seeking favor, officially requesting that he and his daughter be allowed to join Nine Swords Mountain to rely on its great power. Yu Zongfeng held the secret manual in his hand, his eyes gleaming with calculation as he discovered that the myriad harmony pill formula required demon cores from the 5 great forbidden lands. He glanced at the C2 father and daughter with understanding, secretly sighing at a parent's devotion upon seeing C2K humble himself for his daughter's future. Without further ado, Yu Zongfeng immediately tossed a bag containing 5 million spirit stones into C2K's hand and appointed the old man as an elder, leaving both father and daughter wide-eyed. A wise man pays first. The C2 father and daughter immediately knelt to the ground, swearing undying loyalty to Nine Swords Mountain, witnessed by Shui Yun. Yu Zongfeng turned to tease Shui Yun with a meaningful smile, asking if the bald assassin was swayed by this scene of winning hearts. Yu Zongfeng's gaze was fixed on Situ Chin like a hungry tiger spotting prey, but in his mind, he was only plotting to recruit this rare alchemy genius as his disciple. Being stared at, Situ Chin blushed crimson, deluding herself that the boss was secretly in love with her, which was why he was looking so intently. She continued to be lost in the fantasy that her beauty had captivated that domineering man. While C2K stood behind with a look full of doubt, C2K stroked his beard smugly, thinking that even a hero would find it hard to resist a beauty, while his daughter Situ Chin hid behind her old father, shy like a young maiden. Yu Zongfeng cleared his throat, regaining his seriousness, preparing to pour cold water on the other party's rosy fantasy with a practical proposal. C2K seized the opportunity to assert his authority, declaring that he would disregard the Sect's arrangements to hand his daughter over to the magnate. Situ Chin covered her blushing face, her mind soaring to the ninth heaven with thoughts of becoming cultivation partners too quickly. Yu Zongfeng coughed to interrupt her misguided thoughts, asserting that he only wanted to recruit her as a disciple for her rare alchemy talent. Both father and daughter froze completely. The father's dream of becoming a father-in-law shattered, while the daughter was shocked to be demoted from a potential lover to a disciple instantly. Situ Chin changed her expression faster than a rice paper cracker, raising her hand to agree immediately, as her mind had already concocted a thrilling forbidden master-disciple romance scenario. Yu Zongfeng extended his hand invitingly with the demeanor of a male god, making her heart pound and her eyes shine like headlights once more. He smirked slyly, telling his disciple to let her master take advantage, making Situ Chin inwardly ecstatic, thinking a romantic drama was about to unfold. The moment their hands touched, System Fox appeared, announcing the detection of a hidden physique and enticing Yu Zongfeng to inject 100 years of cultivation to activate a premium item. Yu Zongfeng placed his hand on Situ Chin's forehead, ordering her to concentrate her spirit so he could begin injecting energy to activate her hidden potential. He chuckled smugly, having stumbled upon a good find even while strolling. He hadn't expected to casually pick up a disciple and hit upon such a rare and hard-to-find hidden physique. A colossal pillar of green light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds, signaling a shocking event that had just occurred at Nine Swords Sect. Jiang Yueyao, Situke, and Shui Yun stood dumbfounded, staring at the pillar of light, not understanding what grand divine ability the boss was performing over there. Situke stroked his beard, explaining with an air of understanding, reassuring everyone that the master was using a secret technique of marrow cleansing and bone forging to upgrade his daughter's power. Shui Yun crossed his arms, nodding in admiration of Yu Zongfeng's power, secretly harboring hope that this esteemed expert could save his loved one. The upgrade process complete, Situ Chin felt her body light as a fairy, while her old father hastily reminded his daughter to thank her great benefactor immediately. Old man C2K meticulously examined his daughter's meridians, trembling with joy as he saw her aptitude had leaped to a new level, her future enlightenment no longer distant. System Fox appeared, showering flowers and congratulations, announcing that Yu Zongfeng had successfully activated the Fire Pill Spirit Physique for his disciple and received the Supreme Medicinal Spirit Saint Physique as a reward. Yu Zongfeng grinned slyly, as if harvesting a bumper crop, calculating that with infinite mana plus the saintly medicine physique he had just received, he would officially become the unrivaled alchemy overlord. Yu Zongfeng took the opportunity to paint a rosy picture for his new recruit, asserting that the newly activated Fire Pill Spirit Physique would help Situ Chin grasp the precise timing for alchemy down to the millimeter. He began a display of skill, spreading his palm with a swirling stream of green chi to prove his mastery, capable of producing pills without a furnace. A sizzling sound echoed as Yu Zongfeng used his bare hands to melt the medicinal ingredients, his demeanor as calm as if performing magic, not alchemy. In just an instant, a perfectly round, emerald green pill formed in his hand with a soft, powerful pop. Situ Chin gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes as she watched her master transform raw ingredients into a finished product with bare hands, shattering every law she had ever known. While Yu Zongfeng reveled in his own perfection, Situ Chin cherished the pill like a treasure, vowing to follow her master to the death to learn his secret techniques. Situ Chin's eyes burned with ambition. She confidently declared that she would reach the same domineering realm as her master in just another 100 years of cultivation. Yu Zongfeng broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Situ Chin's gaze, as if she were looking at a piece of roasted meat. His intuition told him this girl literally wanted to devour him. Ignoring the perverse gaze, Yu Zongfeng gathered his full entourage, including Jiang Yuyao, Jiang Lan, and Fan Jian, officially inviting Situ Chin to join them for practical combat leveling. The entire team immediately teleported to the blazing abyss. Jianglan plunged down to fight fiercely with the fire beasts, while Situ Qin and her earth golems also joined the intense battle. Yu Zhongfeng and Shui Yun stood observing the fire beast from afar. The assassin unexpectedly inquired about the potential of the disciples. Yu Zhongfeng confidently declared that Nine Swords Sect would dominate the server as long as he lived, surprising Shui Yun with his bold statement. Without beating around the bush, Yu Zhongfeng played his recruitment card, directly inviting the person currently assassinating him to join the sect with a calculating smile. Shui Yun subtly reminded him of the assassination contract, but Yu Zhongfeng chuckled, preaching the philosophy of more friends, fewer enemies to manipulate the other party's psychology. He painted a glorious vision of the sect with a formidable lineup of personnel, asserting the need for a trusted aide to share the burden of development. Yu Zhongfeng put on a pensive expression, lamenting about the pile of enemies waiting to settle scores, to evoke empathy and the need for cooperation. He suddenly extended his hand, making the bald assassin dumbfounded by the other party's shamelessness and audacity. Invoking the name of the founding ancestor, Yu Zhongfeng concluded with a respectful invitation, his demeanor as dignified as a true leader recruiting talent. Shui Yun began to waver intensely, calculating that joining would allow him to ask Yu Zhongfeng to treat his loved one, Mingye, instead of continuing as an assassin. Yu Zhongfeng silently observed with sharp eyes, certain that this big fish was about to take the bait, as its weakness had been grasped. Yu Zhongfeng launched a fierce psychological attack, exposing heretic God's hesitation and directly asking if he was burdened by a loved one. He continued to press with sharp arguments, stating that with heretic God's level, there was no reason to struggle to earn money unless it was for someone extremely important. Seeing the opponent's eyes light up when looking at the Jade Spirit Pill, Yu Zhongfeng concluded that his loved one was severely injured and needed precious medicine. Shui Yun broke out in a cold sweat, completely subdued by Yu Zhongfeng's ability to see through hearts and predict like a god. It turned out that 100 years ago, his wife Mingyue was ambushed by enemies at Thunder Marsh and had been in a deep coma ever since. Powerless, he had no choice but to fall into the path of evil, becoming an assassin, risking his life to earn money for medicine, to sustain his wife's last breath. Grasping his fatal weakness, Yu Zhongfeng played his recruitment card, pledging to spare no effort in treating Mingyue if heretic God agreed to join Nine Swords Sect. Shui Yun's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears, while Yu Zhongfeng affirmed his golden promise with absolute certainty. The sweet deal was sealed immediately. Shui Yun knelt to pay respects to the sect master, and was generously appointed Grand Elder in charge of punishments by Yu Zhongfeng. Upon taking office, Shui Yun seriously reported that the Jade Spirit Pill only helped sustain life. To cure her completely, they needed to hunt for 3 drops of the heart's blood of the beast Dongkong. Yu Zhongfeng nodded upon hearing the name Dongkong, admitting that this boss was no ordinary opponent. He played the role of a model big brother, patting Shui Yun's shoulder, and asserting that, from now on, they were family, and he would take care of all troubles. Yu Zhongfeng finalized the deal. The secret realm would open next month, requiring them to gather enough 5-element spirit orbs to enter the giant wild boar's lair. He pondered deeply, telling himself that this task was extremely difficult, so he absolutely must not act rashly and ruin the grand plan. Yu Zhongfeng instructed Shui Yun to spread rumors and coordinate with An Kai to prepare for the next phase of the plan. He switched to a chibi headache mode, fretting anxiously that big brother Ju Tang would discover his double agent act. A scout hidden in the bushes was stunned to discover that heretic god Shui Yun was shaking hands with the Nine Swords Sect faction. The spy broke out in a cold sweat, deciding he had to quickly flee and report this shocking news to his master immediately. Situ Qin excitedly presented a bundle of glowing red demonic cores, showing her master that these were choice ingredients for refining realm-breaking pills. The moment Yu Zhongfeng handed over warehouse management to his disciple, Situ Qin blushed crimson, deluding herself that her master was secretly in love with her. Yu Zhongfeng pointed at the blazing red flame on the tray, asking the disciple if this was genuine 5 elements spiritual qi. The disciple respectfully reported that this item had only been extracted from a monster and had not yet been refined, so it was still a fake. Yu Zhongfeng turned to ask Situ Qin if she could handle it, but she grimaced, admitting she had the skill, but her equipment was too shoddy to manage. Yu Zhongfeng smirked confidently, immediately summoning a gleaming golden alchemy cauldron from his inventory, truly embodying a pay-to-win tycoon. He pressed the treasure into Situ Qin's hand, bluntly declaring it was hers, and she only needed to focus on cultivating well. Situ Qin hugged the cauldron like a precious treasure, her face flushed with joy, vowing to engrave her master's teachings in her heart. The scene shifted to the enemy's side, where a hand held a document detailing Nine Swords Mountain with a scheming expression. The blue-robed master angrily crumpled the paper, cursing his subordinates as useless trash for failing to find any decent clues. Kang Qianyi stood beside him, sweetly whispering to her master, advising him to calm down, as a great secret wouldn't be unearthed so easily. His anger subsided as the old man sipped his tea, nodding in praise that Kang Qianyi had reached the late nascent soul stage, her cultivation speed truly formidable. Kang Qianyi sat opposite her master, sweetly flattering him that it was thanks to his diligent guidance that she had achieved her current level. A Xuanjian messenger rushed in, kneeling to report dire news to the blue-robed master, stating that Yu Zhangfeng had completely wiped out the Ma Yang tribe's stronghold, not a single soul remaining. The blue-robed master gaped in disbelief, as the Ma Yang chief was a nascent soul expert, while Kang Qianyi also shot up, her face paling from the shocking news. She sternly warned her master that at this rate, that monster Yu Zhangfeng would become an extremely grave hidden danger, directly threatening them. The old man angrily crushed the energy flow in his hand, gritting his teeth, admitting that this brat Yu Zhangfeng truly knew how to make people jump in fright. He ordered all forces to retreat as this place no longer had any exploitable value, but Kang Qianyi fiercely demanded to take Yu Zhangfeng's head to vent her master's anger. The blue-robed master glared and roared with authority, ordering her to curb her tongue, to simply obey his command and withdraw immediately. Kang Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat at her master's anger, hastily bowing her head to accept the order. "Yes, master," then prepared to retreat. She slipped out of the courtyard, leaving the old man standing alone amidst the falling leaves, his mind reeling with calculations for his next move. The old man's face hardened with malice, as he muttered that in this desperate situation, the only way to turn the tables was to use him. The blue-robed master summoned a shadowy assassin shrouded in dark energy, one who had been in seclusion for 100 years, preparing for an earth-shattering mission. He ordered the shadow assassin to go to Lei and inform the pill shop that the profound sword sect would cooperate, provided Yu Zhangfeng was captured alive and brought back. The old man emphasized that they must act in secret to drag Yu Zhangfeng's body back, dead or alive, before the true identity of the one behind the pill shop was exposed to the public. At the pill shop, Dong Zhong was sweet-talking the plotting master with crude flattery that made him groan with pleasure. A plotting subordinate rushed in, kneeling to report dire news, that Shui Yun, the evil god, and Yu Zhangfeng were joining forces and wreaking havoc in this territory. The plotting master slammed the table and roared loudly, furious that if the opponents disrespected him, fine, but daring to disrespect the shop owner truly meant they were tired of living. Dong Zhong remained calm, waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate, then reassured his boss that this was just a trivial matter, not worth worrying about. Fatty Dong Zhong suddenly changed his demeanor, sternly inquiring if the plotting master sensed any danger from this incident. He broke out in a cold sweat as he pieced together the events, suspecting that the assassination of the evil god 100 years ago had been exposed, and now karma had come knocking. The plotting master was scared out of his wits when he realized Yu Zhangfeng was from Huafeng Nation. He panicked, intending to tuck tail and flee to Yongning Nation to escape the evil god's wrath. The profound sword sect elder sneered at the cowardice of his subordinates, arrogantly declaring that having killed the enemy's wife 100 years ago, sending the husband to his grave now would be as easy as turning his hand. Yu Zhangfeng activated the fire domain, causing the system to immediately announce a reward, his face beaming as if he'd struck gold. The system fox jumped up excitedly, announcing an 8000x critical hit had been activated, spitting out the ultimate treasure, the world-grade Medicine King Cauldron. Yu Zhangfeng groaned with pleasure, grinning from ear to ear as a blazing alchemy cauldron appeared in his hand, repeatedly exclaimed his luck as if he'd won the lottery. Seeing her master as happy as a festival, Situ Chin blushed crimson. Her romantically addled brain mistakenly thought the cauldron was a token of love from her master. Situ Chin couldn't hide her impatience mixed with a hint of flirtatiousness, her sparkling eyes asking her master when he would finally break through the final barrier. Yu Zhangfeng stroked his chin, smiling smugly, and bluntly told Situ Chin that today was a day of great joy, which was why his mood was so buoyant. Situ Chin shyly refused the fancy cauldron, misunderstanding his intentions, holding a small golden jar and hinting that she had something much better to give her master. Yu Zhangfeng casually held the treasure, making Shui Yun, who stood behind him, stare wide-eyed, sensing the dense heaven-grade aura emanating from the cauldron. Shui Yun broke out in a cold sweat, questioning his life as he saw Yu Zhangfeng treat heaven-grade items like trash, guessing that this monster must surely come from a higher-grade continent than Huafeng Nation. C2K's eyes lit up like headlights when he saw his daughter hugging the fancy alchemy cauldron, urging Situ Chin to quickly thank the tycoon Yu Zhangfeng for this incredibly generous betrothal gift. The scene shifted to the enemy's lair, where they were trembling like leaves, discussing how Yu Zongfeng had reached the nascent soul stage and become an unstoppable threat. The plotting master was scared out of his wits, urging his boss to abandon everything and flee, but Dongzhong brushed him off, reluctant to abandon the massive enterprise he had painstakingly built. As they were chatting idly, a surge of pitch-black dark energy suddenly erupted in the room, making Dongzhong and his subordinate jump in fright, their faces drained of color. The shadow assassin revealed himself with his cool mask, stipulating that capturing Yu Zongfeng alive would secure a lucrative cooperation with the profound sword sect. With the deal sealed, the assassin transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished without a trace, leaving the two men standing dumbfounded in the room with the lingering horror. The plotting master broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in terror at the terrifying cultivation pressure the mysterious assassin had just exuded, feeling this deal was too risky. In contrast to his cowardly subordinate, the old fox Dongzhong smiled smugly, believing that the profound sword sect getting involved in this murky business was a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately ordered the plotting master to summon all forces and allies, preparing for a bloody, life-or-death battle in the Kangmi secret realm. Dongzhong wore a cunning, confident smile, deluding himself that everything was in his grasp and Yu Zongfeng's time was up. The blazing Forbidden Zone welcomed the group with the domineering appearance of a gigantic six-tailed firefox, one of the 5 elements demonic beasts guarding this place. C2K's face drained of color as he yelled to his daughter C2 that the aura from the heaven-grade alchemy cauldron had attracted this terrifying boss to pay a visit. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar, baring its sharp, murderous fangs, causing the surrounding space to grow scorching hot. C2K immediately unleashed his power, summoning a series of gigantic, thorny vines from the ground to block its path, screaming for the sect master to flee immediately before it was too late. The firefox fiercely tore apart the wood element vines like chewing gum, its overwhelming power rendering the old man's restraining move hopeless. Shui Yun unexpectedly joined the battle to rescue them, his hands forming seals extremely quickly with a cold expression, preparing to unleash a water element technique to counter the enemy's firepower. A sharp stream of ice from Shui Yun's hand slashed directly at the beast, which was tightly bound by vines, creating a dazzling, coordinated attack between the two experts. Shui Yun gritted his teeth and announced that he and C2K were severely weakened by the Forbidden Zone, unable to tank this boss much longer, urging everyone to retreat immediately. The enraged beast shattered the ice and wood encirclement, swooping down like a red lightning bolt, causing the defensive formation to collapse in an instant. A terrifying fire explosion erupted, engulfing everything, marking the devastating destructive power the firefox had just unleashed upon the group. C2K broke out in a cold sweat, shouting loudly, calling for a combined effort because the boss was going berserk, while Shui Yun also roared with determination, ready for a bloody fight to the death. The two old generals coordinated flawlessly. C2K summoned gigantic thorny vines while Shui Yun added a powerful stream of ice, forming a pincer attack. The combined attack collided, creating a shocking explosion as wood and water energies intertwined, bombarding the roaring beast's position. Yu Zongfeng stood with his arms crossed, sneering, offering praise mixed with a hint of sarcasm that nascent soul experts truly live up to their reputation, coordinating as smoothly as old sworn brothers. C2K frantically turned to urge the sect master to seize the opportunity to attack immediately, as the firefox was on skill cooldown after its recent skill barrage. Yu Zongfeng stepped out into the sea of flames with a domineering aura, declaring there was no need to flee, as he wanted to enjoy a proper showdown with this terrifying boss. The gigantic firefox let out a terrifying roar, raising a blazing claw as large as a building, intending to crush the tiny human who dared to challenge it. The monster's heaven-shattering slap smashed the ground, sending debris flying everywhere, but Yu Zongfeng gracefully glided away, narrowly dodging the attack. Yu Zongfeng hovered in midair, mockingly commenting on his opponent's terrifying size before arrogantly snapping his fingers to activate his trump card. Immediately, 2 giant armored earth puppets appeared from thin air at his command, rushing forward to pin down the firefox with overwhelming physical strength. The firefox roared furiously, erupting with immense firepower to prove it had no fear of those bulky stone puppets. Yu Zongfeng grinned widely, his face radiating extreme excitement at finding a worthy opponent to test his skills on. The monster struggled wildly, using its brute strength and red flames to tear through the encirclement of the stone puppets trying to restrain it. The terrifying heat from the firefox's body caused the armor of the 2 earth puppets to begin melting, dripping onto the ground like thick mud. Yu Zongfeng stood defiantly amidst the sea of flames, facing the giant boss alone without flinching for even a second. C2 stood rooted to the spot, sweat pouring down her face as she realized the vast power gap between herself and the world of grand experts. Seeing his stone disciples about to turn into lava, Yu Zhongfeng plunged down like a meteor, shouting as he activated the immortal slaying sword formation to finish it off. Countless sharp energy swords appeared from thin air, swirling to form a storm of sword chi that enveloped the beast. Streams of blue sword chi shredded the firefox's flesh, making it howl in agony with pitiful cries. In an uncontrollable rage, the monster swung its giant claws, slamming them into the ground, forcing Situ Chin to flee for her life by a hair's breadth. Situ Chin screamed, as the aftershock from the attack sent her flying like a tattered doll amidst the fierce battlefield. Yu Zhongfeng frowned, complaining that this new disciple was truly 1,000-pound dead weight, giving him a headache having to both fight the boss and protect her. He darted forward like lightning, accurately catching Situ Chin in his arms before she could hit the ground face first. The terrifying aftershock spread, forcing a nearby masked cultivator to erect a shield to protect two junior sisters who were casually eating popcorn and enjoying the show. Yu Zhongfeng still held her tightly in his arms, sternly lecturing her like a pro player teaching a newbie about the importance of high concentration when entering a dungeon. Situ Chin's face flushed crimson, and she mumbled, asking her master to put her down, as her heart was about to leap out of her chest from this hero saving the beauty moment. He suddenly realized the intimate posture, his face turning bright red. Then he let out an awkward laugh, sweat pouring down like a stream to hide his embarrassment. The two separated, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them as Yu Zhongfeng tried to regain his masterly demeanor, while Situ Chin remained shy and reserved. He hastily explained himself with a string of empty theories to cover up his embarrassment, while Situ Chin was still dazed from the recent contact. While still flustered, Yu Zhongfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold again. He sensed an unusual killing intent approaching right behind him. The giant earth puppets charged into a deathmatch with the Firefox boss, flames blazing fiercely, indicating the battle's temperature was hotter than even the 8 trigrams furnace. Yu Zhongfeng erupted with blue aura, charging straight into the eye of the storm, with the confident smile of someone certain of victory, ready for round 2. Half an hour later, the ferocious Firefox lay motionless on the ground, blood flowing like a river, officially wiped off the map. A blazing red inner core, radiating dense spiritual energy, rested in his hand. This was the precious loot dropped by the high-level boss. He held the 5-element spirit orb, explaining the level hacking mechanism to Situ Chin, painting a picture of invincibility upon reaching the nascent soul stage, which left her wide-eyed. Yu Zhongfeng smirked, having harvested a pile of top-grade materials, and conveniently decided the next itinerary was to sweep through the extreme cold region. At the Nine Swords Mountain Sect gate, Enkai and Lang Hongsheng were hastily departing to carry out the important mission entrusted by the Sect master. Lang Hongsheng wondered why Ansai was leaving in such a hurry, only to learn that the goal was to invite the magnate Zhu Tang to join them. He took the opportunity to tease Enkai about having to face her love rival, Shi Yu, making the tsundere girl furious because she hated that woman's face. Lang Hongsheng immediately became serious, reminding her that the Dongkong boss was about to emerge, so jealousy was forbidden from ruining the sect's important affairs. Lang Hongsheng watched Ankai's retreating figure, muttering a warning to her not to get too deeply involved in this complicated emotional quagmire. He turned around with a serious expression, telling himself that the sect master's domineering aura was a level that small fry like him and Enkai could only dream of reaching. After a month of frantic grinding in the drunken flower forest, Yu Zhongfeng smirked, holding the complete set of 5 element spirit orbs in his hand, officially completing the material collection mission. He recalled his solo battle with the ice crab. Although its shell was incredibly tough, he still utterly crushed it and dealt with it cleanly. In another development, the seasoned Situ-K proved his prowess by using thorny vines to tightly bind the giant wood demon, creating an opportunity for his allies to unleash damage. Kui Ruolin soared through the air, unleashing a fire phoenix that incinerated the battlefield. Yu Zhongfeng was satisfied to realize that his disciples had become much stronger after this bloody practical battle. Feeling the spiritual energy in the Forbidden Zone as dense as an energy drink, Yu Zhongfeng decided to go all out, activating his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage right there to not waste such a heavenly opportunity. Fan Jian, seeing his master about to level up, shouted excitedly, instructing the senior and junior sisters to immediately deploy the Dharma Protector formation to absolutely safeguard their boss. Situ-K and Shui Yun observed from afar, the two old men nodding in admiration at the rocket-like cultivation speed of this monstrous sect master. Cui Ruolin and Zhu Tang watched the sky-piercing pillar of light from a distance, sighing that the Thunder Domain was about to be shaken as it welcomed another terrifying grand expert fresh out of the oven. Shi Yu curiously turned to ask her big brother if the one causing such terrifying commotion was that young man, Yu Zongfeng. Zhu Tang immediately dismissed it with a confident expression, asserting that Yu Zongfeng had only recently reached the Golden Core stage, so there was no way he could be undergoing tribulation crossing at such rocket speed. The sky-piercing lightning bolts struck down with thunderous roars, making even the two old men, Dang Yang and Dong Zhong, sweat profusely as they watched from afar. Dong Zhong sneered contemptuously, turning to mock Dang Yang as a good-for-nothing who didn't dare to undergo tribulation crossing himself, only knowing how to stand there and be jealous of others. Dang Yang hastily cupped his hands and smiled obsequiously, flattering to cover his embarrassment, saying that even if that person successfully reached the nascent soul stage, they would still have to bow before their superiors. Dong Zhong found it pleasing to the ear and laughed gleefully, his potbelly jiggling with delight at being praised to the heavens by his subordinate. The powerful aftershocks from the tribulation crossing spread, sending leaves flying everywhere and shaking a corner of the sky around the spring fragrance pavilion area. Cui Ruolin rested her chin in her hand, pondering, concluding that the Thunder Domain was about to be thrown into chaos as another nascent soul monster had just been added to the list of experts. She felt this aura was familiar, suspecting that the enemy faction was using the Dongkong boss hunt as an excuse to plot something big, so she considered informing Yu Zongfeng. Yu Zongfeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, standing firm with his sword after taking the full force of the fatal heavenly lightning, muttering curses about the game's excessive difficulty. Just as Yu Zongfeng regained his dazzling handsome demeanor, his harem of disciples, including Jiang Yuyao, Jiang Lan, and Situ Qin, rushed over like arrows, their faces beaming with joy. Jiang Yuyao couldn't control her emotions and rushed to tightly hug her stiff master, nearly suffocating him with this loving assault. Jiang Lan also refused to be outdone, leaping to cling to her master, leaving Shui Yun and Fan Jian standing behind, speechless at the sight of this happy family. Shui Yun and Situ Ke respectfully cupped their hands, fawningly congratulating the Sect master on officially joining the ranks of nascent soul stage grand experts, now the overlord of the Thunder Domain. Yu Zongfeng smiled brightly, tossing his hair as a signal for his beautiful disciples to prepare to withdraw and return to Nine Swords Mountain to celebrate their victory. The entire group made their way back to the city gate, where lush green trees swayed, welcoming the return of the new king who had successfully crossed his tribulation. Zhu Tang, in dazzling golden attire, stood waiting, greeting his long unseen brother with the demeanor of a black market boss. Yu Zongfeng didn't bother to hide it, immediately unleashing his dazzling nascent soul aura directly at the opponent's face, showing off his lightning-fast cultivation achievements. Zhu Tang's eyes widened in surprise, instantly realizing that the one who had caused that earth-shattering lightning tribulation was none other than the monster standing before him. Yu Zongfeng slung an arm around Zhu Tang's shoulder, beginning to use his multi-level marketing pitch to entice the boss to join his sect as a disciple, in exchange for breakthrough secret techniques, painting a picture of a bizarre brotherhood and master-disciple relationship. Zhu Tang was impatiently asking for someone when Shi Yu unexpectedly appeared from behind with the demeanor of a big sister, making her older brother overjoyed. Shi Yu, graceful and refined, bowed politely to Yu Zongfeng, radiating an aura of beauty that left him stunned. Yu Zongfeng immediately activated his ultimate simp mode, his eyes shooting out hearts as he uttered overly sweet and cheesy words about his deep longing over the years. He continued to ignore his future brother-in-law, trying to coax Shi Yu into going out for meals and travel, forcing Zhu Tang to cough loudly to remind them of his presence. Yu Zongfeng changed his attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake, his sharp eyes revealing the true reason for this meeting to Zhu Tang. He smirked slyly, announcing the shocking news that the Dongkong secret realm was about to open, and he didn't want to miss this lucrative opportunity. Zhu Tang frowned seriously, warning about the deadly danger of the secret realm and advising this madman not to get involved. Yu Zongfeng laughed heartily, dismissing all worries, and invited everyone to witness the moment his true disciples simultaneously broke through to the Golden Core stage. The group froze at the magnificent celestial phenomenon, a giant green energy pillar spiraling straight into the sky, signaling an impending storm. Yu Zongfeng thumped his chest, grandly declaring he would guarantee everyone's absolute safety, while Fan Jian stood beside him, looking at his master with eyes full of trust. Jiang Lan, Jiang Yuyao, and Situ Qin all widened their eyes and gaped as they received powerful buffs directly from their master, preparing for a spectacular transformation. Zhu Tang broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting Yu Zongfeng's disciples to go so far as to trigger a heavenly tribulation right after forming their golden cores, foreshadowing an impending disaster. His brother-in-law, Zhu Tang, anxiously warned that combining tribulations was suicide, but Yu Zongfeng merely smirked, Full of confidence in his carefully cultivated protégés, Yu Zongfeng immediately straightened his face, shouting an incantation to summon the system and begin a public game hacking session to protect his juniors. The system Fox appeared with a sparkling interface, announcing a 500x critical hit activation that made the main character's inventory explode with piles of 5-element spirit pearls. Yu Zongfeng turned to pressure Fan Jian, demanding that he rapidly cultivate to the nascent soul stage to keep up with his senior sisters, making the young man nervous. Seeing his disciples worry, Yu Zongfeng immediately unleashed his divine dollar palm, promising to provide high-quality imitation items to boost his strength and help him rapidly ascend ranks. Fan Jian groaned with delight, his eyes shining like car headlights, mistakenly thinking his master was fair, and was moved to tears by this calculating generosity. Heavenly lightning struck with a terrifying thunderbolt, tearing through the sky, signaling that the hour had come and the physical torture was about to begin. Situ Qin unhesitatingly summoned her golden alchemy furnace, exerting all her power to bravely tank the heavenly tribulation directly descending upon her. Jiang Yueyao refused to be outdone by her teammates. She immediately summoned a squad of super rock bodyguards to prepare for a fierce battle against the descending heavenly tribulation. Jiang Lan also activated her slaughter mode, swinging her deep purple sword to unleash sharp and powerful sword qi, asserting her position as the senior sister. Seeing the youngsters busy cultivating, Zhu Tang took the opportunity to inquire of his esteemed brother-in-law about the future development direction of their gang. The black market boss sighed deeply, speaking like an experienced man, saying that after getting revenge, he only wished for his loved ones to be safe and no longer craved anything else. Zhu Tang began his professor mode, lecturing on cultivation and criticizing Yu Zongfeng for straying from the righteous path to follow a risky demonic one. Yu Zongfeng scoffed, then pointed towards the giant energy storm, where his 3 beloved disciples were soaring like birds, proving that true strength was the absolute truth. Witnessing that terrifying scene, Zhu Tang broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that Yu Zongfeng and his disciples were indeed a bunch of monsters, not on the same level as ordinary people. Seizing a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, Yu Zongfeng immediately used his multi-level marketing pitch to invite his brother-in-law to join Nine Swords Mountain to start a business together and expand their territory. Zhu Tang was no amateur. He chuckled, then countered by inviting Yu Zongfeng to merge with his faction, cleverly refusing the cunning Sect master's deceptive offer. Without further ado, Yu Zongfeng unleashed his trump card, a dazzling collection of 5-element spirit pearls, asserting that this was a VIP ticket to the nascent soul stage, blinding his opponent. Shi Yu blushed crimson upon hearing the exaggerated claims about the value of the 5-element spirit pearls, fabricating a melodramatic romance scenario in her mind that the other party was secretly confessing his love. Her imagination soared to a future vision of a happy family of 3, where Yu Zongfeng coolly protected his wife and child with a sword, making her ecstatic. Zhu Tang was startled and refused the overly generous gift, but Yu Zongfeng calmly declared that he had a whole basketful of these priceless treasures, usually just using them for fun marble games. The 3 beloved female disciples, Jiang Yueyao, Situ Qin, and Jiang Lan, all knelt down, their eyes shining with gratitude and admiration for their domineering master, who had just bestowed generous rewards. Yu Zongfeng proudly patted Fan Jian's shoulder, ordering his disciple to consolidate his cultivation before watching the next tribulation, both master and disciple smiling brightly. The senior sisters gathered around, praising Fan Jian profusely, making the young man ecstatic, but he cleverly deflected the credit back to his master to flatter him further. Yu Zongfeng introduced 2 newly recruited high-level personnel, C2K and Shui Yun, asserting that Nine Swords Mountain's lineup now consisted entirely of nascent soul powerhouses, dazzling his opponent. Zhu Tang's jaw dropped when he saw the notorious assassin Shui Yun, now under his brother-in-law's command. He hastily praised the sect's bright future to curry favor. C2K and Shui Yun clasped their hands, pledging lifelong dedication to Nine Swords Mountain, ready to fight to the death against anyone who dared to obstruct their livelihood. Zhu Tang couldn't stop smiling, admitting that the shock Yu Zongfeng delivered was too great, and he could now rest easy with these 2 powerhouses backing him. Zhu Tang warned that rushing into the secret realm with 3 nascent soul cultivators was suicide, but Yu Zongfeng merely scoffed, asking who said his team only had 3 people. Yu Zongfeng ordered Fan Jian to tank the heavenly tribulation immediately, and the disciple obediently complied with a cheerful expression, unaware that he was about to suffer greatly. Yu Zongfeng proposed a lucrative deal. If Nine Swords Mountain helped Zhu Tang and Shi Yu level up, the team would possess 6 nascent soul monsters. He continued to boast about his extensive connections, claiming he would invite another nascent soul powerhouse to the team, saying he liked making friends everywhere. Just mentioning friends, Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat as Kui Ruolin's alluring image appeared, stammering that their relationship was pure. Zhu Tang was completely convinced by the power of the 7 nascent soul lineup and placed absolute trust in the credibility of the cunning merchant Yu Zhongfeng. The two bosses shook hands, sealing their cooperation, promising a future of dominating this cultivation map. Zhu Tang and Shi Yu took the opportunity to retreat to cultivate with the loot they had just acquired, leaving behind Yu Zhongfeng's signature smile. Yu Zhongfeng still tried to shout after them, inviting Zhu Tang to join the sect to expand their territory, even though his partner had already gone far. Fan Jian was beaten half to death by the heavenly tribulation amidst a green light, screaming and asking his master why he hadn't come to save him yet. A destructive blue lightning bolt struck directly into the center of the array, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Fan Jian coughed up blood, unable to withstand the heat, desperately pleading with his master to save his life before he perished. A giant wooden barrel unexpectedly flew over, blocking the heavenly lightning, saving the unlucky disciple in the nick of time. Yu Zhongfeng appeared with a calm expression, taking the opportunity to lecture his disciple to keep a cool head, making Fan Jian shed tears of gratitude and profusely thank him. He looked up at the sky, realizing the heavenly tribulation had tripled in strength due to his intervention. But his professional instinct flared, giving him the idea to use his medicine spirit saint body to refine the lightning into a pill. Yu Zhongfeng channeled his energy, controlling the wooden barrel to fly into the air to fully absorb the next lightning bolt like a mobile alchemy furnace. On top of the barrel, 3 energy spheres, red, blue, and green, began to spin wildly, condensing the essence of the heavenly tribulation. Yu Zhongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the energy concentration in the pill was too terrifying. Swallowing it would surely cause him to explode on the spot. Not daring to risk swallowing the dangerous item, Yu Zhongfeng waved his hand, throwing the newly refined blue energy mass far away to dispose of it. The energy mass hit the ground and exploded, forming a giant mushroom cloud, its destructive power sweeping away everything around it. Fan Jian and Shui Yun's eyes widened in shock, their souls shaken by the terrifying destructive power of that discarded evidence. Yu Zhongfeng gave a wry, distorted smile, sweating profusely because he had almost destroyed the entire map and his teammates. He looked up at the sky, where residual lightning bolts were still dancing chaotically after the explosion. Yu Zhongfeng quickly regained his cheerful expression as if nothing had happened, while Shui Yun behind him maintained a vigilant, serious face. In another location, night enveloped the mansion of those plotting sinister schemes. Dang Yang and Dongzhong observed the strange natural phenomenon in the sky, discussing the fact that numerous cultivators were simultaneously breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Dang Yang scoffed disdainfully, believing those ignorant fools were deluding themselves about competing for rewards in the Dongkang secret realm. Dongzhong smirked slyly, beginning to plan how to gather forces to round up a large number of sheep. Dang Yang confidently boasted about his formidable forces, asserting that he already controlled 80% of the Golden Core experts in the area, and nascent soul reinforcements were on their way. Dongzhong sternly warned about the unusual spiritual energy fluctuations in the Thunder Marsh, predicting that the secret realm was about to open, and they absolutely could not be complacent. Yu Zhongfeng held tightly to the pile of spirit pearls, his merchant's mind quickly calculating a plan to open a tribulation protection service to fleece the world. Zhu Tang breathed a sigh of relief, expressing endless gratitude, for if Yu Zhongfeng hadn't intervened to save them, both siblings would have perished long ago during the heavenly tribulation. Yu Zhongfeng verbally claimed that sworn brothers didn't need to be polite, yet shamelessly suggested that if the other party insisted on throwing mountains of spirit stones at him, he would reluctantly accept them for fun. Zhu Tang gave a wry smile at his benefactor's shamelessness, then turned to tell Shi Yu to prepare for secluded cultivation to stabilize her newly broken-through realm before discussing important matters. The sky was suddenly torn apart by giant lightning bolts, startling both Yu Zhongfeng and the Zhu Tang siblings, who looked up vigilantly. Yu Zhongfeng squinted, speculating about the secret realm, while Zhu Tang affirmed that this was merely a prelude, and the official event would begin in 7 days. A colossal warship with pristine white sails appeared amidst a magical light stream, signaling that major powers were beginning to mobilize their forces. The commanders of other factions roared with fury, urging their soldiers to quickly assemble their formations to set off and contend for the lucrative opportunity about to open. Kui Ruolin stood among the officials, including Dang Yang, with a cold demeanor, secretly assessing whether Yu Zhongfeng had what it took to make a difference in the upcoming power purge. Yu Zhongfeng gathered all his disciples and allies to impart knowledge about the Dongkang boss, a formidable fire element monster born from the essence of heaven and earth. Yu Zongfeng stroked his chin in thought, expressing doubt that if it was merely fire, why would rumors about it be so terrifying that people were scared out of their wits just hearing its name? Ju Tang recalled a horrifying memory of personally witnessing the Dunkang monster crush a nascent soul expert as easily as squashing an ant. Yu Zhangfeng inquired about its weakness, but Ju Tang could only give a forced smile, admitting that back then, he had just reached core formation, and upon seeing that scene, he had run for his life, not daring to fight. Yu Zongfeng concluded sharply, ordering the entire team, including Situke and Shui Yun, to prepare for a bloody battle with the boss. With no further discussion, giant pillars of energy light descended upon the ground, signaling the opening of the secret realm, and various factions began to array their forces around the lake area. The corpulent Dong Zhong arrogantly instructed Dong Yang to deploy dense guards within a 10-mile radius, strictly forbidding any strangers from approaching. Dong Zhong grumbled, demanding to know where Yu Zongfeng was currently hiding, as he still hadn't shown his face. Dang Yang, sweating profusely, reported that according to the scouts, those people were on their way, but the exact time of arrival was unknown. Dong Zhong cursed Dang Yang profusely for his sluggishness, causing the official to tuck his tail and immediately rush off to make arrangements. Dang Yang gritted his teeth, looking back resentfully, hating that he was weaker, and thus had to swallow his pride in front of the arrogant, corpulent Dong Zhong. Kuei Ruolin unexpectedly spotted a mysterious figure in the crowd. She immediately activated her expert detection radar, as she had never seen this person before. With the demeanor of a diplomatic matriarch, Kuei Ruolin smiled and approached to exchange pleasantries, hoping to extract information from the black-robed man. In response to the beauty's enthusiasm was a deadly silence from the shadow assassin. He only revealed his blonde hair and cold eyes beneath his hood. Without uttering a single word, the assassin glided away like a gust of wind, leaving Kuei Ruolin completely stunned, having been brutally ignored. Despite being ignored, Kuei Ruolin was not angry, but rather amused. She broke out in a sweat, assessing this person as truly a difficult and bizarre case. Regaining her composure, Kuei Ruolin raised a calculating hand to her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked into the distance, knowing that the formidable young hotshots were about to arrive. The Avenger Squad officially appeared with overwhelming momentum. Yu Zongfeng led Ju Tang, Shui Yun, and C2K, charging forward like a storm, making everyone turn to stare. A petty guard from Danyang Pavilion dared to step forward and block their path, arrogantly declaring the area sealed off and expelling all unauthorized personnel. The Tianwu senior brother unexpectedly stepped out with a half-smile, flexing his bulging muscles and offering to have a heart-to-heart with the newcomers to resolve things amicably. Seeing someone dare to interfere, the guard immediately flew into a rage, drawing his sword to threaten them and shouting, "Who dares to oppose Danyang Pavilion?" And Kai suddenly appeared, holding a dagger to the guard's throat, her sharp eyes threatening to send him to the Western Paradise if he dared to utter another word to bother the sect master. Upon hearing that Yu Zongfeng had arrived, the plotting master's face turned ashen, while Dong Zong maintained the calm demeanor of a calculating superior. The plotting master frantically demanded to send people to block their path, but Dong Zhong waved him off, ordering more troops as a precaution, knowing full well that petty guards couldn't stop the monster's advance. Yu Zongfeng stood proudly facing the two leaders of Danyang Pavilion, his overwhelming aura causing the soldiers behind them to merely stare, not daring to utter a sound. Yu Zongfeng sneered mockingly at the ostentatious welcome, while Dong Zhong used the appearance of the Dunkang monster as an excuse to cover up his own fear. He flashed a confident smile, asserting that treasures of heaven and earth were born for those with destiny, implicitly suggesting that fortune favored his side, not that motley crew. The plotting master pointed at Yu Zongfeng's face, arrogantly issuing an ultimatum. He must leave or submit to the orders of his superiors. The official continued to issue gunpowder-laced threats, warning that if he dared to resist, his meager life would be difficult to preserve against the might of Danyang Pavilion. Yu Zongfeng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He contemptuously called his opponents nameless nobodies and warned them not to be arrogant in front of him. Before his words finished, a stream of azure sword chi tore through space, causing the official to vomit blood on the spot for his loose tongue. Dang Yang flinched and recoiled as the lifeless body of his subordinate thumped to the ground, blood splattering everywhere right in front of him. Dong Zhong broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he recognized the nascent soul stage aura emanating from his opponent, and tremblingly asked for confirmation. The soldiers swarmed around them like ants, but Yu Zongfeng and his companions stood there like stone statues, not showing the slightest fear. Yu Zongfeng smirked, asking directly if the old man wanted to sacrifice his troops in vain and suffer mutual destruction before the secret realm even opened. Dongjong tried to salvage his last shred of dignity, straining to unleash a dark, murderous aura and roaring. Does this brat in front of me have the qualifications to be so arrogant? Yu Zhongfeng didn't bother to explain. He snapped his fingers arrogantly, his eyes flashing with mockery. The ground shook violently as numerous giant earth puppets emerged from beneath, tossing the ambushed soldiers aside like useless rag dolls. The guards' faces turned pale. They screamed in terror and tried to flee, realizing they were facing hundreds of nascent soul-level puppets. Ju Tang observed from behind, secretly admiring and surprised to see that Yu Zhongfeng had cultivated earth element puppet control to such a profound level. Yu Zhongfeng looked directly into Dongjong's eyes with a deadly smile, delivering a final ultimatum to see if the old man wished to walk the path of death. Yu Zhongfeng played his multi-level marketing diplomatic card, summoning an illusion of an alchemy furnace and feigning righteousness, offering a small meeting gift to maintain harmony. The neutral cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment as glowing elixirs floated directly into their hands, like bait dangling before a cat. Dongjong's eyes bulged with fury as he questioned his opponent's intentions, but Yu Zhongfeng merely sneered provocatively, telling the old man to guess for himself. Two cultivators groaned in delight, holding profound great elixirs in their hands, beginning to doubt their life's choices and marveling at Nine Swords Mountain's extravagance. A bearded cultivator stroked his chin, analyzing the situation, realizing that the rumors of a trade war between the two factions were indeed true. Dongjong roared, demanding an explanation, but Yu Zhongfeng treated him like air, calmly admiring the stream of green energy in his hand, with arrogant pride. He brazenly declared that Nine Swords Mountain had no shortage of elixirs, treating these precious items as mere candies to be tossed to children for play. While Dongjong stammered in panic, asking about alchemy techniques, Yu Zhongfeng casually popped an elixir into his mouth, chewing it audibly to assert his dominance. Yu Zhongfeng delivered the economic finishing blow, raising 3 fingers to offer a 3-month free elixir protection package to anyone who dared to sever ties with Danyang Pavilion. Dongjong screamed in utter panic that he was insane, while the surrounding crowd was ecstatic, as if they had struck gold, clamoring to confirm the sweet deal. Yu Zhongfeng stood proudly between heaven and earth, brazenly declaring that he rarely made promises, but once he opened his mouth, his word was absolute. The crowd of cultivators immediately changed sides, scrambling to join the alliance with Nine Swords Mountain to enjoy the protection benefits. He smiled smugly, boasting that not only petty factions but also influential powers had obediently come under his wing. Kui Ruolin appeared with her captivating beauty, skillfully apologizing to Dang Yang, while Yu Zhongfeng stood beside her, smirking meaningfully. Dongjong gritted his teeth, his face contorted with resentment, but still had to admit that the brat Yu Zhongfeng truly possessed real capability. Yu Zhongfeng clasped his hands, feigning humility before Dang Yang, smoothly coordinating his act with senior sister Kui Ruolin to maintain social decorum. From a distant cliff, 2 mysterious dark figures stood high above, observing the entire drama unfolding below like predators. The Zhen Palace Master revealed himself with a calculating smirk, beginning to discuss the recent upheavals in the Thunder Marsh region. Standing beside him was the Taikang Sect Master, with a stern expression. Both were scrutinizing the history of bloodlines and those who disturbed the world. The Zhen Palace Master reminisced about the glorious past when the 3 factions were once equals, while also doubting if Yu Zhongfeng was capable enough to bear the legacy in Thunder Marsh. The Zhen Palace Master gave a forced laugh, flatly denying any knowledge of fortune-telling, only admitting he was interested in the good show before him. The Taikang Sect Master's face was cold as ice, a sneer on his lips as he remarked that the profound sword sect's youngsters had been causing too much trouble lately. The old man continued to ramble on about the 1,000-year history of the sects in Yongning Prefecture, doubting if a mere brat was capable enough to shake these foundations. The bonfire blazed fiercely, illuminating the night and signaling that the hidden schemes were about to be brought to light. The Zhen Palace Master stood in contemplation, his deep blue eyes gleaming with scrutiny as he looked towards his opponent. He glanced at the mysterious hooded figures, his intuition telling him that although they were silent, they were definitely harboring ill intentions towards him. The Zhen Palace Master decided to remain still, telling himself that if the enemy hadn't made a move, he too must keep a cool head to observe the situation. Yu Zhongfeng suddenly turned and called out, startling Kui Ruolin and interrupting her train of thought. Kui Ruolin blushed crimson, her chest glowing from embarrassment, but she still forced herself to ask seriously how confident he was in winning against the Pill Pavilion. Yu Zhongfeng firmly grasped her hand, declaring that what he possessed was not just confidence, but an aura that completely overwhelmed the situation. Yu Zhongfeng confidently analyzed that the Pill Pavilion was merely relying on numbers through alchemy, while asserting that Nine Swords Mountain was the true haven for the world. Quiruolin nodded in agreement, but still frowned worriedly, warning that the opponent's allies were numerous and fierce, not to be underestimated. He extended his hand towards the blazing fire, declaring that he had sown the seeds of doubt and was merely waiting for the performance in the secret realm to detonate this bomb. Quiruolin remained silent, listening as Yu Zongfeng confidently stated that once the seeds sprouted, the situation would completely spiral out of control, just as he intended. Yu Zongfeng smirked, declaring that the dilapidated ship would sink on its own without any effort, making even the chibi version of Quiruolin break out in a cold sweat at his profound cunning. While the Chibi sisters were pouting and calling him a cunning fox spirit, a colossal blue pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky, interrupting their conversation. Yu Zongfeng immediately switched to a serious demeanor, his sharp eyes observing the strange phenomenon that signaled the official opening of the Dengkang secret realm. The enemy commander, with a grim face, roared orders for his subordinates to launch a full-scale attack, determined to fight Nine Swords Mountain to the death immediately. A squad of black-clad assassins descended from the sky at an incredible speed, brandishing their weapons, intending to ambush their opponents in an instant. Jiang Lan suddenly appeared, blocking Yu Zongfeng, activating a brilliant blue formation, and coldly declaring that she had seen through the sneak attacker's tricks. Yu Zongfeng snapped his fingers stylishly, assigning support duties to Jiang Yueyao while taking on the responsibility of carrying the team and forging a bloody path. The battlefield turned into chaos as the giant earth puppets charged, crushing the enemy formation, while the Nine Swords Mountain team glided through like deities. The enemy commander roared in despair, his eyes wide as he watched his useless soldiers being swept away like trash before the overwhelming power. Yu Zongfeng shot forward like a wind-piercing arrow, ordering the entire team to ignore the weaklings and focus on instantly teleporting into the secret realm's gate. The colossal secret realm gate, shaped like a monster's head, opened with a thunderous roar, signaling that the difficult level dungeon had officially unlocked. The entire Nine Swords Mountain team plunged without hesitation into the brilliant light of the gate, leaving behind their utterly furious enemies. The enemy commander was livid, straining his neck to threaten to flay his useless subordinates alive if they didn't quickly pursue them into the secret realm. The scene inside the secret realm was majestic, with towering mountains and cascading waterfalls, a stark contrast to the deathly atmosphere outside. Fan Jian gasped in astonishment, shouting at the fairy tale beauty, which left Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lan beside him equally stunned. As soon as Yu Zongfeng landed, he waved his hand, immediately summoning a squad of earth puppets to establish a tank formation, ready to sweep through the new map. Yu Zongfeng ordered the stone puppets to act as meat shields to clear the path, reminding the entire team to stick close to him to avoid unexpected ambushes in this perilous secret realm. A textbook standard formation was set, with 3 stone puppets leading to tank damage, followed by Yu Zongfeng and his disciples cautiously stepping deeper into the forest. A trap activated. A colossal log shot out at incredible speed, piercing through the lead stone puppet, instantly shattering it into tiny pieces. Yu Zongfeng broke out in a cold sweat, asserting that if not for the stone puppets sacrificing themselves to scout, the entire team would have taken full damage and lost several lives. He turned back, ordering Fan Jian and everyone else to set up camp on the spot to preserve their strength, while he would go solo to scout the map for a bit and return immediately. Yu Zongfeng stepped into a death zone, where the decaying dry bones of unfortunate predecessors lay beneath his feet, emitting an eerie, purple, malevolent aura. He intently observed a skeleton still clutching a sword, marveling at the terrifying sword chi that remained, proving its owner was a true powerhouse in life. Suddenly, a blue sword chi slashed through space. Yu Zongfeng narrowly dodged the attack, as the nearby tree was cleanly split in half. Instead of fear, Yu Zongfeng grinned smugly upon seeing the attack's power, calculating that if he could secretly learn this move, his skill would reach a new level. Yu Zongfeng's eyes suddenly sharpened, his pupils contracting as he sensed a murderous aura, or an unusual presence nearby, putting him on high alert. Yu Zongfeng adopted a highly vigilant stance as invisible sword chi shredded the surrounding trees like vegetables. He flinched, cold sweat trickling down his spine as he heard a mysterious voice mention the name Myriad Swords Mountain. Although he didn't know if the opponent was friend or foe, Yu Zongfeng still had to swallow hard and proceed, having received an intimidating entry ticket from that voice. He strode through a swordsman's graveyard, where dry bones still emitted surging purple malevolent chi from beneath the ground. Yu Zongfeng paused to examine a skeleton, shuddering as he marveled that even a master who had reached the sword-heart unity realm had perished here. A colossal greatsword stood majestically embedded in the earth, radiating domineering purple energy, signaling the appearance of this area's final boss. The soul of an old man with white hair and beard appeared, incredibly cool, floating in mid-air with dozens of guardian swords surrounding him. Realizing this was a formidable being, using sword chi to nourish his primordial spirit, Yu Zhongfeng immediately switched to dutiful grandson mode, cupping his hands and bowing to inquire about his identity. The old man introduced himself as Sword Elder, his sharp eyes scrutinizing as he asked why Yu Zhongfeng's sword intent carried the scent of the myriad sword sect. Yu Zhongfeng quickly claimed kinship, fabricating a story that his master was Jian Tiexin, to see if the old man knew him. The ancestor recalled the past, disparaging the name Yu Zhongfeng had just mentioned as merely someone with mediocre talent, but tenacious enough to be admitted into the sect. The old man's sharp gaze shifted to Yu Zhongfeng, preparing to assess what was so special about this youngster, to claim the title of junior. He boldly declared himself the 38th sect master of the Myriad Swords sect, his aura surging forth, perfectly befitting a 1,000-year-old reclusive boss. Seeing a powerful backer appear, Yu Zhongfeng immediately activated his shameless skill, prostrating himself to acknowledge the ancestor and gain benefits from the old man. The ancestor wondered why the once illustrious Myriad Swords sect had changed its name to Nine Swords Mountain and fallen into such disrepair that it was unrecognizable. Yu Zhongfeng switched to master actor mode, feigning innocence and countless grievances, recounting the sect's dire situation to garner sympathy. Looking back at the illusion of the ancient battlefield, the ancestor mused, blaming himself for his uselessness that led to the unjust deaths of his elite disciples. Yu Zhongfeng stood up, spouting grand words, delivering righteous-sounding philosophies about vengeance, and revitalizing the sect to earn points. Manipulated by the junior's honeyed words, the ancestor nodded in approval and decided to bestow the Myriad Sword sect's legacy upon him. Concluding swiftly, the ancestor ordered Yu Zhongfeng to step forward and receive the most powerful sword to inherit the grand legacy. Yu Zhongfeng let himself fall freely in mid-air, officially opening the connection gate to receive the colossal stream of inheritance data flooding into his mind. The Myriad Swords ancestor contentedly assessed that this youngster was truly a rare find, capable of enduring the sword chi pressure and possessing a great destiny to fully absorb the sect's legacy. In his consciousness space, Yu Zhongfeng split into multiple shadow clones, furiously unleashed sword techniques at light speed to rapidly advance his training progress. He closed his eyes, concentrating to the maximum, quickly unlocked the secrets of the sword art by combining the 13 basic stances into countless wondrous variations. As soon as he comprehended it, Yu Zhongfeng knelt down, cupped his hands in thanks, and seized the opportunity to ask for the skill's name to butter up the old man one last time, as was proper. The ancestor proudly introduced it as the Three Calamities sword art, a formidable item that determines life and death, leaving enemies utterly bewildered. The old man affirmed that only the final boss could learn this move, officially transferring the supreme authority of the Myriad Swords sect to him, and then prepared to ascend, having completed his mission. Seeing his master's soul begin to fade, Yu Zhongfeng frantically asked about his well-being, acting with profound worry, perfectly portraying a filial disciple before parting ways. The Myriad Swords ancestor ignored the tearful act, pressed his finger to his forehead, transferring the map of the Dongkong secret realm so the disciple could conveniently farm monsters without getting lost. Seeing his curiosity about the profound sword heart realm, the old man bluntly dismissed it because his current level was too low to understand adult matters. The Myriad Swords ancestor left the final clue about Sword Peak in Huafeng Continent, then vanished into nothingness. Yu Zhongfeng cupped his hands and respectfully bowed his head, playing the role of a filial disciple, bidding farewell to his master for the afterlife. He stood up straight with an overwhelming aura, declaring that he would bear the sword and the responsibility of the next sect master. Elsewhere, the enemy faction was secretly observing the terrain from afar with the ambition to snatch the hot goods. Dong Zhang urged his disciples to accelerate to maximum speed to snatch the Dongkong boss right from under Yu Zhongfeng's nose. An unlucky grunt stepped into a mud trap, screaming desperately for help in vain. Dong Zhang coldly cursed the subordinate as trash, then ordered the entire team to abandon him and continue. Yu Zhongfeng's group entered a chilling area filled with meditating skeletons, emitting a dense purple death qi. Jiang Yuyao frantically realized these desiccated corpses were the former ancestors of Nine Swords Mountain. Yu Zhongfeng, without a word, immediately knelt to the ground and loudly kowtowed once to show his utmost respect. Seeing their leader kneel, all the disciples and elders like Shui Yun and Situ Ke also simultaneously knelt and kowtowed to the ancestors. A truly impressive sight. The opportunistic cultivator standing outside turned pale upon seeing the pile of bones imbued with sword intent, speculating that Nine Swords Mountain was a terrifying hidden force. Yu Zongfeng stood proudly between heaven and earth, his imposing aura making everyone marvel at the power of a true, nascent soul stage cultivator. A multitude of ancient swords began to tremble, soaring into the sky, creating a spectacular weapon summoning scene. He spread his arms wide like a savior, enticing the ownerless swords to follow him to find new masters, true to his merchant nature, leaving nothing behind. Yu Zongfeng wore a triumphant smile, already planning to distribute these excellent pieces of equipment to boost the strength of his disciples back home. Shui Yun was moved to tears, seeing the sect master's limitless potential, and was certain that the day he could save his wife, Ming Yue, was not far off. Elsewhere, the colossal Five Elements demons had awakened and were hosting a buffet, turning the battlefield into a living hell. Dong Zhong and Dong Yang were scared out of their wits. The fat man ran while screaming, ordering his subordinates to charge forward as cannon fodder, so he could save his own wretched life. Dong Zhong, his face drained of all color, ran for his life, screaming in alarm as he watched his legion's health bar plummet uncontrollably to a fatal level. Dang Yang tried to salvage some dignity by unleashing a water element technique, while cursing the invisible enemy that was pushing him to the brink of death. The attack exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke and dust, but the damage seemed to be nothing more than a tickle to the overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Dang Yang sweated profusely, his face contorted in extreme fear as he realized his mana bar was empty, yet the boss was completely unharmed. Dong Zhong looked up at the sky, where a mysterious figure hovered and ordered them to be captured alive, instead of sending them back to the city to recover immediately. A fiery, monstrous bird swooped down like an arrow. Dong Yang barely managed to utter a weak threat before being snatched up like a chick by its sharp talons. Dang Yang screamed miserably as the fire element monster squeezed him tightly in its talons, feeling death imminent before his eyes. Dong Zhong gaped in horror as he saw an entire sky covered in monstrous birds swooping down like a rain of bombs and bullets to hunt. With no retreat, Dong Zhong gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates to carve a bloody path, deciding to fight to the death for a chance at survival. Yu Zongfeng and Kui Ruolin stood calmly from above, observing the monster farming ground, where the elemental monsters were mercilessly tormenting the enemy's formation. Kui Ruolin's eyes widened in surprise, witnessing the destructive power of the monsters, never expecting the situation to fall apart so quickly. Seeing his disciple in a daze, Yu Zongfeng directly flicked her forehead with a painful thwack to remind her to focus on the task at hand. Kui Ruolin clutched her forehead, groaning indignantly. Even her guardian Fire Phoenix was speechless at the sect master's outrageous antics. Yu Zongfeng led the Nine Swords Mountain Special Squad, charging into the battlefield with an overwhelming aura, ready to clean up the aftermath and seize all the experience. On the ground, Dong Zhong ran for his life as the colossal wild boar was tearing through their formation, turning his subordinates into cannon fodder for its charging practice. A purple sword key ripped through space, slicing off the monster's claw right in front of Dong Zhong, leaving him completely frozen. Recognizing his savior, Dong Zhong quickly swallowed his fear, shouting to Yu Zongfeng to temporarily set aside their grievances and cooperate to defeat the boss. Yu Zongfeng curled his lip in a sneer of disdain, splashing cold water on his opponent's face with a rhetorical question. What right did that defeated foe have to demand cooperation? Yu Zongfeng dealt another fatal blow to Dong Zhong's pride by pointing directly at him and asking what he had left to bargain with after having wiped out 80% of his forces. He coldly declared that he would wait until the enemy faction was completely annihilated before leisurely stepping in to clean up the aftermath. Cornered, Dong Zhong screamed in despair, activating all his remaining power to unleash a suicidal attack, aiming to drag his opponent down to the grave with him. A colossal golden-armored divine general suddenly appeared from the void, wielding its weapon to tear through the sea of fire and crush the enemy's attack like swatting a fly. Yu Zongfeng stood there with a calm and composed demeanor, raising his hand to control the energy flow, and urged his opponent to quickly die to clear up space. Dong Zhong, his eyes wide and mouth agape, sweat pouring down like rain as he witnessed the overwhelming power that rendered all his efforts meaningless. Witnessing the sect master's absolute display of authority, Ansai blushed crimson with excitement, while Kui Ruolin behind her couldn't hide her admiration. In Kui Ruolin's mind, a new power dynamic immediately clicked. She began to scheme about repaying her benefactor with private, suggestive conversations. Fan Jian hesitantly asked if such actions were too cruel, but Yu Zongfeng merely sneered maliciously, affirming that he would add more fuel to the fire to make the fun even more dramatic. The Gen Palace Master stepped forward, playing the role of a savior, spreading his arms wide to invite the remnants of the army under his banner to receive his protection. The alchemy shop owner, his face drained of all color, gritted his teeth and cursed Yu Zhongfeng for pushing him into this desperate situation. The subordinate, seeing the losing bet, immediately turned his back faster than flipping a rice paper, shouting to declare all ties severed with his old master, to save his own pathetic life. Ignoring his stunned old master, the traitor frantically ran towards the new faction under the scrutinizing gaze of the mysterious figures. The colossal wild boar monster let out a terrifying roar, swinging its brutal spiked club down onto the head of the abandoned cannon fodder. The alchemy shop owner, his eyes wide and mouth agape with fear, only managed to utter a weak cry for help before imminent death. A golden sword chi suddenly tore through the air, blocking the monster's fatal attack in the nick of time. The Zhen Palace Master wore a cruel smile, swinging his sword to decapitate the fat old man instead of saving him, coldly ordering his new recruits to get to work. He retracted his sword with an arrogant demeanor, his sharp eyes unwavering after sending a weakling to the scoreboard. Cui Ruolin suddenly rushed out like a goddess, summoning her fire phoenix, blocking the mysterious assassin's fatal sneak attack aimed at her comrade. Yu Zhongfeng, timely, caught the staggering Cui Ruolin. The bewildered girl confessed that her body reacted automatically, but her brain hadn't processed the situation yet. He immediately threw a healing pill to An Kai, ordering her to take care of the mobile health potion, Cui Ruolin, so he could freely deal with the trash. The fire phoenix soared into the sky, clashing with the shadow assassin, while Yu Zhongfeng coldly observed the enemy's every move. Yu Zhongfeng's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, activating his forbidden eye to scan all the parameters and weaknesses of the prey before him. The assassin said nothing, swinging his sword to unleash sharp purple sword energy, aiming to break through the defensive formation. Yu Zhongfeng summoned his energy sword, standing proudly in the sky, asking for the opponent's identity with an innocent expression to buy time. The enraged enemy poured all his strength into his sword, his eyes sharp with determination to instantly cut down the talkative Sect master. A massive surge of sword energy descended from the sky like a hammer, intending to cleave the motionless Yu Zhongfeng below into two. Yu Zhongfeng plunged his sword forcefully into the ground, activating a brilliant blue energy circle to intimidate his opponent. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the move, recognizing it as the profound sword sect's reverse water sword art, but it reeked of deadly death chi. Without further ado, Yu Zhongfeng flicked his finger, unleashing a sharp burst of sword energy that tore through the air with a piercing whoosh. The shadow assassin hastily swung his sword to block the attack, a dry clang echoing as he was pushed back by the overwhelming power. Yu Zhongfeng smirked provocatively, raising a finger to control the energy flow, and disdainfully asked how his opponent intended to block with such meager skill. The pressure from the sword energy suddenly intensified like a crushing mountain, making the assassin break out in a cold sweat, his face contorted from the unbearable strain. Kang Qianyi, observing from the sidelines, suddenly turned pale, screaming in horror as she realized the enemy was none other than her Sect's elder who had been missing for many years. Yu Zhongfeng glided through the air with the demeanor of a deity, proudly declaring the three types of sword intent: life, death, and the power to decide life and death. He activated his full combat state with three divine swords hovering behind him, his eyes blazing as he delivered the final words to send his opponent to their demise.